your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Maxi can. Tyler spitting out info, every little speck, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 318 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicant. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler, in the house. And I'll be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my players?
It feels like I haven't recorded forever since I kind of bailed on Sinbin the other night.
Yeah, it's been pretty much like 3 weeks for you. We're even late on tonight's show.
Tyler was late. I was here like an hour before him.
Oh my God, I sat here for 2 hours before you even showed up.
I thought we started at 7. I was right on time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I literally thought we started. Don't we always start at 7 on Mondays?
No.
Start at 6.
On Mondays.
Yes.
Yeah. We start Simbin at 7.
Oh.
Must be his first show. First time ever.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Oh my God. Fuck, what was the last show that we did? The March Madness show?
Yeah,
Yep.
It feels like so long ago too.
That is so crazy. Because it has been, it's like been what, 3 weeks, I think. So that's wild. So if you haven't checked out the March Madness show, go check it out, because that one did really bad.
Really?
Yeah, man, it did bad.
Yeah, see, I thought those shows were just guaranteed to do well.
Yeah, I thought it was going to do really well too.
So different.
It was kind of a I mean, you just never know anymore. There's shows where I think are going to do good and they do poorly, and then it's vice versa. I don't know, man. That one kind of shocked me a little bit, but
Yeah, just because it's like an event
over
show.
1K.
Is it? I didn't even think it was that high. Oh, okay.
I mean, hell, even fucking J Horror came up to 1K now.
Yeah, that one did really
this
well
one.
somehow.
the first March Madness show did really well.
Yeah.
Like way fucking better. That's why I thought this one would do a little bit better than that. But
Yeah, but that one also, I don't know if it did as good right away. It might have. I can't remember.
it did pretty good to start out with, yeah. It did.
Because it's only at 1.6K.
Oh, really? I thought that one was like the top 1,000. I thought that one did like...
Yeah,
top 10
it hasn't gotten
numbers.
much recently, for sure. But it did pretty well at the gate. So, but anyways, man, episode 318, Zoology, Volume 9. We have Killer Birds. Yes, we are continuing along with the Zoology show because we like doing these. They're fun.
Yeah, what is this, volume 8?
I think it's volume 9.
Are you sure?
I think so. Or is it 8?
Let me look.
I don't know. Maybe it is 8. Maybe accidentally.
5, 6, 7, 8. No, this is 9.
Right. Yeah. No, it is not.
It's actually, this is like the longest time we took in between them, I feel, because we did the other one the last one 8 months ago. We were cranking them out there for a while.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think for 10, we need to do a franchise of some sorts.
I was going to say Sharknado, but no, we should actually do. What haven't we done? We should do Anaconda.
Snakes. Anaconda would be one.
Because that would be 5 films.
Crocodiles. Or we did.
No, we did that.
We did
We already did that.
crocodilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there another one? Tarantulas? There's a tarantula franchise in there.
No, there's a bunch of tarantula movies, but I don't think there's an actual franchise.
There's definitely a movie called Tarantula 2.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make it franchise. But I think Anaconda would be the answer because the new one just came out. There's 5. It's definitely a franchise. We haven't done snakes. So,
Yeah.
The problem with that one is, do you do Lake Placid versus Anaconda?
Oh God.
yeah, I know these crossover ones are always kind of
What a title.
it's kind of a head scratcher what you do. It's like Freddy vs. Jason. Do you put it in Friday or do you put it in Nightmare? Yeah, it's like
We could do Rats and do Ben, Willard, and Willard.
yeah,
That's
we could. It's like it's a trilogy show with an OG verse remake. Zoology 10. It's like a lot of shows in one.
the combo show.
Because we've done Piranhas. We've done the Shark Attack movies.
Anaconda. I think that'd be fun to do.
I just don't know. What do you do with it?
What do you mean? What do you do with it? You talk about the movies.
No, with Lake Placid versus Anaconda.
Oh,
We talk about the movies.
I say, like with the Freddy vs. Jason. I mean, like the Freddy vs. Jason thing, I feel like is more of a Nightmare on Elm Street film, anyways. Plus, it's Freddy's name is first. So you got Lake Placid. It's so stupid. Lake Placid versus Anaconda is the stupidest fucking title
Very
ever.
dumb.
Like when you say it out loud, it's fucking so stupid.
Yeah.
I would probably put it in the Lake Placid franchise. What is there? 5 of those? Like that's a big one too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that would be the 5th, or there's definitely 5 of those. But yeah, I would. If you're versing something, yeah, I'd go with the Lake Placid thing because you're the forefront, right? Like Lake Placid is like verse something. I don't know. Yeah, plus
Maybe it just sounded better.
Anaconda already has 4.
Maybe you do them back to back.
I feel like we've had this conversation before. I feel like I'm like literally having deja vu. This is fucking weird.
I feel like we probably did.
I feel like we have too, actually. It's so weird.
There's a lot of episodes. I think it's almost like more likely at this point that like you did that didn't.
It's true.
But I'd be down for doing snakes. That'd be kind of fun though. For the 10th one.
Yeah, snakes would be really cool. I mean, there's a bunch of snake movies that I like that aren't Anaconda, but Anaconda Hunt for the Blood Orchid. Those are the only 2 I've seen besides the newest one. Yeah, maybe we'll do Anacondas for the.
Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be down for that. That'd be cool.
Not Anaconda, don't. Not Anaconda. That's all I've been like ever since you guys said Anaconda. That's all that's been in my head. Dude, I've had the most random music stuck in my head lately. So this is gonna sound.
Did you guys see? This is like totally off topic, but did you guys see that shit that went down with AfroMan?
No, I was gonna give even more off topic. So go.
Dude, it is hilarious.
No, I
bro.
actually missed that. What happened?
So everybody knows AfroMan, most famous for his because I got high.
God,
Song. But
that's
he
about
also
all I'm
has
going for.
some actual good songs outside of that.
No, he does. I've got a couple.
Are you
albums.
implying that's not a good song?
I said
It's-
good songs outside
okay.
of that.
I just, you know.
Um, I think of Colt 45 and Two Zigzags.
Oh, I didn't know that was him too.
Colt 45 is fucking fun.
Yeah, that was like a smoking weed
He has a
staple when I
Christmas
was in high
album.
school.
He has a Christmas album too. That's funny. Well, anyway, police raided his house a while back, and like, kind of like unwarranted, and they didn't find shit. And then like he actually fucking some of his money that they took like seized. They gave it back to him short from what it was and shit like that. And he started making all these fucking videos from his camera footage in his house. Like there's this like one police officer who looks somewhat like possibly a lesbian, and he made this song called Lick 'em Low Lisa. and it was about like this police officer stealing all her coworkers' wives and like eating their pussy. And it's just
my
like
God.
the stupidest fucking songs ever, but it's like 17 minutes or 13-minute song or something. And he's just making fun of all these fat police officers and just making songs for like years, making fun of them. And they all like sued him for like defamation and shit like that. And there was this big court trial thing. He's in this like straight up like bright, loud American flag suit. It's just like a bunch of American flag suit.
Funny.
And he's like in there talking about freedom of speech and shit like that. And he's kind of fucking owning them, bro. Like, just like, you guys raided my fucking house. None of this shit wouldn't have happened if you guys didn't come in my house and
Well,
take
did he
my
use
shit,
their names
break my
specifically
shit.
in the songs? Because I doubt he
I
did.
think so. I
Oh,
think he
really?
did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah, you
Like
can't do that.
the police officer. Yes, you can.
Well,
It's parody, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, they do that.
I mean, the reason
can
why you
see
hear a lot
why
of the reason why you hear a lot of censors and stuff and a lot of edits in songs, because you can't drop people's names because they can sue you for fucking defamation.
Yeah, but it's a
and slander
public
and shit.
official.
But
It's not like a private citizen. They're they're public figures. So it's
I
different.
thought he was just like releasing footage of these cops being fucking.
yeah, but still, I mean, still, you can. I mean, there's
Well,
always a loophole there, man. If you use
He
someone's
was
name, it's
found
specifically about them.
innocent.
Yeah.
Of
Well, that's good,
The
like-
trial ended, and he was found innocent because it's parody and it's
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
like, I'm glad they ruled it that way. But like,
No,
I can see like you're opening yourself off to some stupid shit like that happening when you use people's real names.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't fucking raid dudes' house.
I mean, you'll hear it a lot in rap albums where, there'll be a censor and it's just because the artist dropped someone's name in there and the record company's like, nah, man, you can't use their fucking name in this because they're going to come back on our asses and sue this.
Like,
shit.
even if they
That's
do,
what
it's
they're
like,
playing
they're like, because
It
those
happens a
companies
lot.
with like the liability, even if like they know like that's not a case, like I don't want to pay money for fucking lawyers because you
Yeah,
can't.
because you still.
But I
gotta
mean, he
defend
also
that
had a
shit
case
even
though.
if
I
you're
mean,
in the right.
so what was the reason why? What did they think they had on him for raiding his house? Like, if you raid someone's house and you don't find anything, you are literally a fucking dumbass. Like, there's a lot to go through to raid someo's house, and to not
Like,
find
there
anything
was-
is actually fucking wild. It's actually pretty wild. Like, someone's not doing the right intel. Like this is
Dude,
pretty
I watched so much of it, bro, because it was so fascinating.
crazy. So what were they looking for? Like,
Okay, in 2002, Adams County Sheriff Office in Ohio searched AfroMan's home while he was in Chicago on suspicion of kidnapping and drug trafficking. No evidence of criminal activity was found and no charges were laid. The police search damaged his door, external gate, and security system. They destroyed his like security system.
So they thought that he was kidnapping and he wasn't even fucking there. So what do you think? He just kidnapped some people and left him in his fucking house and here have a house party?
They caused $20,000 worth of repair damage. Officers seized over $5,000 in cash, which was returned $400 short.
Of course,
How does
it was.
that happen?
Of course, it was.
Yeah, like skim a little for us.
The only thing they found was a few blunts and unused pipes.
I'll get though. Yeah, like, wow.
But it's Ohio. It's legal.
So there's this one fucking dude. There's this one like big fat police officer who's like in the kitchen with his like gun and shit. And AfroMan's like watching him on security, like talking to him or something like that on his like ring cams or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's like a lemon pound cake on the table. and the officer like there's like a part in the camera footage where he just like is like looking at it like it's like so he made this song called Lemon Pound Cake.
That's a good looking cake.
And a song called Why You Disconnecting My Video Camera. And like he made all these songs for like years. And like they all like were like getting calls every day and harassed every day at their job and stuff like that because, you know, he's famous-ish. So everybody was like harassing them and shit. And they're like, dude, on the stand, the female cop is like sitting there and it's just like lick 'em low Lisa, licking pussy. And he like got like a person that kind of looked like her to portray her in the video, and it's like she's like down on the ground like in between some girl's legs and shit like that, and she has to watch, and this cop watches like the whole 13-minute video while sobbing on the stand. And it's like the funniest shit ever, bro.
Yeah, we all shouldn't have fucked up and raided someone's house that didn't have
it,
man.
That's
come
the
on,
thing.
bro.
It's like, even if they did everything else right, they like, let's just like for argument's sake say they did everything else by the book, and these are people just doing their jobs. Like, you still caused $20,000 worth of damage and like disconnected a security camera. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I just don't understand how you get so
the problem
bad.
is, I've always like I have a respect towards law enforcement officers to an extent, but I have seen time and time again personal times where they overreach and abuse their power. And it wasn't until we started getting body cams where people are actually held accountable to this shit now, and they can't just act like tyrants anymore. And I'm all for it. There needs to be checks and balances with these police officers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely agree with all that.
I just find it so funny that they went through all that trouble to raid someone's house when they didn't even have really the correct information.
They didn't get shit. So
that's what I'm saying. Like,
they didn't have the correct information.
But that's crazy to me because it's not like one of those things where you just like you go back to the station and be like, "Yo, man, I think we got something on this dude. Let's go fucking raid his house." It doesn't happen like that. It's a huge process. There's a huge intel. You know, you're looking at somebody for a while and stuff, and like, what? How the fuck does that happen? It's just crazy.
Yeah, for exactly this reason.
It's a lot of money spent for no fucking reason. But you know, we got a lot of funny laughs out of it. He should have made a whole album, like titled the whole incident something, and made like a 13-track album. What the fuck? I'd buy that shit. It's fucking hilarious.
This shit
I think it is an album. I think the album's called Lemon Pound Cake.
Really? Okay. Well, I haven't.
Yeah, there's like 14 songs on it.
Okay. Well, that's fucking Lemon Pound Cake. The album. Dude, that's fucking hilarious, man. Yeah, AfroMan's actually quite funny, man. Like, obviously people know him from because I Got High and stuff, but he's got a lot of really fun stuff. I've got one of his double records that he did years ago, and it's AfroMan, it's kind of low key underground shit. It's pretty fun.
He's a very entertaining artist. Like, he
very
clearly
funny,
just
very funny,
very comedic and shit like that. But I watched like so much of this courtroom footage because it was just so fascinating to see all these cops up there crying that their lives got ruined over this. And I'm like, don't fucking raid people's houses and not find shit.
The tears were probably more that they were embarrassed of the situation.
Yeah, probably because it blew up in their face, and they were being dicks on when they were there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, they're all
the fact that
assholes.
he was talking to them on his cameras while they were in his house, raiding his house, is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Like, knowing this guy has
Everybody has
everything you're
like,
doing in your house on his house on camera. Like, why would you? It's just like idiotic to me.
Like, did they purposely wait for him to be out of town and like go raid us? It's just hilarious to me. It's so fucking stupid. Oh man, that's a bad situation. But good for him though. Good for him for getting some more publicity out of that, because you know, bad publicity is always the best publicity, man.
Yep.
So,
on March 18th, his streams increased by 500% during
exactly,
the
man.
March 18th, 2026, a jury returned a full verdict in favor of AfroMan, clearing him of any civil damages against the officers.
Fuck yeah.
Well, at least the judge understood, you know, your civil rights and how you can actually, like, parody's a real thing. Parody's a real thing. It's been around forever and stuff like that. And I mean, they were the ones that fucked up. So that's cool that the judge went the right way with that, because, you know,
what was a jury trial?
It was a jury trial. trial.
Mhm.
Holy
Yep.
shit. Are you fucking that's
So they had to fight a bunch of people who didn't know what Afro.
so it wasn't just one of those civil things where it's like, they got a bunch of plaintiffs and stuff and then the judge makes a decision. It was actually a jury. Oh my God.
I'm just like laughing at like some like crusty old white people on this jury who have no idea who AfroMan is, because you have to vet them like that if they're going to be on a jury.
Could you imagine deliberating that though? Could you imagine going back in the deliberation room and talking about that? I would be dying of laughter. I'd be like, this is so fucking stupid that we're even sitting here right now.
Like someone getting selected and going home and like, oh, I'm gonna look up this guy's music, and then just went, but then I got high.
This was a quote from him on the stand. He said, "I got freedom of speech. After they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard and use my freedom of speech and turn my bad times into good times. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so because I don't go to their house, kick their doors down, and then try to play the victim and sue them."
What a G. It's amazing.
It was awesome. He did a really good job in the trial. I was rooting for him. I was like, this is awesome. But yeah, it was good stuff, man. It was very funny.
Dude, I gotta check out that record. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
It's not very good, honestly. Like, it's funny, but it's not very good. That's why it's even more ridiculous that they're like suing him for defamation, because it's clearly like the biggest joke in the world.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Lick 'em Low Lisa, and it's
Right.
just like it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's been a while since we recorded, but I gotta say, rest in peace to Chuck Norris.
Yeah, Chuck Norris died. How about that?
Yeah, that's
Call off the jokes.
just didn't even think that was ever gonna happen.
Yep, no more Chuck Norris jokes.
No, there's still Chuck Norris jokes.
Oh no, there's been tons. There's
some pretty good ones.
My
actually.
favorite meme was Chuck Norris holding his own casket at his funeral.
Right, yeah. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Like-
Good old Chuck Norris jokes, man. What a cool guy. I've never really been a major fan of his like movies, but I like him. He's cool.
Chuck Norris, like I even said, he's one of the only action stars I actually have an entire section dedicated to in my collection.
I'll tell you what, he's
Him
way
and
better than
Schwarzenegger.
Steven Seagal, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a big Chuck Norris fan, man.
Chuck Norris, as somebody who is a
So I like
massive fan of martial arts and has watched UFC from the time I was like, I don't know, fucking like what, 6 or something like that. He seemed to be one of the actual martial artist actors who a lot of them are just like sort of pretend or have some level of martial arts.
Well, he actually does have some of the highest levels you can possibly have in tons of different shit, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys also say they have that as well, and most of them are exaggerated.
Well, he actually did though. Like
yeah, Chuck Norris actually was an actual combat sports athlete at one point in his life.
Yeah,
and there's like actual evidence of it where some people just say they were.
Well, the fact, him training with Bruce Lee and all that type of shit, and yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy stuff. But I thought Chuck was immortal, but yeah, rest in peace to Chuck Norris, man. Sad day. I know there were some other deaths, man. There's been tons this year.
Yeah.
But
yep. Did you guys see any movies since we've last recorded?
Not like in the theater.
In the theater?
Like in the theater, yeah.
I went and seen Ready or Not 2. Is that the only thing I've seen? Yeah, I think so, actually.
How was it?
I mean, if you like the first one, I can't imagine you not liking this one. It's a little bit more silly. It's kind of stupid. Elijah Wood's really good in the film. I liked his character. It was pretty fun how they incorporated him. Yeah, this one involves obviously the same chick from the first one, and then her sister gets involved in this one. So they're basically just kind of being hunted down. It's more of that satanic kind of craziness family shit. But there's multiple families involved in this one. And, some of the jokes hit, some of them don't. I don't find it like overly that hilarious. It's more just, it was entertaining to me, man. I was having fun with it. I didn't really care too much. It's like, I didn't find the first one like mind blowing or nothing, but this one was kind of on par with it, I guess. But
fine theater movie.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you, like I said, if you like the first one, I can't imagine you not liking this one. So I'm like, I think Parker said he liked the first one. He fucking dude, that guy fucking hates everything though. Crazy. He was just going off about this the other day.
Is that the only one you saw?
Yeah, in theater. Yeah, that was the only one.
Yeah, I've been really behind since I got busy at work.
No, I guess I saw The Bride. Did I talk about The Bride?
No.
Okay, so yeah, we're going back that far. Holy shit, dude. Okay, so I did see The Bride in theater also. I wasn't going to because everyone was talking about like how shitty it was and stuff like that, and I was like, okay, I watched it. I enjoyed it. Really. Yeah, man. I just don't understand how people are saying the narrative is such a huge fucking mess and stuff. Like, it's pretty easy to follow. It's super easy to follow. I like what they did with the story because it's just completely kind of different. It's a little bit different. It's kind of got that Bonnie and Clyde thing happening a little bit and stuff. It's kind of set in this like, it's a period piece. It's set in reality, but it kind of feels like it isn't at times. Yes,
it's like stylized.
It's stylized. So it has that kind of feel to it, which I thought was kind of cool. A lot of people had problems with what's his face playing
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Fucking forgot his name for a second. I didn't find it actually that horrible in the film, to be honest. I felt it was kind of appropriate too, because the monster's not supposed to have like hyper energy and stuff like that. It's a little soft spoken, a little kind of slower and stuff like that. I mean, he's put together. He's a man-made man. You know what I mean? So I felt like his performance was actually kind of appropriate for the character itself. As for, I always forget her name, the one that plays the bride, I thought she was really fantastic in the film.
Jessie Buckley, I think it was, right?
Yeah. I thought her performance was really good, but yeah, it's over stylized. There's some pretty cool moments and stuff like that. The one thing in the film I didn't think was overly necessary was the reveal with the detective, or the cop, I should say, or whatever, about how he had that relationship with the bride and stuff. I thought that was like the one thing in the film was like, it's really kind of unneeded and stuff. I know Parker had a problem with where they explain something and then don't really take it anywhere further and stuff. And I was like, you know what? Doesn't really bother me. I kind of took it for what it was, but it's something different. And I like that. I mean, if you're going to take a very classic idea of a monster and the bride of Frankenstein, that whole type of deal, you do something completely different. And I was fine with this. I really was. Me and the wife walked out of the cinema and she's like, everyone hates that movie. And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. And she's like, I really enjoyed it. I'm like, I know. It was fun. So, but
yeah. Tyler, you're not seeing much this year at all, huh?
It's just, I kind of just been backed up on the weekends, really, is what it's been. I usually go on the weekends. But yeah, I've been like, honestly, this happens to me pretty much every year around this time, where I come out of the gate so hard and I finish the year so hard. I usually like hit a burnout spot around this time of year. And then like I start to like, and then also this time of the year, I end up like going hard into gaming for a couple months. And that's kind of like the same cycle I've been going through. So I've been like probably like wheeling it back a little bit, doing a little bit more of that.
I started off this year pretty strong. I was pretty much seeing everything that was coming out, minus like one or two like borderline horror stuff or more like genre stuff that wasn't horror. But this past like month, I've been like really fell off a cliff. Like I didn't go see The Bride. I didn't see Undertone. I didn't see a couple other ones. Yeah. I was looking at the theater.
I did see Undertone. Did we talk? Has it been that long?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see Undertone actually. I left the theater thinking it was decent, but it felt a little less like a little bit worse the further I got away from it. But I think it's one of those movies that when you see it in theater with like the great sound and like the maximum focus, it's a decent experience. It's pretty good. It does some things that I liked, where I'm one that you always see kind of complain about jump scares in movies, and this movie does this thing where like it just doesn't do any of that, and it just teases you, where like it'll like just focus on some spot in the room for some time. You're just waiting for something to come out, and you're finally going to see something weird, and it just doesn't do anything. And I like to held the strings like that, but they really committed to the gimmick they were at, and the ending didn't really land for me. But I see what they were trying to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I missed that. I missed a few things, but me and Carly were going to go over the weekend, and I ended up like not feeling too good earlier because I wanted to go like earlier in the day, but we ended up going later in the day. And I was just like looking at the showings, and there was so much out. Like, I'm just like, dude, there's like so much out right now. Like, there's some weeks where we were struggling to find something to go see. I'm just like, there's so much stuff out that I didn't see yet. And like even Project Hail Mary, I was interested in, which looked kind of cool.
Yeah, people are really liking that movie.
I ended up settling on Alpha because it was like brand new. But before that, there were two like re-releases that I was both interested in, and I had to pick between them. So they were doing a 25th anniversary of The Mummy, Brendan Fraser's Mummy. I really wanted to go see that. I never saw it in the theater when it originally came out. And that movie is like such a, I guess, guilty pleasure for me, even though I think it's good. But a lot of people don't like, that movie is really fun. And, I wanted to revisit that. I didn't go to that, but I did go check out the 40th anniversary of Stand By Me.
I would have missed that.
Yeah, it was like, I had to go with that one over The Mummy.
Man, if I had a chance to go check that out, that would have been super cool because unlike you guys, I'm old as
40 years ago.
I saw it in the theater. Yeah.
No.
It's kind of crazy, man. Yeah. Haunted me
So
for life.
me and Carly went to a 7 p.m. showing of Stand By Me, and she had seen it once before when she was like a lot younger, like a kid. I had seen it since. I, of course, have seen it many times. I first seen it when I was probably about 12 years old or 10 years old, around the age range of the kids. And it's always stuck with me as one of my favorites. And then, of course, when I turned into adult, I revisited. I recently grabbed the 4K a couple years ago and revisited it again. Absolutely love that fucking movie. And watching it in the theater was awesome, dude. Especially like the soundtrack in that film and stuff like hits so hard in the theater. And honestly, like the emotions of the movie hit a lot harder than they normally do for me too. Just like River Phoenix's character talking about the lunch money that he stole and stuff like that, and like reminded me of stuff from my youth, you know. I also had a problem where people like knew my last name, and because other people in my family were like awful, I always had like a target painted on me. Parents wouldn't let their kids hang out with me because of my last name, you know. So I totally understood what that was like. And then a couple like realizations that hit me a little bit while watching it is it's very similar to It, with the lead character's older brother dying, and like that whole thing. I'm like, that's like right out of It. Which obviously Stephen King. And then it's also kind of out of Sometimes They Come Back a little bit too, with his brother dying. And then it also was kind of creepy too, because like River Phoenix was stabbed to death in the movie, right? His character. And Rob Reiner, who directed the movie, was stabbed to death, which is kind of pretty chilling, you know?
Yeah.
And then I totally forgot that fucking John Cusack is the older brother.
Yeah.
And dude, Kiefer Sutherland is awesome in that fucking movie. Like he plays he's like such a good fucking douchebag, like bully. And Carly's like making fun of it. And she's like, did like everybody in the 50s just like pull out switchblades and like,
it's
kind of like a stereotype. Yeah.
And when I was in high school, people fucking like those pocket knives that you could like flip open like that because switchblades were illegal. So it's not like
butterfly knives.
Yeah, butterfly knives. That was a cool thing when I was in high school. Like people would loosen it up so you could flick them out quicker.
Yeah. And so yeah, I watched that. Of course, that was amazing. Then we went and checked out Alpha, which I was pretty excited for because this director here, she was in our bracket last year, and you know, for only 2 films, I think we all kind of respected her a good bit. Julia Ducournau, how do you say it, Tyler?
Ducournau.
Of course, the director of Raw as well as Titan, and this is our film Alpha, which is labeled as a body horror drama film, and it's a pretty interesting movie, but god damn, like Carly was bored to tears in it. She was kind of mad at me for making it.
Yeah, that's
Like-
a pretty common complaint I've heard, that it's kind of boring. But a few people I've seen it, like, that have gone against the grain and really liked it, are people that also really like movies like Sallow and real fucked up stuff. So I'm kind of intrigued by this.
It's not really that fucked up, honestly, at all.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's kind of tame, actually. It's her tamest movie for sure. For sure.
I got a feeling it might be a miss for me
Yeah,
because
Titanium really is not that crazy, so that's not.
Yeah,
that's not good.
I really loved Raw, and Titanium was kind of a miss for me. I know I was kind of like, I was definitely in the minority on that one, but
So it's basically it follows this 14-year-old girl named Alpha, and she's kind of like
the fuck names their girl
I know, right?
Alpha?
Alpha.
And she's kind of
Alpha
like
she-male?
to this. She's kind of like, she's a little like, I wouldn't say rebellious, but she's sort of just like finding herself as a teenager, and she's out at some party and gets all fucked up, and somebody gives like a stick and poke tattoo to her with a big A on her arm. But meanwhile, like in this time period, there is this blood-borne pathogen disease that's going around that basically is a lot of like druggies and stuff are catching it. That is, it kind of reminds you of AIDS a little bit. Like I think there might be a little bit of a parody there because there's also a gay teacher whose husband guy has it. But it essentially like turns you into marble, like stone. Like it makes your body turn like stone.
But Marble's like beautiful though.
There's actually a scene where she says that to one of the characters because he's like, I know I probably look horrible right now. And she's like, you look beautiful.
Yeah, because Marble is amazing.
Yeah. But so she thinks she has this disease because of that stick and poke thing. So they're getting her tested and stuff like that. Also, the uncle of the little girl, the brother of the mom, she's a single mom and she's a nurse. He is like a heroin addict and he's like living with them and stuff like that. And the movie is like kind of weird because it's told in two timelines. So you see like a flashback timeline and then the modern timeline, and they eventually like converge, but in a real weird way. And it's like a very metaphorical movie in terms of like, familia trauma and baggage and like how that affects people later on in life. It's very much a drama and there's some body horror.
I see.
Yeah, everything I've heard about this one, it was really slow. Like if you're not into it, then you're just going to be.
Well, I was
bored to
fucking
death.
confused forever because I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Were you confused
and I
by
didn't realize.
the two narratives or the two timelines?
Yeah, because I didn't realize that it was like that it's two, like there's a timeline from when she's 5 years old.
Right.
And there's a timeline from when she's 14 and they're happening at the same time. So you're seeing scenes from the timeline when she's 5.
Isn't she being called Alpha in both of them though?
She's not in the scenes where she's where the flashback, the scenes where it's in the back in the day, she's not really in those scenes until later in the movie. So you just think it's happening simultaneously.
Right.
And what fucked me up even worse is the scene where the uncle is back in time, like not back in time, like it's time travel thing, but the flashback scenes are, he's wearing a shirt that has a wolf on it, which I kept thinking of Alpha because the wolf. And in present day, he's wearing the same fucking shirt. So you're like,
Likes that
that's what was
shirt.
confusing about it to me.
So he's one of those dudes that just like rocks the same shirt for 25 years.
Does it look like it's like literally the same shirt, or does it look like
No, it's the
old
same shirt.
Did it not age? It didn't, because when you wash your shit over time, like it gets a little fucking.
Maybe he
faded.
just bought a
I don't
like,
want to go. I don't want to
to.
go into too much like spoiler.
Or is that
territory.
metaphorical too?
Well,
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
a lot of it's metaphorical.
I mean,
Maybe he just
the
bought a
whole
lifetime
narrative in this
supply.
movie does not surprise me. The construction, how everything's metaphorical, how everything means something else. It's just the way these filmmakers make films nowadays. It's like we don't use the term fucking. I don't even want to say it, man. But
The problem is with me for the movie is it has a great idea, a great narrative structure. Like once it gets rolling and you understand it, it just like by the end of it, you're like, oh, so it's just like family baggage, like emotional scars. That's the whole movie. But it's just like there's not like a lot of weight
Yeah, but
to
you
it.
got to realize so many people are like, oh, it's so elevated though, man. It's me. Oh God.
I think even people that think things are really elevated and awesome will think that this one is kind of like a little basic.
Yeah,
I will
that's what I
say
was saying.
Yeah.
there's two things that I really thought were good in it. One, it's filmed really good. Like the structure of the movie, the visuals, like she has a really good way, very Cronenberg-y in a way too. She has a very good way of focusing on the body without doing it intentionally. Well, it is intentional, but it's like, it's not like showing you like, oh, here's the body, but there's all these like things in the movie that just showcase the body in direct ways and indirect ways. Like just the idea, the way they casted the uncle, he's a very skinny guy, and he like his veins, he has like a lot, you can always see his veins and stuff, and you see his like ribs and stuff like that, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like they're like intentionally trying to put that front and center, where it's just always there. And like it, you kind of notice it if you're just like watching the film. Stuff like that I really liked. And the casting of the uncle was really good. I think he's probably the best person in the movie, like the best actor and performance, because he's like, he feels like a heroin addict to me. Like he feels like a drug addict. Like he feels like somebody who's, you know, and a lot of the film is like the mom trying to save her brother and rehabilitate him. And so those two things, and then it has a really cool like looking ending, like very beautiful and like shot like really cool. But yeah, it's I definitely think it's gonna be what I feel like there's gonna be a handful of people that are absolutely gonna love it, and I think most people are gonna think that it was like decent but like nothing special. And then there's gonna be people like Carly who just don't care. She's like, I just don't care to like put the effort in to figure out what's going on in these movies anymore, and like figure out like what's like, it's like just comes off pretentious, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of films nowadays that try making a film like this, they kind of forget about the entertainment value in it too. You know, I mean, there's people out there that you know, that really like to kind of weave and read between the lines between, you know, the whole length of the film and stuff like that. But I mean, there still has to be an entertainment value to these type of things. And, you know, for people like Carly, she's not entertained. It doesn't work, you know? So
yeah, no, she was not entertained at all, dude. Like she was like, and it doesn't help that I always pick these hella late show times for like a 2 hour and 10-minute movie. Like it was a 9:10 show time, so the movie doesn't start till like 9:40 after trailers.
Right.
And then it's like fucking after midnight when it's over, you know?
Is the movie in French or is it?
Yeah, it's French. There's some English.
You picked a 2 hour French movie.
yeah. At what time did this start at?
It probably started the movie at like 9:40 because the trailers. So 9:30, 9:40. It was like almost midnight when it got out.
That's funny.
And then we got an hour drive home.
Oh my god! After like trying to stay awake for this slow moving 2 hour French movie, now you also have to play the "Don't Fall Asleep on the Way Home" game.
So who drove home?
I drove home.
Oh shit! So
I definitely
slept the whole time.
No. What did we do on the way home? I don't even remember. I think we just listened to music.
Yeah.
And I think we were listening to Disposable Arts for a bit, actually.
Listen to AfroMan.
But we were literally like, I think that I liked it. I definitely liked it more than her. Like I give it like a 7.5. Like I still think it's pretty solid, but just like I expected a little bit more out of her, because I thought, because even though like Titan I really liked, It did. I don't think it did it make my top 10? I can't remember.
That's
But,
one that would have been lower that year. I don't know how weak that year was. That was a COVID year movie, but that was a movie I liked more way after the fact. Like it was a sleeper type of movie.
Yeah, it's like for me, I think that like when I see her two films, I find her interesting and I'm like, okay, I want to see what this person has to say next.
Right.
So I expected a little bit more out of her.
I'm still going to check it out. It sounds
tame.
decent.
I mean, the marble stuff was kind of cool, honestly. It was an interesting concept. Like honestly, like it felt very Cronenberg-y. Like this, I couldn't imagine that her, like she's not heavily influenced by Cronenberg. Like I feel like she has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're making body horror films today, you probably have to be influenced by Cronenberg a little bit, right?
But it's not even just the idea that she's doing body horror. It's like the way that the movies are like shot, like the way that they're
Right.
like put together.
Not just the
it
narrative,
feels
the action.
it feels like Cronenberg-y to me.
Because like Cronenberg is definitely my favorite horror director, and when I think of the things I like about Cronenberg, body horror really isn't even really near the top. It's just the way he psychologically constructs these movies and makes these about these like damaged people or these weird or these people that are different from others. I can see like why that aspect of his filmmaking like really resonates. Even when he got away from horror like in the 90s and 2000s, and maybe movies like Crash, Eastern Promises, History of Violence, there's still movies that like are centered over like these different types of people that just like either hide in society or stand out in a way or are isolated from the way. So I can see that sort of just psychological and like approach to looking at people having a lot of influence on this generation of filmmakers for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So what else did you see?
That's it.
That's
Just those two.
Yeah, this has been a weird year, man. Like it started out pretty damn solid. I think like a lot of people have been saying that. I mean, when I say started out, I mean, it was literally a couple films that were like, oh, those are pretty decent for the start of the year. We're expecting dump month in January, but then we get a couple solid films like 28 Years, The Boner Temple.
Yeah.
That was pretty solid and shit. A lot of people have Sent Help a lot. Primate is, it's a fun popcorn film.
Yeah,
it's pretty
solid
cool.
movie.
But man, it has been just like recently, dude. Like, okay, so after Scream 7, I think I talked about Whistle, whatever. It's just stupid fucking whatever it is. It's basically Final Destination with a fucking whistle in a sense. But then I checked out Cold Storage. I think JP, you'd seen this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You didn't really care for Cold Storage, did you?
No, I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun actually for what it was. I thought it was pretty decent. It had some moments and shit like that. I really like the idea of it. I wish they had kind of taken it a little bit further. I thought the casting was really bizarre with Liam Neeson in it. I was not expecting to see him.
Liam Neeson need a paycheck.
Yeah, in this movie, it was just like so random to see in this film. But I like the whole idea of like the contagious like fungus and stuff like that. I think it's pretty cool. I was looking forward to checking out This Is Not a Test, and because I mean I like zombie films and shit. This one just fucking faltered so bad. It just turns out to be such a fucking generic zombie film that just doesn't do anything, doesn't add anything new to anything. I mean, we don't need to have films that are reinventing the fucking sliced bread and shit like that, but this really doesn't do anything, and it's actually kind of boring, which kind of sucks. But yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of characters holed up, and they have a bunch of conflicts and shit that you don't really care about. It just doesn't really go anywhere. It's super frustrating watch. So then I followed that up with The Plague, and The fucking Plague is amazing, bro.
Yeah, I loved The Plague.
Yeah, this movie is really, really good. You want to talk about metaphorical films and shit like that? Like, this thing is like, it's brooding. It's so well constructed and acted and just shot. And it just, everything, like the cinematography in the film is like a character in its own to me. I really love this movie. I thought it was fantastic. But, I got to say, who the fuck goes to like water polo camp?
Rich white kids.
What is that? Me and the wife are laughing about this. We're like, I mean, we grew up playing a shitload of sports and stuff, but like water polo would be the last thing in the world I would ever think about even attempting. I mean, I give him kudos. I give him kudos, man. You need you need to be a strong kid or a strong person, well swimmer. It takes a lot of agility to play that sport. I give it to him, but at the same time, it is one lame fucking sport. And to go
the
to
dudes
school,
in school, I remember it's something you wouldn't really suspect unless you think about it. Is the guys that were really good swimmers at my high school, I remember, were all fucking jacked, and they weren't even like jock type kids. They were just from swimming. They were fucking really, really toned and muscular.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a really interesting character study and idea behind the plague. I think it's really cool. Then I checked out Body Cam. Yeah, you saw it too, right?
I saw it. This was the first movie I think
that's
the
right.
second movie, because I think I saw We Bury the Dead right before it the same day. But yeah, the plague. I was a big fan of that. I mean, me and Tyler were probably the same age as these kids in the time period it was set. So it was like literally perfect for us.
Yeah, just the slang they use, like the insults they say, the music they're listening to, they hit it pretty well.
Like the lead bully kid, I'm like, dude, I swear to God, I like knew someone just like that when I was like that age.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, they definitely got the references correct because I was old enough to understand the references and shit. Obviously, I'm older than you guys, but yeah,
there's a part where they're like on the locker room listening to "Around the World" by Touch of Class, and I was like, "Oh shit, I remember this."
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. I thought that was a great film. Now the question is, do you think it's a horror film?
Yep.
Like, it's pretty psychologically damaging and it's horrific.
This movie ties a knot in your stomach from the first scene and just lets it sit there the whole movie. You're just waiting for something horrible to happen.
Like, if you're watching this film for face value, there's not really a lot of horror on the surface, but like you dig past that, man. It's damaging. It definitely is very, very damaging. It's good.
I assume you loved the ending, Tyler.
Yeah, the ending. I don't want to say what movie. I think I actually might have said this on a show when we first talked about, like maybe a month or two ago. But the ending, I think, is supposed to be an homage to a really famous French movie that has the same type of maybe message as this movie, but this is like the way it uses it, if it's what it's supposed to be, and this ending makes it so twisted and kind of sick.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
yeah, you did say that before, actually.
Yeah. Then I watched Body Cam. I was looking forward to checking this out. It sounded pretty fucking cool anyways. Speaking of cops with cameras on them and shit, got to be accountable for what their actions are and shit. Now, this movie is really frustrating to watch because I like the idea of using the body cam as, your angle for your film. But what falters in this movie is it would work a lot better, I think, if the cops are actually more in the wrong of what happens and then where it goes and then spirals off. So what happens is like something goes down and somebody ends up dying. Now, this one cop wants to like kind of cover up the whole thing. And I'm thinking to myself going, like, if I was this cop's partner, I'd be like, bro, like, you fucking didn't really do anything wrong. Like, you were down there, you told them to fucking stop and they came at you and you shot. Like, it's just simple police procedure, right? And shit, like, he really didn't do a lot of, but
so
he wants
it's like I Know What You Did Last Summer remake thing where it's like I'm sitting there like, dude, you kind of like didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. Like, when you watch the setup to this, you're thinking to yourself going, why is he trying to cover this up? Because not only is what he did wasn't wrong, it's actually on the body cam. Like, you can tell, like, it's literally watching this guy come at him and he shoots him, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And okay, but they want to cover it up because they don't want their careers being ruined, and there's other things. But then it kind of spirals. Like, where it goes from there, I think it's actually kind of cool with the whole supernatural type shit and stuff. It's interesting. It's a little convoluted. It's a little out there. It's a little cosmic to the point where it's like you really got to question things. But that stuff was kind of cool. But the whole setup is what really kind of hurts the film, because you're like, honestly, dude, like it shouldn't even happen like that. It's kind of silly. So it was kind of frustrating to watch, but Not like the most horrible thing in the world, but yeah, a little bit frustrating. Then I checked out Ghost Train, which, you know, that's a very generic title, but I
didn't
actually
even know that was a movie.
Yeah, this one, it came out, I think it's a South Korean film. Came out, well, it says 24. It didn't come out last year. It's officially made its way over here. It's one of those, you know, kind of fucking stories. It's about a YouTuber that's, you know, really trying to make a name for herself by doing these kind of ghost videos and shit like
You
that.
kind of getting burnout on that.
Yeah, like, doing the subway stuff, but the way the story, the way the narrative is constructed in this one, so she goes down into this kind of, you know, the subway or whatever, starts talking to the guy that works down there, and it kind of plays itself out like an anthology film where he's telling stories, and there's a bunch of kind of different stories, but it's one big narrative. So it acts like an anthology, but it's not an anthology at the same time. And I thought the stories were actually pretty fucking cool. And, you know, it goes into a different, you know, everything kind of all lines up at the end and stuff like that. But I thought it was actually really cool. I really enjoyed it. And then I checked out Hoagie because I just had to, man.
Did you pick that up or no?
Okay, so I paused this thing about halfway through it. And I was like, I need to add this to my cart because I love this movie. It's so much fucking fun. They're like little creature films that are just batshit. It's kind of like watching
Frankie
a trauma
Frico or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching a trauma film mixed with like a Lloyd Kaufman film mixed with like an Astron 6 type deal. It's kind of one of those things. It's fun. It's got some good humor. It's got some good, you know, practical effects and shit like that. I think he goes a little bit crazy in the third act. For myself, I didn't really love exactly what they did with it, but all in all, it was a really fun movie. Funny ass characters and shit. Good shit. Did you pick it up?
Mm-mm.
It's fun. It's fun. Then I watched Crazy Old Lady from Shudder. Thought it was fucking ass.
Damn, you watched a lot of 2026.
Yeah, that's since we were just talking about like 26 shit. I was like, oh, let's go off on the 26 stuff. So this one looked kind of cool. It was basically about this dude that gets a call from his ex-wife to go look after his mom or look after her mom because, you know, she's at her house by herself and she's a little bit crazy and shit like that. And it turns out she actually is pretty fucking crazy and she won't let him leave and a bunch of shit goes down. It becomes this like captive type thing. And it just really doesn't work. It really doesn't, man. I was having so much issues with this movie. There's a couple really cool parts, but otherwise, it doesn't work at all. This one right here is the one I was actually looking forward to. I thought this one looked really cool, and that's Do Not Enter. Again, it's like another one of these like kind of YouTube, you know, fucking Instagram type shit like that about this group of people that go to this abandoned, I think it's like a hotel they go to, and they're going to look for this like treasure and shit like that. The setup is actually pretty cool.
One-Eyed Willie's treasure?
One-Eyed Willie's treasure, yeah.
Chester Copperpot.
So this one goes a little bit crazy too. I just don't like what they did with this at all. The setup was really cool. It's shot well. I thought it was, you know, pretty decently acted and stuff. There's some pretty cool stuff that's in the movie, but it just all in all doesn't come together. Doesn't really work fully, which is kind of frustrating because, you know, it seemed like it would be kind of cool. But yeah, again, I can see why people are getting burnt out on these fucking YouTube, you know, Instagram, you know, let's get famous on the fucking internet type movies and shit. Ready or Not 2, I already
What the
talked
kids
about.
like?
Mother of Flies, I checked out. I wasn't going to check this out, but then I saw Dave Z's review and he gave it like a 7. I'm like, okay, well, that looks kind of cool.
That's the Addams Family movie?
Yeah, it is the Addams Family movie. I thought it was fucking terrible.
I knew you were gonna
Honestly,
say
bro,
that.
I haven't liked any of their movies more than like a 6.5.
Dude, this movie, fuck it. Like, again, it's got one of those setups, you know, it's like this girl's fighting this, she's like in stage 4 or fuck whatever she has. She's dying. She's basically dying. And she gets word that there's like a witch out in the woods that can like cure her and blah, blah, blah. So her and her dad go out
That
there.
actually sounds good.
Yeah. So she goes out there with her dad because it's her last hope. It's her fucking last hope. And it doesn't really matter if it work, like if it doesn't work because she's going to die anyways. Right. So they go out there for this shit, but then, you know, kind of turns a different way and shit like that. I really did not like the way this movie kind of like, I just don't like the way the plot progressed itself. And I really don't like the girl that plays the witch in it. There's something about the way she acts. I don't know what the fuck her name is, man, but drives me nuts. Don't like the characters. I did not like the way it was edited at all. The editing of the movie was driving me fucking bananas through the whole thing. And I really didn't like really care where it went. And I kind of figured that there was something plain, you know, obviously there's something kind of in between everything, right? And it was kind of lame. I don't know. It just didn't work for me. I was really shocked at that Dave gave it like a 7 out of 10 because I was like, wow, doesn't seem like a movie that you'd be loving that much. But yeah, man, these guys seem to kind of miss for me a lot. So they did what, Hellbender?
Deeper You Dig.
Yeah.
And then there was like another one.
Oh, Where the Devil Roams, which I couldn't stand. Yeah. Hellhole I didn't like. So,
yeah, it's like they're just like mid, like team mid.
Yeah. They I think all their movies have generally good ideas. I just don't like the way they're executed at all. I think they pick poor actors. I think the editing, I think a lot of the editing is one of my problems too. It's just
sounds like they're not great directors.
Well, they just they forebode everything to the point, and it's like everything that's kind of coming and that happens is kind of obvious. You know what I mean? It's like you just see it coming a mile. Like it's just one of those type of things.
Is the writing good? Because like you say, they sound like interesting, but something like that just seems like, oh, so you guys can't write anything.
No, like honestly, the screenplay is horrible. Like the dialogue and like the back and forth with the father and daughter is really annoying because the father's kind of a piece of shit because he's like, why are we here? I don't believe in this shit. And she's like, well, why shouldn't we be here? Because I'm dying. Like, why not just try this? And he's like, okay, well, whatever, I'm here for you. But it's like shit like that. It's just fucking, it's old, it's tired, it's boring.
Copy and paste dialogue.
It is, man. It's just not interesting at all. And, you know, if you don't sell it with a good witch, I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Right.
So, and then finally I watched The Cure, and I only checked this out because I was bored one night and I really didn't feel like getting off the couch and putting something in. I was like, okay, this is from 26, and this was fucking, you want to talk about generic fucking narratives, man. Oh my God. So there's this girl that gets adopted, and she's like been sick ever since basically her parents adopted her and stuff like that. And you know that there's something going on here, and it's exactly what you think it is. It's exactly what you think it is. It's so fucking generic. You know, the parents are using her for something, and I'm like, I like, it's just, they don't even really try to hide it, man. It's like, I kept thinking to myself while I was watching this film, like, are they trying to hide the fact that the parents are doing some bad shit to their kid? Like,
no, whoever gave them money for this, they just pitched them the idea, like, I'm going to make a movie like this movie. See, people like this movie, and they're like, yeah, sure, you do that, cool.
Well, it's like they say, like there's a part in the film where she's like flipping through this book or whatever, and she sees a picture of herself, and she's like, I think that was the last day I actually felt good in my life, and it was like the day that she got adopted. Shit, I'm like, oh, this is so fucking stupid. But I mean, there's definitely a decent idea of where it goes, but it's just so obvious where it goes, and they don't really, it just doesn't work. So,
dude, we scored 5 goals in the second. Jesus Christ.
But all in all, man, I've watched 21 films from 2026, and I feel like this year is like, it's very hit and miss, bro.
You watched all the slop, that's why.
Well, I've been watching everything that I've been seeing people give good ratings to and shit. You know, I've liked a few films this year. Like, I like Primate, like 28 Boners. Send Help was okay. I mean, I liked it. I mean, it's not like my favorite thing in the world. I like my Night Patrol. Some people don't. You know, it's just one of those things, man. I mean, it's hit and miss. It's gonna be like that, but we're only 3 months in, so who knows? So I'm not watching like complete out of left field shit that I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna give this one a chance, kind of thing. But
a slop.
But whatever. I mean, some people.
Yeah, I'm at about like 15 or so for the year. I think mostly all theatrical.
5, I think 5 or 6.
But I have watched a lot of theatricals. Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I was hoping to do better with theatricals this year. I'm just doing worse, honestly.
I mean, I've seen 6 in the.
I'm definitely doing
a couple
better
others.
sure.
A couple others were theatricals, but I didn't see. But
I did watch half of In Search of Darkness 1995 to 1999.
Yeah.
And I kind of love it. I think the 90s ones that they've done are better than the 80s ones they've done.
Well, the 80s ones, it's just regurgitated information that we
right.
Like there's nothing. I didn't like in that like 12-hour documentary, I learned nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
It's funner to hear people talk about the 90s ones that are like often less talked about.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're like just hearing them talk about like Tales from the Hood and stuff is just Demon Knight and stuff is like so fun. I absolutely love even the 80s ones. Like, yeah, like I'm not like you. I didn't really learn much from them. They are like the perfect background thing to watch. Like I hope you can make like a million of those. We should make our own. Because we could talk about a lot more hidden movies than they do. But in general, I love just the background noise of hearing them talk about these movies and stuff. And it reminds me, the reason I love them so much too is it reminds me of that Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments, which again is like one of the things that got me like in like more into horror. That was like in like 2004.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like I remember seeing that era too, and it just showed me, it gave me like a sampling of all these movies I never heard of.
Yeah, like there was a lot that I had heard of, but there's stuff on there that like that's the first time I seen anything about the Wicker Man or Suspiria.
Yeah. Suspiria was one. It had that. It was crazy.
Zombie.
It just showed the skull was like Suspiria. It had like the skeleton swinging around. I remember watching that when I was 13. Like, this is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, dude.
Evil Dead was another one that I hadn't seen, and I remember thinking that looked so fucking scary.
I love I love those Video Nasties documentaries that Severin put out.
Too.
Those are so awesome because like you knew the
one.
films, but like hearing the stories from like, you know, all the fucking like Stephen Thrower and, you know, all the guys doing the commentaries and shit, like it was just absolutely mind blowing to hear that shit. And that's like what, 8, 9, 12 hours a piece kind of thing. That's amazing. Some type of shit's amazing.
So outside of that, I wanted to play a game with you guys real quick. It's very simple, but I've been seeing like I did a lot of over the past like couple weeks not watching movies and just like being distracted and stuff. I was like doom scrolling a lot, you know what I mean? Like just couldn't sleep and just like scrolling through videos on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. And I kept seeing these videos that were like rank these 5 things without knowing what comes next. And I just like,
I've seen those.
I just do one of these on the podcast. So I made one catered to both of you.
Okay.
So Moodz will go first, and I'm gonna list you 5 things one at a time, and you're gonna put it between rank 1 and 5 without knowing the next thing, and see what you end up with.
Okay. Okay.
And yours is Giallo edition.
Okay.
All right. So the first title that I have here is The House with Laughing Windows.
Oh shit. Wow, because that just got a nice little fat edition.
So 1 through 5, you have to rank it.
3.
Yep, that's where I put it too.
All right. The next one is sorry, I had my tabs down. The forbidden photos of forbidden photos of a lady above suspicion.
Wow, that's random.
They're pretty random.
All right, so I'm gonna go with number 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The next one is Don't Torture a Duckling.
Ah, fuck. Number 2.
So you got 2, 3,
and
5. Okay. The next one is What Have You Done to Solange?
Fuck. So now I'm like, sorry, I put that shit. Number 4.
So, all right. And your final one is Deep Red.
Number 1.
You happy with that? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that worked out pretty good.
Was that how you would have ranked them?
No. So I would have went Deep Red, Duckling, number 2.
So those 2 are right.
So number 3 would have been
Solange.
Would have been Solange, and then
Laughing Windows.
and then Laughing, and then
pretty
Photos.
good job though, considering you got pretty close to that.
Yeah.
All right,
just
and
one.
Tyler's is directors.
Oh, okay. All right.
John Carpenter.
This is just horrors, all directors.
This is mainly you're looking at their horror stuff for the primarily.
Okay, if we're looking at the horror stuff. Man, this is tough, actually.
Because you don't know who's behind him.
Exactly. I don't know who's behind him. And it's like there's very few people above Carpenter, but I feel like you have them here. All right, we're going to say 2.
Okay, 2 for Carpenter. Playing it safe like there's going to be somebody better than Carpenter. All right. Next up is Wes Craven.
4.
All right. After that is Lucio Fulci.
Fuck.
That's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
3.
All right, so you got Carpenter at 2.
Yep.
Fulci at 3. Craven at 4.
Yep.
Okay. Ingmar Bergman is next.
I mean, he doesn't solo all these guys with Hour of the Wolf is the problem. If we were putting directors,
yeah, but he's done other stuff that's there.
it's like it's Hour of the Wolf.
Virgin Spring.
There's Virgin of Spring. That's like iffy. That's kind of it. It was like the rest is some psychological stuff. Like you got like Persona. I have to be fair. I have to put like Bergman 5. If I'm counting like Persona and like Seven Seal.
Seven Seal, I was gonna say.
Then maybe, but I don't know. I think Seven Seal stretching. If people just go, "There's the devil horror," because they want Ingmar Bergman to make more horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
So you saved your one spot.
Yeah. I swear to God, it was Rob Zombie.
So you saved your one spot
For Cronenberg.
for Beelzebub.
Oh no, you go. So you did the reverse of me.
No, I'm kidding. It's David Cronenberg.
Yeah, so Cronenberg was the one. That's what, like, I mean, I can live with Carpenter above Fulci. That's one of the closer ones. But I thought you were going to have Argento in here too. And that's where I was like, fuck. That's because I would probably put him and Cronenberg over our Carpenter, and that's it. But I felt
So you
like
went Cronenberg, Carpenter,
Fulci,
Craven,
Bergman.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of worked out for you a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like more Carpenter movies than I like Bergman movies, I guess, if I think about it. But I probably have more favorite... I mean, not Bergman, Fulci. But I probably have more favorite Fulci movies.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys both actually did really well on that.
Yeah. I would have messed it up on Moodz.
Fuck up.
I would have messed it up on Moodz because I would have just locked in Duckling on one because I just felt like there wasn't something better coming, but Deep Red was better.
Yeah, and just so you know, if I do this again, I'm not gonna save I'm gonna randomize them.
Yeah, I've seen people do this online. They either save the bomb for last, or they have just an absolute shit bomb for last to get you if you were trying to game
for number
your number one. Yeah.
That's
why I
thought it was.
It would be pretty funny if you did it with Moodz, where you like set up Deep Red as the last, and you like did something like Rob Zombie for me.
Right. Yeah, I thought about it, but I just wanted the first one to be like kind of chill. But yeah, I might do a few more of those down like here and there because I was watching them and it's like rank these foods without knowing what comes next, and I'm just like, this is kind of like strategically fun. And then I was like, what if you did with horror movie stuff? So
did you just come up with that yourself?
No, I stole it from TikTok videos.
No, the titles that you did for us.
Oh yeah, I just
I
pulled random titles that I just thought of.
Wow.
That's how you get Lady Above Suspicion.
That's why I said that. I was like, wow, that's really random.
Because you don't want it to be all bangers, like just the best 5 giallos of all time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I threw House of Laughing Women, which is a great one. But I put 2 like very good ones with Duckling and Deep Red, and then some like B tier ones, and maybe a lesser one. But yeah, you could do it with all kind of shit, So maybe I'll do another one of these down the road. It was pretty fun, little side thing.
Yeah, man, absolutely. That's actually kind of cool. I've never seen that online before, so that was kind of fun to do.
Yeah, I kept seeing them, and I was just like, dude, I was like, I'm gonna do a horror one of these.
I'm not on TikTok or anything, but
me neither. It wasn't
a lot
TikTok.
of the time. Friday night It's like we'll just like hang out in my living room and drink, and we'll go on YouTube Shorts and just scroll through them. And a lot of these show up on YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, that's where I was seeing them. It's just like stuff like that is like really viral.
Yeah, I've never apparently I don't. Yeah, that's funny because I've never seen anything like that.
Don't start. It's a waste of time. Those fucking shorts, dude.
Yeah, I never watch shorts, so I like long videos.
Yeah, that's the only time I do this. I'll like watch one that shows up recommended for me, but I won't like go to Shorts ever on my phone and watch Shorts.
I have a problem where with the ADHD and stuff like that, if I'm like just sitting in a car or something, like waiting on someone to come out of the store, like I get so antsy, and those fucking videos will, like those little short videos, I'll just scroll because you don't know what's next. So you just keep going. And then if you stay and watch one, then it starts recommending stuff that's like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I will catch myself spend an hour and a half just doing that dumb shit. And it pisses me off every time.
Bro,
because I'll be like, dude, why the fuck did I just sit there for an hour and a half and do that?
Oh, that's so funny, man.
Yeah, that kind of thing. It can be crazy.
I literally
never go
was
down
trying
rabbit
to
holes
like
like that,
remove them from my, like, I don't want them on my YouTube app because it pisses me off.
Yeah.
I can't stop. It's fucking annoying, man.
Yeah, for sure.
That's how I know, like, that's how like I know me and Dave Parker are similar too, because he gets so mad when he wastes his time with stuff, and like I have a lot more time to waste, but I even get mad, and I can only imagine if I had less time like he does, then I would be even fucking more annoyed when I waste my time with things.
Man, so I got to tell you guys this story, man. Like, I was contemplating on telling you this because it's fucking uber embarrassing, but you know, it makes for pretty good content, and I'm pretty cool like that, man. Like, I don't really care if people are going to judge or laugh. I mean, hopefully people laugh at this because it actually is kind of funny. It wasn't funny to my wife.
Did you shit yourself? I feel like it's a shit yourself story.
No. So my wife's birthday was on Friday. It actually was on Friday. And so we had a barbecue. We had a bunch of people over, you know, fucking barbecuing, drinking beers and shit like that. And it was just normal night. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people left around, I don't know, probably 11:30, what it was. And me and Buddy from work, we were up 1 o'clock, still drinking fucking beers. We're hitting the rum and shit like that. And I want to give you a little bit of context here, though. So in my house, I have pretty much all hardwood floors in my house. And a lot of the times when I'm in my house, I don't wear socks because my hardwood floors are super slick, right? And I have this fucking problem, and I've had this problem for years, where when I'm walking on the stairs in socks, I slip and I fall down the stairs. I do this all the fucking time. You guys can ask my wife. It happens all the fucking time. So that's the context. I don't know what the hell it is with me, but I do this all the fucking time. So rewind Friday night here. It's about 1 a.m. and my buddy I'm drinking with, Andre, he goes to the bathroom, and I'm like, well, fuck, I'm going to go downstairs and grab another beer because we were drinking rum, and the beer I had was full. I hadn't even cracked it yet. And I'm like, well, fuck, it's all warm. I need to go downstairs to my beer fridge, grab another beer. So I got up, went to go downstairs, and I fucking slipped on the top stair, and I tried to catch myself. And so I had my beer in my left hand. In my right hand, I went to go grab the rail, which it's not really, it's just a wood rail. So there's nothing really to grab onto. So my hand slipped. I fucking did a header right to the bottom of the stairs. I hit the fucking door, knocked myself unconscious.
Wait, shit. Seriously? Actually knocked yourself out?
Dude, so I've never been knocked out my entire life. This is so crazy. So I guess he's in the bathroom, and Erin is sitting there, you know, in her seat, and she's waiting for me to like start laughing. She hears this huge fucking bang, and all of a sudden she doesn't hear anything else, and she comes around the corner, and I'm like laying there. She's like, dude, you were dead. Like, you were literally not moving. Your fucking bottom foot was your foot was on the bottom stair. You're fucking on the ground, not moving. She said to me I was out for about 5 minutes. And I'm like, there's no way I was out 5 minutes. It was probably like 2 minutes, whatever. Like when normal people, when they get knocked out, they usually come to within like a minute or two. And it probably felt like that because she was like, you were not moving. And so Andre comes down, he like checks my pulse and shit. And he's like, no, he's fine. He's fine. And then I finally just came to, and she's like, I didn't know what to do. I like grabbed you and like started shaking you. And like, you started shaking me. You fucking idiot. What happens if I had a broken fucking neck or something? But she's like, yeah, it really wasn't the smartest idea in the world. But yeah, you came to and I was fine.
I cannot believe you knocked yourself out.
Dude,
That's crazy.
it was so crazy. Like, it was so fucked up because I remember slipping and I couldn't grab the other rail because I had a beer in my hand, and I went to go grab this one and my momentum was already going forward and it just shot me forward. And like, I literally couldn't brace myself, and I fucking I remember hitting the door. And so I hit it with my shoulder, and the side of my fucking head, like I couldn't even chew. I still can't even chew for like 2 days, man. It's crazy. And I must have just hit that because I tried to break my fall, and my head obviously hit the fucking door. Out. Fucking
Jesus.
out. And I'm fucking like 22 beers. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. And she's like, should we like go? I'm like, I remember coming to and be like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Like I was fine. But she didn't sleep all night because, you know, you shouldn't let people go to sleep after they get knocked out with head injuries and stuff like that for like concussion protocol. People die in their sleep and shit. So she didn't sleep all night. She like sat there and watched me sleep all fucking night. But it was crazy, man. It was fucking absolutely fucking insanity, bro. Insanity.
Yeah, that's
man.
pretty crazy. I've been knocked out
Total fluke. Crazy.
I've been knocked out once on an ATV. Me and my cousin both got knocked out when we wrecked, and had helmets on.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, just smoke your head, man. That's all it takes, kind of thing.
And then I have been choked out a couple times. Wow. One of which I think I got choked out and then subsequently knocked out because we were wrestling in the basement of one of my friend's houses when we were, you know, teenagers or whatever. And there was an older dude named Nick Eady, and he was like bigger than me and shit. And he got me in like a guillotine, and he like choked me out. I went unconscious, and it was quick. Like he like got me when I was like already out of breath or something. And he didn't like even choke me that long. I like gave one tap and was out. And when he let me go, my whole body like flipped up and just like fucking fell back onto the concrete. And it had a carpet on it, luckily, which helped a little bit, but it was like on the concrete. And like I had like a headache from fucking hell from that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, I still have like a little bit of a headache. Like, it's not too bad. Like, I definitely hit like my cheekbone to like where my temple is, kind of thing. And so I think when you get knocked out and when you get like rock like that, I must have clenched my jaw because my fucking jaw, my teeth hurt so bad. Like, I'm so surprised nothing came from it. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't have a concussion because I'm pretty fine. Like, I mean,
if you get knocked out, you probably have a concussion.
Yeah, but like, you should generally have some type of like effects. Like, there should be
Not
something.
Always.
Yeah, maybe.
Like
whatever.
when I got knocked out on the quad, like I had and I've been diagnosed with a concussion without being knocked out too. And I mean, I was pretty good the next day. Like, I was pretty fine. It just depends, kind of.
Yeah, surprisingly, like, I mean, I had a ton of beers and shit, but I was fine the next day. I was just sore. The big problem for me is like I fucked up my knee. Like, my knee hit the bottom landing, which is like tile and shit. So that fucked my knee up. And of course, with my job, I need my legs, man. So luckily it was my right knee because I've been jumping out of vehicle. So, yeah, pretty crazy shit, dude. Like, it's so fucking weird too, because just a couple weeks ago I was talking about how I'd never been knocked out in my life. Knock on fucking wood, right? Holy shit. Dude, this is the exact reason why I walk around in my house in bare feet, because I'm always slipping on shit, dude. It's so bad. I know, having the beers, everyone's gonna laugh at me like, oh, you were too drunk. I was like, dude, I do this shit a million fucking times. I slip when I'm bone sober all the time. I do it all the fucking time on stairs. I'm terrible. So, note to self, don't wear socks if you're going to be drinking like that, especially when you break out the bamboo rum. But, fucking crazy. First time Buddy had ever been over to my house, and he's like, damn, man, you throw a fucking hell of a party. I'm like, yep, I do. I really know how to keep the guests entertained, don't I?
I'm a real knockout.
Yeah, I'm a real fucking knockout, man. Holy fuck. That's kind of crazy. But anyways, Yeah, thought I'd share that story because why not? It's entertaining. I'm sure people laugh. People might not even be listening now. It's probably towards the end of the intro, anyways. So, whatever. But yeah. I mean, there's probably, I have not been paying attention to like what's been popping in the news and shit. I know Day of the Dead finally is up for pre-order from Scream Factory, the 4K. I know people have been looking forward to that. That just kind of happened today. I realized that Tyler doesn't like Back to the Future. That's pretty fucked up.
Oh my God, this is good.
You mean to tell me that you when you do your letterbox, you hit likes on all your shit, like when you like, when you don't like, and stuff like that. And this one just does. I was like, really? Not even.
I probably I like the like actually kind of means like half a star.
What do you mean the like means half a star? What does that mean?
So like if I give something a 4 and a heart, it's like a 4.5. I mean, it's like an 8.5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not. It's not an exact science, but like that's usually what it is.
Because I mean, I've given films like 2 stars and put a like because I liked it. It was a total shit film.
Well, I'll also do that too. Like I'll be like, this movie sucks, but like I liked it.
Oh.
I'll do that sometimes. I don't know, but usually that's kind of like what it means. But it's just like, yeah, it's like this is. I'm not gonna pretend this movie's not great. I just don't love it because I saw it for the first time when I was drinking age.
So you really don't like Back to the Future?
No, I like it. I saw it, like I just not like a movie that's ever been my favorite, or like a movie I really have like a desire to watch.
Oh my God, dude! Yeah, it's like
the reason I watched that, that was actually the movie for a discussion group, and I was the middle guy. Like there's people that saw it as a kid that were just like, 10 out of 10. And then there was people like me who didn't see it till way later in life. And most of those people were like 7 out of 10, but I have more respect for it than that.
Yeah. I mean, I get the whole nostalgia thing. I get it. You know, I mean, I've had friends that saw
this motherfucker's retarded.
I had a friend that saw the Goonies. Like, I think he was in his 20s or something.
Back to the Future is almost a perfect movie.
Well, it is. I've literally looked for my entire life trying to find something wrong within the narrative. And like, because when time travel movies, there's always something that you can catch that's wrong, right? There's always some type of continuity issue with fucking time travel movies. It always happens, but they managed to do it pretty damn good in 3 films. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
It's like
the writing's really solid.
Knocking points off doesn't necessarily like there's anything wrong with it. Like if I'm giving something like an 8, like writing wise,
but then what would be the points be knocked off? I just don't like it.
I just don't like it that much. Like it's like enough to give it that many stars or higher.
It's like I mean, my all-time favorite
best adventure movies ever made.
Yeah, I mean,
I just kind of admit, like,
if we're talking best, but like my favorite, so like, I mean, it's something I could watch all the time because I always have. I've seen Back to the Future so many fucking times in my life.
A lot of the adventure movies that are like were real big for 90s kids and probably 80s kids because that's kind of how things went. Like, were just movies I didn't see as a kid. I kind of, for whatever reason, I didn't see a lot of like the more kid-friendly adventure movies. The closest I got to those were like the Indiana Jones movies, and those are definitely a shade darker.
Yeah, I grew up with those films too. I mean, like me being so much older than you guys, I was kind of lucky to see those films when they were, you know, most likely coming out and shit like that too. But I get it. Nostalgic plays a part, but you know, there was a time when I went, you know, many, many years without even watching Back to the Future, and I rewatched it. Same with the Goonies, you know, Indiana Jones, you mentioned, you know, fucking Jewel and that. Like, there's so many movies that I watched when I was growing up, and I saw them when I was later, and I was like, these are fucking amazing. Just, you know, people call it nostalgia, but I also call it, I really like these fucking movies. I still do. I remember making a video years ago and talking about my favorite films, like of any genre. I remember saying, you know, the Goonies was like my favorite film. People are like, oh, you're like in your 30s. How could the Goonies be your favorite movie? I'm like, the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, it doesn't even mean anything.
What does that even mean?
The Goonies is my favorite movie, and I would have been at the time you did that in my 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
But Back to the Future is in my top 5 favorite non-horror movies. I would say.
it's up there for me too.
I think that Back to the Future is absolutely amazing. Like, I think that, like, dude, fucking the characters are so awesome.
The
Like,
soundtrack
Doc
is
Brown
so
is
amazing.
The soundtrack's amazing. The DeLorean's like one of the coolest fucking things ever. There's just
I like that
so
there was some
much-
like kind of off-color jokes that you wouldn't see in a movie today that made me laugh. That kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it was the 80s, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they
It's just
definitely
and it
different
was
time.
technically the 50s as well.
yeah, made in the 80s, yeah, in the 50s, which actually makes a little bit
Mayor
more sense.
Goldie Wilson.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, that'll be the day of colored mayor.
Yep.
He's like, I will be mayor one day. And I'm going to turn this
Mayor,
town
that's
around.
a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, it's good shit, man.
Hey, better get used to these bars, kid.
Yeah, that was a good one. That part, like Uncle
And then
Vinny or Uncle Joey or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uncle Joey.
Yeah.
Didn't make parole again. And then everybody keeps calling him Calvin. Calvin Klein.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of funny when you think about like that, watching that as a kid and you understand that like Marty's mom is like hitting on him. You're like, this is fucking weird, bro.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah,
like,
she's totally trying to. She's DPS.
she's trying to fucking get with him. She's hitting on him and shit. It's like, it's so weird. Like you would never probably see that in a film of that stature today. They would never throw that part into the narrative ever. It just would stay away from shit like that. But
yeah.
got to explain that a little too much to people. It's like, oh man, no, don't want to have that conversation. But yeah, no, I'm just breaking your balls, bro. Even if you hated Back to the Future, I wouldn't care because I don't give a fuck.
Well, good, because
I don't care. I just don't care. It doesn't affect my love for it. So, like I said, it doesn't affect me. I don't care. But yeah, no, I was starting to think, with us going over a couple weeks without doing a show. I mean, we've been on such a roll the last like 6 months or whatever. I was starting to think that JP hated podcasting. It's like, no, I'm fucking done. We've done.
No, I like
shows.
podcasting. I just like can't.
You just
like,
don't
one,
like life.
Yeah, a little bit. But two, it's like if my mind is like totally distracted and I'm like dealing with like a million things, like I can't even pay attention to the movies to watch them for the show. Like that's the main thing. Which I still struggled this week in general. But I just don't feel like in it, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm just like my head's not there. I'm just thinking about other things.
Well, I mean, life comes first, right?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, like I'm probably somebody who will podcast until you guys quit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not really it's not really in my
in your DNA, you
in
don't
my
like
thoughts to even be considering being done. You know what I mean? Like it's not even something I consider or think about.
that? Yeah.
I don't either. I enjoy doing it. I really do. That's why I got.
My thing is, if I didn't do it, I'd be like, what the hell am I going to do with all my fucking, like, I need a hobby. Like, this is my hobby, you know?
Well, that's why, like, when we pregame, I'm like, okay, what's going on with these shows? We need to figure these titles out and shit. Cause I'm super OCD about like the spreadsheets and shit. Like if they're not filled in correctly, it bugs me. Like that's the way my mentality works. I'm like, I need to know what's going on for the next like 4 or 5, 6 weeks, kind of thing. I'm not even a big planner. I just like to have that structure, that schedule. I'm like, okay, that's what we're doing. We're good. So.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
No.
Fuck you guys then. I hate them when people comment on that shit too. Like they'll say something, everyone's like,
Wait.
is no one listening?
What's that telling you? Maybe say something better.
Wow, that was aggressive.
What do you mean say something aggressive, man? You guys are the one not fucking
I'm not
helping out
saying-
the
I
fucking
didn't
show. It's
say
always me
anything,
doing the
but-
OCD shit. I feel like I'm the one who's always fucking bitching and shit.
No, as for picking the shows and stuff like that, I don't know. I just take it. I don't need them like If we're doing something that's like really hard to find or something, I need to
No,
order
we're talking
something.
about your ADHD, and I'm talking about my OCD. It's the same fucking difference, bro. Yeah, it is. It is.
One's annoying and one's not.
Oh my god, dude, don't even.
What?
ADHD people, come on, man, take a fucking pill. Seriously.
Yeah.
I didn't even say which one's annoying and which one's not. You just assumed that I was talking about yours.
Hey, man, having structure is good. Having structure is good.
Speaking of structure, what do we have next?
Next show?
No, next segment.
Oh, are we done?
Next on the agenda.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I was going to ask if you had anything else because, it has been 2 weeks and I feel like we didn't really talk about anything for like the last hour and a half. So,
not really. Damn, 7-3.
All right.
Nope.
All right.
Boston out chat last night too by beating Columbus.
Yes, I watched the end of that game actually.
Yeah, Rickard Raquel just scored.
All right, well, that's going to conclude the intro, and we're going to get into some box office brawl.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so let's get into the box office brawl. JP, you got them digits?
Yeah, not too much here. We did miss the reporting on the week of Undertone. That one ended up at 9.3 million. I had a 7.9 million guess, Tyler 8 million, and Moodz 9.1 million. So Moodz actually got the point there, which brought his total up to 4 points. And then last week we had Ready or Not, or maybe even the week before, because I don't think we did this past week anything for that.
Nothing came out though, right?
Yeah, I think there was stuff that came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Alpha.
They will kill you.
Other things.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Kind of slipped our minds on that one since we didn't record. So Ready or Not, Moodz went in with 9.5, Tyler with 20, and me with 20.1. So Moodz won that one again.
No,
So
and
Moodz,
what did I guess?
9.5.
And it was 9.1.
Yeah, but you had a better guess the week before, so.
But I mean, that's crazy. I was off by 200 and then 400 on that one. Like the fact that I was off by 4 and you guys were over by like 10 and 20 million is crazy.
Yeah, I completely misread that one. I thought it was going to do real. I thought it was going to.
I kept seeing. Well, what threw me off is like that compared to like everything but Scream. I saw way more advertisement for that.
Me too.
And there was somebody like,
and I just felt like it was a popular title. Like it hit like the Netflix.
I just used the whole idea of, the original one came out in 2000.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We just saw it was Scream.
It's too far removed. I think
we just saw it was Scream that did it even better, and it was 2 years removed.
This one's like 7 though.
7 years? It's been 7 years.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the thing. This one's 7. Like, this is, if you would have cast this in the next year or two, maybe.
Yeah.
I thought adding Catherine Newton though was gonna have a little bit of boost.
Honestly, I didn't even know who she was. Really?
Well, she's kind of popular.
Yeah,
people like her.
That's probably why I don't really know her. But no, I just felt like it was a sequel that was kind of far removed from the other one, and people are like, "Well, they see it was a sequel. Am I going to go see it? Maybe you haven't seen the original one." And I don't know. I just felt like it was too far from the original one to do really, really big numbers. I felt like the way or what it did was obviously was exactly what I predicted, but I don't know.
The reason I guess that is I was kind of expecting it to do as well as Send Help what did. That's where I got my prediction from.
Really though, because Send Help was like done by a very notable director,
but nobody gives a fuck about that.
I know, but I still think it has enough fan base. He has enough fan base that it's still going to do over something like $9 million.
I think all the horror people were going to go see, like the people that are enough horror fans that were going to go see a movie because it's Sam Raimi. I think we're just going to go see any popular horror movie anyway. And I would say in like 2026, the Samara Weaving Catherine Newton duo probably has more appeal to the fan base you'd be looking for, like that young adult crowd than Rachel McAdams would.
I mean, I don't even fucking know.
But obviously, I was wrong. That's from my
I only
logic
know
came
that
from.
I only know the girl, the lead from Ready or Not from that film. I swear, and I don't even know who the other chick is.
That's the girl from Lisa Frankenstein.
I never watched it.
She was in another one. Why am I blinking on the other movie she was
Like
in?
the sister?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I didn't watch Lisa Frankenstein.
What's the other?
Actually, I just read a thing the other day that the director actually wrote that movie to be a rated R film.
Yeah. I read that too. Actually.
I don't even feel like it was necessary.
She was also in that Abigail movie. And there's another one.
But I mean, it wasn't her vision, right? She wanted to be rated R, so.
Nah, I don't know. It didn't even really seem like the type that it would matter.
Yeah, I bet you it's better rated R.
Maybe.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's just more graphic stuff she wanted to put into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That she just kind of couldn't. I mean, someone gets their wiener cut off, and there's like sex. It's like.
But what else is she from? The sister?
I guess she's from last year. She was in the movie Abigail. She was in Lisa Frankenstein. She was in Freaky.
Oh, Abigail. Yeah. Okay, that's right. I do recognize her. I just didn't know who the fuck she was.
And she's been in some other movies that aren't necessarily horror movies, but like were a little bit popular, like Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, no.
I went to
Shit,
theater
bro.
and saw that.
Come on.
It's got the kid from I Saw the TV Glowing, and I was like, I know that kid. And one day he goes, that's the kid from.
You're like, oh, she's from hot movies like Detective Pikachu. I'm like, bro,
She was in Freaky. I think I just said that. She's in Paranormal Activity 4.
Detective Pikachu was good.
Oh, she plays the sister in that movie too, right?
Yeah. She was in this movie Blockers that was kind of actually like an R-rated sex comedy from the 2018 that was pretty good. John Cena's in it.
I thought I'd recognize her, but I just didn't know who she was. I was like, okay, I can't.
Honestly, I thought there was another big movie she was in. She was in Lady Bird, but I think that she was probably had some small parts. I don't remember her in that. Same thing with Three Billboards. She was probably the daughter in that. But yeah, so she's actually been in some notable movies. But yeah, between Lisa and Abigail, I thought she had some visibility in horror and Freaky. Those are all pretty recent.
And Paranormal 4 is actually pretty good. It's a good one.
Yeah.
So Moodz ended up getting another point there. He actually catches up with Tyler 5 apiece now. I'm at 3, so I'm doing the worst. We don't have anything this week, and it's not looking like we're gonna have anything the week after either, unless Faces of Death gets wide.
What the fuck? There's nothing?
Well, Super Mario Galaxy movie's coming out this week, so I imagine everybody's avoiding that shit.
I love the first one.
She was in a Cynthia Rothrock movie.
I might actually go see the sequel in the theater, man, because I love the first one. I thought it was great.
I saw the first one in the theater.
Yeah, I wish I had have actually, because I ended up checking it out after and bought the Blu-ray. I loved it so much. It's great.
Yeah. But yeah, Face of Death is like the next one on April 10th, which is my birthday. But yeah, so as of now, nothing. So we had a lot of weeks there where it was like every week there was something, but multiple things sometimes. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But as of right now, you two are tied. I'm in third, 2 points behind.
Wow. Well,
and Dave Z actually mentioned about like, why don't we like send our picks to other people and stuff like that. Dave Z,
I thought that we had done that.
You're not fucking smart. We used to do that.
Yeah, I forgot that we did, and I was like, wait a minute, we did that.
Yeah,
right.
I've already knew we were going to go down this same path again. I just wanted to see, how it went. But yeah, I mean, it's always like, do you want to play the game where you're like, it becomes a game of like Price is Right, where you're trying to like undercut people and it makes it kind of entertaining, or do you want it to be like truly just your guess and no strategy outside of that? You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, I think it's not something I never thought about, at least. Yeah. I'm well aware that that's an option.
I mean, I think going into it, you generally have an idea of where you're going to be. And if someone goes before you're like, okay, you just have to kind of adjust, but,
maybe we'll do that next season. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's other options as well that I've thought of that I haven't shared.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is it for Box Office Brawl.
All right. So yeah, Box Office Brawl.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
They will say that I have shed innocent blood. What's blood for, if not for shedding?
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Have you checked the children?
What do we do?
Why don't we just wait here for a little while? See what happens.
All right, so let's get into some dubs. What we watched. JP, did you watch anything in the last 2 weeks?
Not a whole lot, honestly, but I'll go since mine will be short. And I swear to God, if you guys take 2 fucking hours for this, I'll
No. I'm not even gonna talk. I got too many.
I have like a regular size week because I had a really good week one, then I crapped out the last 2 weeks. So like I just have a regular length one that I normally would have.
All right. Mine is mostly all just like Vinegar Syndrome stuff that I watch. I don't think I watched anything outside of that. I mean, I watched other things, but they were just streaming. They weren't on disc. But yeah, do you remember, I don't remember if I talked about Body of Evidence last time and Boxcar Bertha or not. I may have.
No, you talked
I
about
don't
those on
think so.
Simbin, and that was the first time I heard you talk about them.
Okay. Body of Evidence, Madonna, what's his face? Willem Dafoe. Pretty cool little sexy thriller. I actually really enjoy it. It's like kind of graphic actually. You see Madonna full frontal and Willem Dafoe goes down on her while kneeling on glass and shit. I actually really enjoyed it. I thought the ending was like pretty fucking weak though, honestly. Boxcar Bertha from Martin Scorsese, pretty cool movie. I see a lot of people was not their favorite. It's probably honestly probably one of my least favorite Scorsese's, but I did really enjoy it. I thought it was pretty cool. It's like super 70s and it's set in the 30s. I like stuff like that. Barbara Hershey, David Carradine's in there. I enjoyed it. Gave that one like a 8. Deadwood Park. I didn't get to hear Moodz' review of it on the show. Did you end up liking that movie?
He fucking loved it and sold me on it. I'm gonna buy it.
Are you
next
fucking
sale.
serious?
I love it.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I'm buying it on Wednesday.
And honestly, man,
Orders.
I mean, it was interesting because Tony, he's seen it, and Dan was like, he was on your level.
Dan
He
didn't
said
like
he
it.
didn't hate it, but
Yeah.
like, he wasn't like the hugest fan of it. But
he gave
Like
it. He
straight
gave it
up
the Dan the
5 out of
cameraman
10.
thumbs.
but he understood exactly where I was coming from and what I
Yeah.
was talking about, and like how I explained it and shit like that. And he's like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. So
Yeah. Dan gave it the DTC thumbs down.
Dude, it was so long.
dude, and that's the crazy part. Like, I wish you were I wish you were there for that, because I even said that too, because I wanted to hear your thoughts. The almost 2-hour runtime for that, I felt like was not. I even said that in the review. I said the next thing you're probably expecting me to say is it ran too long, and I'm like, it absolutely didn't.
I feel like a movie like that's super low budget and like a serious concept, if like when the acting is that poor, it comes off like super lame.
I didn't find it that bad acting wise at all.
Dude, it's like everybody's just like local like people, not actors. Just like
It's
fucking-
not actually. I watch all the features and I explain everything away. It's not, bro. It's not.
What do you mean it's not?
It's not, dude. Nobody's local. It's a
Dude,
huge
they all feel local as shit. They
bro.
just
It's
feel
a
like-
huge. It's actually a really big production. They shot in like 5 different states. It's a full
I
production.
know they
man.
shot in my state.
Yeah, they shot in like 5.
like locally in my theme park.
No, they shot. Yeah, actually, they did. Well, they used a couple different theme parks, but
Well, they definitely did in my theme
I think-
park, 'cause
didn't Tony
noticed
say it
the
was
rides
like-
away.
yeah, they shot.
Tony said it was like 90 minutes away from him, right?
Yeah, so they shot a little bit in that one, and then they shot some of the one in I think it was North Carolina. I told a story about
They
the
shot
one.
they shot the stuff where the theme park's like active. That's all Kennywood.
Yeah.
I recognize.
Anyways, but
it
they didn't
right away.
use-
They don't even change the ride names.
There's no local actors or nothing. It's production, man.
So then it's even worse because they just suck. Then
Yeah, I think you need to watch the movie
Bro,
when you're in the
what
right frame of
the,
mind.
fir- the first actor I click on, this is the only movie they've ever been in.
Yeah, that sounds local.
Doesn't mean shit, man.
Come on, bro.
He came from a couple towns over.
The second actor I click on, only movie they've ever been in.
Yeah, something local.
Oh, the third actor I clicked on was in one other movie called Bad Grandmas.
Bro, it's a fucking low budget film, man. Whatever. They're not using local fucking.
Okay, maybe they cross state lines.
Oh, look at that. The fourth actor I clicked on, 3 movies.
Bro, you should watch the movie when you're in the right frame of mind, man, because this is a movie I thought you would have loved and appreciated for, especially watch the special features, man.
The top billed actor was in 4 movies total.
Yeah, you can go fuck yourself, man.
Dude, I'm just saying.
You're just being a dick. You're just being a dick for the sake of being a dick, man, and it's not cool. It's actually not cool.
I'm not being a dick, though. This is my opinion of the movie.
No, you're ripping on low budget shit for the sake
I love
of not even
low budget shit.
No, you don't.
Yeah, come on, dude. I gave Bone Sickness. I fucking praised that movie.
Yeah, well.
I'll rip on low budget shit. I don't give a fuck.
I gave that one like a 5 out of 10. Wasn't really. I thought it was honestly like almost.
I don't understand how you could hate on the ambition in that movie, especially with how authentic, like even like the World War II shit, the narrative itself, like the construction of the movie is fucking fantastic. Like the way I explained it with, you know, how they leave the breadcrumbs throughout the whole film and everything kind of comes to fruition and stuff. I think everything plays out really, really well in that movie because you don't know exactly where this is. You don't know at all what's going on in the film. You have no idea where this thing's going.
It's like if somebody's like, I want to rent the Changeling, Mom, and they're like, no, we have the Changeling at home, and this is the Changeling at home.
The fuck, the Changeling? The fuck are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the Changeling.
I did look at some reviews, and the Changeling is mentioned pretty often.
Because people are fucking retarded then.
Listen.
The Changeling? Are you fucking serious? Are you talking about ghostly kids in the Changeling? Because that has nothing to do with the core narrative of what's going on in this fucking movie, bro. It doesn't.
I'm gonna assume they did.
The Changeling is a ghost story about dead kids. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this fucking story.
A lot of people think that it feels like a ripoff or inspired by the Changeling.
I'm gonna watch it soon, so we'll see.
But
I'm curious to see what Tyler thinks. There are people that like it. There's
actually jogged my memory of this film. I've known about this movie for a while. This movie has actually like a kind of a cool base to it.
The only thing it has in common is dead kids.
Ooh, I like
you could really fucking. You could compare the Changeling to every movie that had dead kids and ghosts in it, man. That's ridiculous to say. It's so dumb. Because this movie does something completely different, but
now
it's not the fucking Changeling.
You're calling half the internet dumb that reviewed it. But yeah, anyway, moving on from Deadwood
I'm
Park.
Calling mostly you fucking. You
I didn't even do anything.
I hate when you watch movies out of frame of mind, man.
What the fuck? I watched this weeks ago.
No, you didn't.
I did. When did I log it? I watched it fucking.
You talked about it last. I think you talked about this last
March 7th. I watched it literally 21 days ago.
Yeah.
I was just scrolling through reviews, and of course, I see this is literally the review. We have the Changeling at home. The Changeling at home.
See?
Yeah, but again, that is completely fucking retarded.
Well, I would say about a third of the reviews on Letterboxd are failed comedians, so he got those.
Dude, because that's the only that is the most moronic shit in the world, man. So every movie that has dead kid ghosts in it is a ripoff of the Changeling. That's so stupid. Come on, man. There's way more to the film than that.
There's a lot of people too that say, "What the fuck?"
There's absolutely way more to the film. That is just one portion of it. It goes into a place where it's completely. I mean, honestly, dude, like, you know me, I'm not a big fan of stories told in flashbacks, but I feel like this film does it so damn well. And it really just, I mean, it doesn't leave anything ambiguous either, and which is so fucking cool because, you know, with a story like this, you're not going to sit there for 2 fucking hours and be like, what the fuck was that? Plays itself out well.
This guy who reviewed it kind of hit what I was saying. the film could have done with some editing and decent backing to provide some actors who could help deliver the clever script better on screen. I think I agree with that mostly. Is like I felt like the acting was so wooden by everybody, and it was just like it felt like friends that and like, hey, do my movie.
Yeah,
and
I disagree. I disagree.
And that works a lot of times.
I
with
think
like
when you're dealing with
silly
a small,
shit.
I think when you're dealing with a fucking small town atmosphere and a small town feel and shit like that, I think these characters completely feel and fill that void of what you're trying to accomplish, man. I mean,
I feel like they all just feel like they're not real people. They just feel like they're
that's cool to
reading a
be an
script.
idiot. That's fun. I'd like to be one sometime too. That's fun. But
After that, Dead of Night, which I told you guys about on Sinbin a little bit. It's that TV series. It was like a shot on video thing. I actually probably enjoyed this more than Deadwood Park, and this is probably a little worse. Because at least this one's
fucking
like
moron. What a moron.
But it's obviously like an entire TV show, so it's like 12 hours or something. I watched, what's that cat movie called? Cat Sick Blues, is that it?
Cat Sick Blues, yeah, that's it.
Cat Sick Blues. That movie was probably the highlight of everything I watched besides Demon Warp. It was pretty interesting. Dead Boys Can't Fly, which was kind of mid. And then Demon Warp, which was really, really, honestly, like, I see why Tony was like wanting to do that one, because it's just a wild movie. These are the type of movies that like got me into Vinegar Syndrome, just like shit that's like bizarre, late 80s craziness, Bigfoots and zombies and aliens and shit like that. Did you like that movie, Tyler?
Yeah, that was pretty iffy.
I figured so.
He didn't.
Like it was.
Well, I could tell you're probably gonna hate fucking Deadwood Park.
It was one of those movies where I enjoy my time with it. I thought it was fine, but it's not something I'll probably ever watch it again.
I'll definitely watch it again. But yeah, that's it for me.
Can't wait to rewatch Deadwood.
Oh,
Park, awesome.
This guy listed off all the things he likes about Demon Warp. Boobies, the woods, a good score, Sasquatches, aliens that look like Sasquatches, caves, D.B. Cooper, practical jokes using Halloween masks, gun safety, awkward sex scenes, ripped off heads, having your lead be a likable character, bear traps, George Kennedy collecting a check, radio show.
I didn't think the guy was that likable.
Dude, this guy goes on for like 30 things. It's hilarious.
The head rip was cool. I did say I liked that scene quite a bit.
But yeah, I'm done.
All right.
That's it.
You gave me more shit for not liking Deadwood Park when you let Tyler slide on Back to the fucking Future.
Yeah, but I don't dislike Back to the Future. I gave it Back to the Future at 8.
I don't dislike.
Yeah, he wasn't being
Deadwood
stupid
Park.
about it. You're just being dumb. That's the difference.
No,
You got to get more. You got to get more shit for that. No, you half-assed watch it again, man, for sure. Your mind was somewhere else. Until.
No, you did.
I half-assed watched it. How the fuck did I? What? Dude, I was so enthralled in that movie, man. I didn't even realize it was fucking 2 hours, man. It's crazy.
At any point, did you realize it was bad?
Why would I realize it was bad when it was good?
Exactly. That's why you half-assed it. You didn't even realize.
Oh my god, this guy's he's trying to bring some jokes, man, but he's just making himself look even more retarded. Yeah, for sure, man. All right, so what did I watch here? So we're gonna start with the first time watches from discs in my collection. I watched Executioners from Shaolin. Pretty dope shit. Fighting Pai Mei in this one here.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, this is a good one, man. Most people probably recognize the character from Kill Bill.
You.
But
yeah, see when I saw Kill Bill like all the time, I didn't see until I saw it in theaters about a couple months ago. I hadn't seen it in like 10 years, and prior to like all my viewings before that, I didn't know who any of these people were. So it just made the movie so much fucking cooler that like Gordon Lewis is not only like crazy 88, but he's also Pai Mei.
Shit, yeah, Pai Mei is fucking dope, man. Cool looking character. The end of this movie is fucking hilarious, dude. Man. It's so funny the way it ends.
I don't remember what happens. I watched that whole
dude on the stairs. That battle.
A lot of them.
Oh my god, it's fucking insane. So basically, what happens is the Shaolin Temple totally gets destroyed by Pai Mei and his fucking and his whole clan and shit like that. Anyways, you basically kind of fast forward to this father. He ends up meeting this woman that is like a master of like tiger crane style and shit like that. And he like goes off and he does all his training and shit. He goes back and fights and he ends up getting killed and shit. But they have a kid. And so the kid like takes, I don't know what it is, like 10, 12 years, whatever, just straight training to go and fight Pai Mei. It's like, it's pretty simple, but it's very entertaining and crazy too. It's pretty fun stuff. Good film though. Really good film. From Shaw Brothers. Oh shit, I just lost my page here. Yeah, so that was Executioners from Shaolin from 1977. Next up is Turtle Vision, which is another one of those Sato films. Basically, this one starts out with a girl that gets raped and shit like that, and she just kind of goes out. Is this one? Yeah, where she ends up going out on a fucking killing spree and shit like that. This one's fucking pretty awesome shit, man. Have you guys watched anything from
what?
From the third one? From the third volume?
No, I don't have the third
volume of what?
Of
Sato. Are you not fucking listening?
I don't have even
I think this is
Sato. I thought you were talking
No, I don't own that one. I don't own that.
No, I haven't even dug into the second volume.
What do you mean you don't have it? Of course you have it.
I don't have. Well, yeah, you should have it.
He just said he doesn't have it. I'm like, what the fuck you mean you don't have it?
No, you're right. It's not a sub. It's a pink line. Remember, it's a sub label.
Oh yeah, right. I was thinking you guys get all the fucking.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get this soon enough because every package, and I made a point this year that I don't want to pay for shipping, so I'm just gonna hit the minimum every package this year.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a pretty interesting film. It's not as simple as that where a girl gets raped and she goes out on a fucking killing spree and stuff. There's a whole other kind of like subplot to it and stuff that kind of comes together and shit. It's pretty wild, man. It's very Sato. It's very voyeuristic and it gets pretty fucking crazy, man. It's really good. Really enjoyed that one. Good film. And then we got Kyrie Ellison. Now, this movie right here is like super fucking bizarre, man. It's like, it's honestly one of those movies that's hard to kind of give a description to it because, again, most of his films are pretty much an hour long, right? And how do I go about this? It's basically it's about like these people that are doing this wiretapping shit. And there's someone that's all comatose. Oh man, I don't even really know how to explain this without giving anything away. I don't want to say anything. But anyways, so there's this thing with like wiretapping, and there's someone that's like all comatose and shit like that. And there's this really weird kind of video angle to it too, where people are getting sent these videos. I think they're like called Corin videos or some shit like that. And it kind of all comes together. It's really fucking trippy. It's a really, really trippy film. But it's a hard one to talk about because you don't want to say too much without giving certain elements away. And you might kind of figure some shit out. But really awesome stuff. Really, really cool stuff. Really interesting idea and angles that he comes from on this one. Now, the wackiest film from this collection is the third film from this one. And I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's like Rafishia or some shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Yeah, this one is really fucking strange because it's not your typical Sato, straight up kind of like voyeuristic drama, thriller, horror type film. This one really kind of focuses on being more of like the comedic elements, and it's like more satire and shit like that. And it kind of plays out like an anthology. The movie starts out with this dude like banging his fucking daughter, and she escapes from him and like kind of floats off into through the ocean and shit. And she gets to the mainland and stuff. And then the other side of the story is, there's this woman that she lives with her husband and her mother-in-law. And like the opening scene when you get introduced to these characters is where they're eating dinner, and the wife is like talking about with the mother-in-law about like sex and shit like that. The husband's eating dinner, and the fucking his mom is basically stroking his dick, and he's like not paying any attention and shit like that. And they're having these like sexual conversations and stuff. And it kind of goes from there, and everything kind of comes together and shit. And it's really fucking wild. It's really weird, wacky, straight up comedy and shit. And like where this one goes, the ending is so fucking funny to this. I literally was laughing so hard. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. But after you watch like 9 or 10 Sato films and you see something like this, it's so out of left field and wacky. And I was looking like in his filmography, and all the films even that he did after this and shit like that are pretty much on the same level of what we've been watching. So this was kind of like a one-off thing from what I gathered, but it's very wacky and hilarious. It's just, I think it's so funny because it's coming from somebody that's doing all these certain things, these voyeuristic, kind of drama, thriller fucking thing. And this one has all that, but it's like dumb comedic, and it's completely bad shit. Like, I don't know where the fuck he came up with these ideas, but really, really enjoyable. The third volume is amazing. It's super, super fucking fun. Going back to the Shaw Brothers Shaw Scope Volume 1 collection, I watched Chinatown Kid, directed by Cheng Sheh, with fucking Fu Shang, of course, who, he's so dearly missed, man. He died so young in 1983 in a car accident, but he was like one of the fucking greatest, Shaw Brothers actors out there and stuff. Basically about a guy that grew up in Hong Kong, gets in trouble with like some people over there and shit. He kind of defects over to San Francisco, where he meets this mobster, and he really sees what, he could possibly be. He sees himself in this guy, and he sets out to be like him and stuff. And then it kind of, the whole story is about him, rising to the top and then becoming like this big gangster and shit like that. It's fucking awesome, man. Chinatown Kid was great. Did you like this one, Tyler? Because I know you watched it.
I remember this one being kind of a departure from the other movies. This one's kind of long too, right?
No, it's not overly that long. It's pretty much normal length. Probably.
Okay, we're gonna get this one confused. But this one's I remember thinking this and The Mighty Pecking Man being like the two really different ones in this set. This was one I thought was pretty fun. I don't think I liked it.
It feels like a little bit more modern, but it's kind of like still, well, it's taking place like in Chinatown, so it still has like that old school feel to it and shit. Yeah, but it's like a total period piece. It's like it's modern, but it's not. I thought it was really good, man.
Yeah. I think I like this one, but maybe not as much as the more classic whoosh films in the set.
Yeah, the fucking fight scenes and the way this one ends is like, holy fuck, dude. It's just wild, man. That whole sequence of events and like the fight choreograph. Oh my God, it was fucking wild. Like, dude, he was so good. Sucks that he died, but then I watched Dead Boys Can't Fly. JP brought it up. It is kind of mid, it's more of a revenge story about somebody that gets fucking laughed at because its artwork is really shitty, like Stickman and shit like that.
Kind of like fucking Deadwood Park.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. This is way really fucking shitty. Fucking way, but don't listen to JP people. Like I know there's a lot of fans of Deadwood Park out there, and
I thought you were about to say there's a lot of fans of JP out there.
No, there's no fans of JP out there. But yeah, Dead Boys Can't Fly was kind of underwhelming, to be honest. I was
kind of like Deadwood Park as well.
I watched shut the fuck up, The Bleeder from 1983, the very first very, very early entry into the shot on video genre, if you want to call that. But it's the very first and only slasher film ever released in Sweden, and it was a 1983 shot on video slasher film. It's so fucking crazy. This movie is surprisingly very good looking for a shot on video film, but I did learn it was shot on beta vision, so Beta is a little bit better quality, but fuck, man, I was watching this thing going, holy shit, man, this thing looks really damn good. The only problem with the fucking movie is that it's a really bad slasher. The kills are very lackluster. It has, I wouldn't say it's one of those slasher films like Sledgehammer where it has 25-minute slow-mo pie fights and food fights and shit like that. It's not one of those. It always has something happening. It's just not that exciting. It would have been really good if it had some good kills. To be honest, I'm not even joking. It's literally one of the best shot on video films I've ever seen. Like the actual visual quality of it. It's crazy. It's edited well. It's even acted pretty decent. It's just lackluster because it's a slasher film that doesn't really have any kills. And then I watched Embalmer from 1996, again from Vinegar Syndrome, partner label stuff.
I started watching that one and fell asleep. It seemed kind of cool.
This one's cool, man. It's like, it's made by a black director, and it's kind of set in like, that kind of area and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. It's like an urban type film. It's got that type of feel to it and shit like that. It's a really weird narrative about this dude that goes crazy, this embalmer that goes crazy, kills his whole family and shit. And then he like ends up basically killing off people and stealing their fluids to like, kind of resurrect them and keep them alive and shit like that. It's got a really cool idea. The problem is with this movie, the idea, it kind of precedes like how it actually plays out. There's a long period of time in this movie where there's no fucking kills, like almost like 45 minutes. And when you're watching a low budget film like this, it can get kind of tedious. The acting isn't really the greatest. There's really not anything happening. And it's kind of frustrating to watch because you're like, damn, this is a really cool idea. So I had one of the trippiest things ever happen to me. I'm watching this film. And if you guys probably don't know, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but I have a big Tales from the Hood poster behind my TV, and I'm watching this movie, and there's a Tales from the Hood poster in the fucking movie store. So I paused it, took a picture, and posted it up, and I'm like, that's really trippy to see. So that was pretty cool. So it's, set around 95, 96 time, but Embalmer was okay for what it was. I think it's pretty funny on how it ends and shit like that, but, pretty decent to have anyways. Then I got into the Hong Kong Volume 2 set. I watched New York Chinatown. This one was an interesting film because I don't know, man. It's kind of typical. It's very low budget. It's very obscure. It wasn't really made by a big studio and shit like that, but it's more or less about these two kind of mob bosses and having their conflicts and stuff like that. I felt like the biggest problem with this movie was just a lack of direction. I felt like there was a lot of really good ideas. There were some decent characters. There was some decent moments in the film. There's some decent action. There was a lot of things that were happening that were cool. It just didn't come to fruition. It didn't come around where you think it would have. Like, I just wish the conflict was a little bit better, a little bit more fleshed out and stuff. Just kind of lacked a direction. But New York Chinatown wasn't a bad start to the collection. I mean, it was okay for what it was. Then I watched Best of Best from 1992, the Herman Yao film. No, not the Eric Roberts film, which I mentioned on Sin Bin. This one's kind of cool. It's about, our main character here, where he joins a elite police force called the Flying Tigers. And basically they're an elite crew that comes in to just kind of settle the score with like, criminals. Shit. They just come in, kill a bunch of people and get the fuck out of there. That's what their jobs are to do. But the thing is with this guy that's part of this elite crew, he gets involved with this girl that her father's like this main mob boss and shit like that. So now it becomes a conflict of interest. His dad used to be part of this stuff, and his dad ended up leaving the force because he ended up killing his brother one time with this fucking dude in this crazy fucking scene. I won't even give away. It's fucking wild though. And then it becomes kind of one of those conflict of interest stories and shit like that. I thought it was actually pretty good stuff. It wasn't really what I was expecting, because I was expecting more of a cop action film where it becomes more of a romantic story with, these kind of police and mob stories going on and shit. But, otherwise pretty cool. And then I watched Final Justice, the third film in that set. Now, this one blew my shitter out because I was not expecting this at all. I thought with a title like Final Justice, I'm like, fuck, it's going to be a high octane action film. We're going to get some crazy mob shit. It's going to be some really, really good gung fu. And it wasn't. It was really about this priest that gets falsely accused of raping this woman after he kind of makes a mistake and has a sexual relationship with her, and he pushes her away, and she fucking doesn't like that. And so she says that, that he raped her and blah, blah, blah. So it becomes like a court drama. and it's actually really good. It's really good. I really enjoyed this one. It was just so different to see this type of film in a set like this, but I thought it was pretty cool. Then I watched The Death Ray of Dr. Moodz from 1964. Now, I'm not an expert on
Dr. Moodz.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on Dr. Moodz films. In fact, I do have the whole set from Eureka, and this is the last film that was released in that kind of 6 films or whatever.
Yeah, I've only seen the 33 one.
Yeah, so I haven't even seen that, like the Fritz Lang one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my boy Fritz Lang. I had to see that.
Yeah, so I've never seen any of the Dr. Moodz films, and I've heard from everybody this is the worst one from there because Dr. Moodz really isn't in it. It's more of like a James Bond type film, and that's kind of what we get here. It's more about it's like a James Bond feel, and I was like, okay, so I really need to go back and watch some of the other Dr. Moodz films. But this one was okay for what it is. It just feels like a German James Bond type film. Really, it does. So. You're trying to fucking save the world from somebody developing the death ray machine, and it's okay for what it is. Then I watched Driller from 1984, the Michael Jackson parody of Thriller porno. It's okay. It's got some decent sex. It's pretty bad, but it's okay for what it is. Then last night, I'd never seen this film before. I've always wanted to check it out. I've had the Blu-ray in the collection for so many fucking years. And I finally watched it, and that's One-Eyed Jacks from 1961, directed by Marlon Brando. In fact, his only film that he ever directed.
Yep.
And it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty much like a revenge story about Marlon Brando's character, where he kind of gets fucked over by his accomplice, his bank robbery buddy and stuff like that. He goes off one time to, go get some help and shit. And he never really comes back, kind of rats him out and stuff. And he ends up getting arrested, spends like 5 years in the fucking in jail and stuff. And so he gets out, and now his buddy is the sheriff of this coastal California town. And he goes back to the town with these bank robber buddies for, to go do some fucking robbing and shit like that. But he hooks up with his old buddy and kind of gets all chummy with him and shit. Doesn't really let him know what's going on and shit. It's a really good story. It's long. It's like 2 hours and 20 fucking minutes. I was surprised when I popped it in. I was like, shit, man, this is a long motherfucking movie. It doesn't really need to be that long, to be honest, but
it's weird where you think it's going to be this like gritty revenge movie, and it's just really not that.
It isn't, man. It's more about, you really do fall in love with Marlon Brando's character, and like it becomes almost like a romantic story though too, because he gets involved with his buddy's wife's daughter. Yeah. And so that becomes very kind of a complicated thing too, right? And his and it's an interesting I found the most interesting thing about the story was the town knew the sheriff's background. They all knew that he came from the other side of the law. I thought that was a really interesting part of the narrative. I'm like, that's really
that his name was Dad. That was Dad. That was like Dad.
Yeah. But I found that was really interesting. You don't really see that in a lot of Westerns where, a sheriff gets, elected in the town and people know of his background of being a criminal and shit. I think that was really interesting. You don't really see that too often, but
he's not I got one coming up when it's my turn that actually also has a character like that. They're not a sheriff, they're a deputy, but it's the same deal where he came from the other side of the law and the whole town knows that.
Yeah. But I mean, his buddy turns out to be kind of a dick, and no, it's really good. I really enjoyed it, man. Good stuff. So so that was first time rewatches from discs in my collection. The Killer, directed by John Woo, of course, starring the one and only Chow Yun-fat. Just a fucking phenomenal gung fu film. I mean, dude, it's a really interesting story about like this really high class, assassin that makes a fucking not a fatal mistake, but he makes a mistake in this assassination where he ends up blinding this singer. Did JP just take off?
He didn't say anything. I don't know if his internet dropped or something.
Yeah. So anyways, he ends up blinding this singer that he's kind of infatuated with and stuff like that. Anyways, he ends up deciding that he's going to help her out. She's blind. She doesn't know it was him, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, he decides to do like one more hit. He gets fucked over by his friend and shit. And, it just kind of spirals from there, ends up hooking up with, this cop and shit. And and doing some crazy damage. But like the John Woo shoots literally the best action scenes ever. Like these scenes
amazing.
are fucking outstanding. The way they're edited so damn perfect. The explosions, like the squibs, are so damn violent, so visceral, and just so fucking in your face. You're like, damn, bro, it's amazing. That like the audio on this just blows your shit out. Absolutely amazing film. I love The Killer. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. I think it's just phenomenal. Chow Yun-fat's just so likable as a character too, man. And everything he plays in is great. I rewatched Clockwork Orange, got the 4K, never seen the 4K before. Holy fuck, does this shit ever look good in 4K? I was like, damn, bro. I was like, this is crazy. I've never seen rape look so good. You know, I was like, no, I mean, it's really good shit, man. I mean, Clockwork Orange is one of those, it's a very visceral, cerebral type film that like really kind of gets you thinking about, you know, ultra violence and, you know, what we could possibly do to brains, you know, maybe to cure them and shit. Does it really work? Who knows? I don't know. I think it's more damaging than anything, but it's a really interesting idea. I think one of the coolest thing about Clockwork Orange to me is that you don't really know when this movie's set. I think it's set like more in the 90s because it's what, from the early 70s, right? 72, 73 when it came out.
Yeah, 71, I think. It's early 70s though.
Yeah.
Sometime in there.
Yeah, 1971, right? So I think it's about 25. So we're thinking probably mid 90s it's set in. When you think about that for us, we're 30 years removed from that time now. And but it's one of those films. It runs pretty long. It never feels long at all.
It's so like just the pacing of it's so good.
It's because it's in parts. It's in parts. You have the crime element, you have the rehabilitation element, and then you have the aftermath of that. Like it's in these parts, and it works so damn well. The score is so fucking good in this movie. It's haunting. It's amazing. Oh, dude, I love A Clockwork Orange. Another 10 out of 10 for me. It's been so many years since I've watched it. And it rekindled my love for it. It's absolutely an amazing film. And it's another film that JP hates. So
that's wild.
Yeah, I wish he was here for that. He just seems to duck out at the right times, doesn't he, man?
No, he texted the group chat he's had a power outage.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he sent like he screenshotted like a picture of his internet. It says power outage.
Oh my God. All right. Well, I'll finish this and then okay. So Twisted Nerve from 1968.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. So Twisted Nerve from 1968 is one of those type of films that I always find very, very fascinating. It's like a character study of somebody that, you know, just kind of pulling some crazy shit. But, you know, rewatching A Twisted Nerve, I just couldn't stop.
Did you call it 1969?
68.
He's in 68.
So I can't get over how they would describe like mentally challenged people. They would call them mongoloids, and they were referring to like people with Down syndrome,
retards.
Well, like Down syndrome, and they were doing this.
I kid. My sister has Down syndrome, so I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, so they have this part in the narrative where they're correlating, you know, Down syndrome with violence and stuff like that, and they're talking about like the mongoloids, which they're talking about, you know, the Down syndrome.
My experience, Down syndrome people are usually the most chill people in the world.
Yeah, but back in this time, they were trying to, you know, connect the dots with mongoloidism, which was the Down syndrome and the violence and stuff, and hence our main character here, who his younger brother was a mongoloid, hence you know, the Down syndrome, and apparently they thought he was born normal. And they talk about like they go into this whole chromosomes thing and they really break it down and what happens and why it happens like this. And this is the results of your chromosomes being all fucked up and shit. So basically what happens with our main character, Martin, is that Martin one day gets caught shoplifting and he basically kind of obsesses about this girl like instantly. And he turns himself into like a little boy. He just kind of like reverts himself to get in with her and stuff, you know, kind of get out of the trouble, but then becomes obsessed with her and shit. And he ends up moving in with this chick and it just becomes total bad shit. It is a wild fucking
the stuff with the mom is wild.
It is, man. This whole movie, the way it's acted, the way it's shot, the way like this, the whole story is crazy to me. It's just fucking fascinating. It's a brilliant performance.
That whistle,
again, going back to Tarantino, right? A lot of Tarantino here, man. So
I remember when I discovered that movie, I was It was our very first retro top 10. It was the top 10 of 1968. And back then we didn't really dig as deep as we do nowadays. Yeah. But I remember finding that one and like loving it. And then it made my number 3 spot. If it wasn't for damn Rosemary's Baby and Night of the Living Dead, which were absolute bangers from that year, it would have.
68 has a really elite list, though.
I think it's the best year of the 60s.
Yeah, it's fucking unbelievable. Honestly. There's so many good films in 68. It's crazy. But yeah, Twisted Nerve, man, just all around a really fascinating film, from the soundtrack even to the editing. The story is so compellingly odd and fucked up, but really good performances, really good stuff.
That was one of my hidden gems.
Yeah,
it's year one.
Excellent film. So I hadn't opened up I just had like an old standard Blu-ray of Once Upon a Time in the West, directed by Sergio Leone. Rewatched that. 3 hours of like pure bliss. I mean,
I thought you only do movies that you haven't seen before.
I have two lists. I just completed the list of first time watches, and this is first time rewatches of Disney.
Did you guys not know I was gone?
Yes.
Yeah, we do. We talked about your favorite Kubrick movie while you were gone. Sucks you missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking stupid one with the eyes.
Fucking dude, you have to seriously like.
Bro?
It's actually like compellingly fucking retarded, man. Like,
what is
not liking Clockwork Orange is crazy.
That movie's not good.
I think it's his third best movie.
I think you're retarded. You don't like Back to the Future. You don't get to say anything.
Dude, not like Clockwork Orange actually makes you kind of an idiot.
No, it's not.
It's so good, man. But when was the last time you saw it? When you were like 12?
When I was like, I don't know, when Netflix first came out.
Yeah, exactly. Way too long ago. You just proved my point.
You probably really like it now, honestly.
Dude, my fucking internet went out. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but I thought
I told the web. I noticed right away. And a couple minutes later, like, did JP just leave? I'm like, yeah, his internet's out.
So the film that made Charles Bronson really a household name, a star kind of thing, plays harmonica. You know, Claudia Cardinale is so fucking beautiful in this movie. Man.
You like JP? You love Quick and the Dead, right?
I do love Quick and the Dead.
The ending of that movie is like a homage to this movie.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in the West is it's very, very special. Like performances all the way around, and 3 hours of just like great storytelling, and the way everything kind of comes to fruition and shit is amazing. I mean, Leone was really a master of telling Western stories and shit, but Charles Bronson just kills this shit, man. So good. Everybody knows that film. Leprechaun 4. I never watched my Blu-ray because the last time I watched the Leprechaun films were when we did the franchise, and I was still in the
That's
DVD.
The last time you fucking watched Leprechauns?
Leprechaun 4. So I watched
specifically Leprechaun 4.
I watched Leprechaun 1, 2, and 3 from the
that's space, right?
Yeah. So Leprechaun 4 in space, and when I popped it in, I literally started laughing out loud. I was like, "Holy shit, this thing looks really good on Blu-ray," because I remember the DVD looking pretty shitty, and I couldn't help but laughing every 5 minutes in this film, man. Directed by Brian Tender Smith, and this is really just a fucking Treachered Smith. It's really just, I mean, it's a parody.
Honestly, dude,
it's a parody of space movies, and
it is.
And it's funny because I was noticing shit from Alien and all these other films. I was like, this is fucking hilarious, man. So I actually kind of got appreciation for Leprechaun 4 now.
The more and that's a Hall of Painter for us too, which is crazy.
That was my least favorite when I was a kid, for sure.
I've watched it probably like a good 5 times since we did that show.
Oh, I believe
and
it.
Every single time I've watched it, I've liked it a little bit more. And now, dare I say, I actually am a fan of it. It's much more of a parody than and a satire than an actual movie,
Yeah, it pretty much is a parody. Like I never really
pick up on that as much.
Yeah, me either, man. I think I was kind of like just overlooking the fact that he was making a parody of like alien space films from this time period and stuff. And I'm watching it going, what the fuck? This is hilarious, bro. Like, it's totally not what I remembered it being, but
I like when the alien shows the dudes or tits as a sign of death And they're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
slide.
it's fucking hilarious. Man, Jessica Collins in this movie is so fucking hot. She's hotter than the other chick that's in the film. And then Debbie Dunning.
It was funny. I actually remember, like, because I was like real young when I got that that Leprechaun Blu-ray, and this was a time where like porn was hard for me to come by. If I knew some of these movies had tits on them, so I go and rewatch scenes, and I thought these were the weakest of the tits in the Leprechaun movies, so I would never go and revisit these.
I don't remember what the chick's name, but
There's
Jessica.
not
I
a
like
lot
the
of
ones
tits
from
in
2 where the
Leprechaun
guy
movies.
like puts his face into like whatever that thing is, like the weights.
That's a nude body double.
Yeah,
That's actually a nude.
even then I could figure. I'm like, they don't show her face because it's someone else.
Oh yeah, that's something
Yeah.
we'll talk about later on in the film or in the reviews too, actually. But Jessica Collins, the lead chick in the film, man, she's way hotter than the one that gets her titties out. But I don't know.
I actually watched did you watch on St. Patrick's Day?
I did actually watch this. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched In the Hood, Back to the Hood, and Origins, going in order from where I last left off, because last year I did part 4. So rewatching In the Hood and Back to the Hood, both solid. I think Back to the Hood is a much better movie. But dude, Ice-T is like awesome in dude, the funny thing is too is like
the Golden Flute
soundtrack. The soundtrack, like Ice-T has like a really dope song on the soundtrack, and then like the other songs are just like they're seriously some like horrible songs. Like the lead character's songs are so bad.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, dude, you guys should have like asked Ice-T to write these for you or something. You know what I mean? Like at least have like, because I mean, even if Ice-T was doing like some positivity like songs like that he ghost wrote or something, they would still be a hell of a lot better than those ones.
Well, that's actually kind of funny you mentioned that, because Ice-T did a lot of songs like that. Like when he did Lethal Weapon and shit like that, like that's a PG song talking about, you know, the only weapon that he needs is his mind and shit like that. That's a song without swearing. It's all about his mind and shit. I mean, these guys did that shit, but like, yeah, the rappers in that movie, when they were like doing their pro-black shit,
Postmaster P for positivity.
the Postmaster P for positivity is so bad. It's hilarious. I mean, it's meant to be bad, but I still love the Golden Flute.
Some of my favorite parts in that movie is like when he goes, they got to sell that guitar, and they're like, "This is Jimi Hendrix guitar," and they're like, "Where did you get this?" And he's like, "My uncle got it from like Walla Walla Palooza or something like that." And he's
I
like,
never heard of Walla Walla
Palooza. And then they take it to the Asian dude. He's like, "You think Chang's dumb? You think Chang's some kind of dummy? Everybody know Jimmy died in 1974." That shit is funny. And that movie is actually really entertaining. I like In the Hood a lot more than I did when we did that show. And I think like Back to the Hood is like one of the better Leprechaun movies in general.
I like when they go under the podium. He's like, grab his gun under the podium. He's like, how do you know I have a gun under the podium? Or under the altar. That's what it is. When they're in the church at the end.
Oh, and Origins still sucks, by the way.
Still haven't seen it.
That one take, I remember, I've only seen that once right when it came out. I remember thinking it was horrible.
No, because I watched Leprechaun 4, and then I watched In the Hood. Of course, we just kind of discussed that, which I thought was pretty fun. And then I watched Back to the Hood.
Origins is like completely serious, right?
But you've never seen Origins?
No, we never did it. We still need to do like a roundup.
Actually surprised you never got around to watching that. It sucks, dude.
That's the one that takes.
Yeah, that's why I've never had any ambition to watch it, because everyone, like, I mean, people are telling me that it sucks. That I'm like, well, I mean,
is it the WWE films?
Yeah. Plus, it's not really,
and they used Hornswoggle as the leprechaun, but he's not like. It could have been anybody.
You can't tell it's Hornswoggle. It could literally be anyone.
Letterboxd,
yeah, because it's just like a monster in makeup.
Dude, which is like so dumb, because like half, if not more of like being a good WWE wrestler is being good on a microphone and having a good personality. They just took that
like
part of it away.
Yeah, it's and the movie is like, it's. Have you ever seen Red Clover? That like leprechaun ripoff movie?
Yeah, we've reviewed that on.
It's like that, but worse.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
We've never reviewed Red Clover. You're lying.
Did we not do that one of the St. Patrick shows?
Nope.
Not the one I was on, at least.
I mean, it was reviewed definitely on Somebody's What We Watched, though. It's in the website.
I've watched it a few times.
Yeah, and then Back to the Hood, I watched that too, and that's where I left it off. I just really don't have any ambition. They don't even Letterboxd doesn't even consider Origins to be part of the franchise. So when you watch the first 6 of them, it's just you're done. So
no returns in there either.
Actually, no, Return is. So I guess it'd be 7 of them. Yeah, Return is part of it, but Origins isn't. It's kind of
so. What do you think? What do you like better, Hood or in Back to the Hood?
I mean, you know, I think Back to the Hood's probably a better film. I prefer In the Hood because it's got the IC. I like the golden flute and shit like that. It's more cheesy to me. I don't know. It's kind of fun.
It's definitely more cheesy. But yeah, Back to the Hood is like played like almost straight serious. But there's some really funny moments with the weed smoking guy.
Yeah,
he's
got
funny.
Sticky fingers in this movie, and it's it's fun. It's fun. It is kind of funny when you watch them back to back because one's really cheesy and the other one's like kind of more serious. You're like, what the fuck just happened here? We're still in the hood, boys. But yeah, so I watched those 3. Then I popped in the Flesh Eaters. First time watched on the Blu-ray. Man, it looked really good. Scream Factory. This was one of the hidden gems from 1964. It's fucking fun, man. It's crazy. I don't need to talk about the Flesh Eaters anymore. City on Fire, directed by Ringo Lam, with Chow Yun Fat. This was the inspiration for Reservoir Dogs. This movie is fucking phenomenal. Really, really good stuff.
I've actually never seen it.
It's good, man. It's got Danny Lee, Chow Yun Fat.
Imagine a movie that was Tim Roth's part and just Tim Roth's part, like before when he's getting to the gang, like as a full feature length movie, and then Reservoir Dogs is 10 minutes long.
Yeah, like this one's a lot different because there's a lot of different elements that are happening in the film and shit like that. But it's, you know, I can see where Tarantino took the inspiration for it and stuff like that.
He basically did the opposite. He just kind of like turned like the 10 minutes of Reservoir Dogs, like the first 10 minutes of his movie, and then made a movie and like turned the last 10 minutes into a feature length movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that's happening in City on Fire, but yeah, really fucking awesome film, man. Another really great one. Then the Five Venoms, also known as Five Deadly Venoms. You know, this is one of those films that's like, you know, kind of renowned as being like such a great film and stuff like that, directed by Chang Sheh, classic Shaw Brothers director who's done so many fucking crazy films, that most of the probably more notable films anyways. But this is the one that like kind of incorporates like, you know, all the different type of like, I guess the fighting styles and shit like that. But it's a really weird narrative, and rewatching this film was not as compelling as I remembered it to be because it's a little bit slower when it comes down to, I guess you would expect a little bit more action from it, considering, you know, we have these 5 characters that are all these like deadly venoms and shit like that. You know, they're all known as the, I can't even remember exactly how to break them down, like all the different ones. But actually I can probably find it here. Yeah. So you got this, you know, one of the fighters under, you know, that was taught, he knows he's the centipede. Then you got the snake, you got the scorpion, the lizard, and the toad. And the story is basically like there's this dying master who's like taught all these, you know, these guys and stuff like that. And so there's this 6th pupil, and he basically sends him out into the world to go find the 5 deadly venoms and stuff like that. And, you know, to figure out what, like who's bad and stuff like that. You know, if you find someone that's bad, you need to gather up the other ones and go fight the evil and stuff like that. It's kind of a weird storyline because it kind of comes out of left field. There's really no like lead up to being like, oh, there's somebody bad and they're taking over doing the shit and stuff. Like, no, you need to just go find who the bad person is. But, you know, it's a pretty interesting story. I think they kind of underutilize a couple of the, you know, the 5 Venom characters in this. What do you think, Tyler? Do you think they kind of underutilize? I think they really kind of do with a couple. Like it's an interesting mystery too, because you don't really know who exactly is the bad ones and who's the good ones at first and stuff like that. There's a lot of red herrings in this.
It's kind of hard to like bring them all out like when you're doing, unless you're like starting with them all together when you have 5 people like that.
Yeah, I do feel like they wrote this one so different than any other Shaw Brothers film because it's kind of a mystery. You know, there's red herrings, you know, there's reveals and there's other reveals and things like it just kind of goes crazy. It's not as action packed as you think it would be with all these type of things, but there's some really good action sequences and stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. But I think it's still really good.
It's kind of like a different take on the 5 crippled Avengers.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, that's a good point. That really is a good point. Pretty much exactly what it is. Then I watched Fist of Legend. The remake of Fist of Fury, of course, starring Jet Li. It's basically about, the Japanese occupation in Hong Kong and stuff like that. And, fucking Jet Li's got to fight his way through this bullshit and stuff. Really, really fucking good film, man. I watching these films so close in proximity, I just like, oh my God, dude. Fist of Legend is like, Jet Li is a fucking master, bro. Like, his fight sequences are absolutely amazing. This is a well put together film. It's like a perfect film for me. 10 out of 10. Then of course, Chuck Norris passed away, which we mentioned in the intro. So I ended up watching Force Vengeance. I still have my Blu-ray seal. I haven't watched it yet. So checked out Force Vengeance, basically about, he's like, he's working for this casino, and his boss and his boss's son end up getting killed, and it kind of forces him into doing some vengeance against these mobsters and the people that killed his friends and shit like that. It's decent. It's not one of like Chuck Norris's better films, but I actually really enjoy it. It's pretty fun. Then I watched The Octagon. I'd seen this movie many times before. I just never opened up the Blu-ray. Checked it out again. It's him fighting against fucking evil ninjas, basically. It's fun, man. This is kind of one of those movies where they try to do a little bit too much narrative wise, when we're just kind of like all hoping, let's get to the third act and let's see some fucking fighting. It's kind of one of those things. But I think The Octagon it's decent for what it is, but it's not that great. The title is probably better than the actual movie itself. And then oddly enough, I watched Fist of Fury, and the reason why I watched them in that order is because I actually don't really remember why I watched them in order like this. I'm doing the Tarantino challenge. So when I found that challenge, I'd logged about 44 films, and now I'm just actually going through them and watching all the films. Hence why I watched One-Eyed Jacks and, Fist of Fury and, Fist of Legend and stuff like that. So this is the original film. So Fist of Legend is actually a remake of Fist of Fury, of course, directed by Lo Wei, starring Bruce Lee. It's phenomenal. It's amazing. This might be like a hot take, but it's not really a hot take. It's my opinion, but I actually think that Fist of Legend is actually a better film than Fist of Fury. I think the fight sequences with Bruce Lee are absolutely amazing. Jet Li's fight sequences are better, are amazing too. But I think the actual films themselves, I think Fist of Legends actually, it's just a little bit better made. It really is. I think it tells the story a little bit better about the occupation, and it kind of lands the emotion a little bit more. Especially if you're, from Hong Kong and stuff, I think it would probably hit a little bit more. But Fist of Legend, really great stuff. Fist of Fury, classic stuff. Watch Demon Warp, absolutely batshit. The best Bigfoot film that actually is not a Bigfoot film ever made. Good stuff. I watched the entire series of the Veil again. I do have the old DVDs of this. Boris Karloff, he hosts and he acts in 11 to 12 episodes. Really good stuff. And nothing overly compelling or mind-blowing, but everything is very entertaining and compelling, to say the least. But Deadwood Park, absolutely loved it. Fuck JP, he's a fucking retard fuck. Next up here, Police Story, directed by Jackie Chan from 1985. What can okay, so I watched Police Story 1, 2, and 3 on Saturday back to back. And what I got to say from rewatching these films is that they are some of the most beautiful 4Ks I've actually ever seen.
The stunt work in the first Police Story is absurd.
Dude, all 3 movies, but the third one with him fucking riding the helicopter, bro, is they show clips at the end of it. I'm like, dude, he's like hundreds of feet I'm like, dude, you're fucking insane, bro. Nothing. Like, he falls from there, he's done. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, the stunt work in these movies is pretty much what you're watching these movies for. They're very simple storylines.
That first one, it just sets the pace of that opening chase scene that lasts like 15 minutes. It's absolutely absurd.
Don't you feel that Bad Boys 2 ripped that off?
I mean, nowhere near as good.
Yeah, they definitely did the same type of thing down that hill, fucking destroyed everything. Yeah. I think
nobody was fucking jumping on a bus and like swinging around while this thing flew down hills.
I know. But the coolest thing about watching Jackie Chan movies is that there's no stunt doubles, so you can edit the movie so easy. You watch him do shit, and you don't have to cut away. You don't have to do all that, special fucking editing techniques and stuff. It's all him. It makes it so much better. And when you're watching his film, you just know it's Jackie Chan, right? But even the other stunt guys that are in there, like there's a scene, I think it was in the second one, where this bus fucking stops and these guys go, maybe it's the first one, and they fucking break through the windshields, and there's no cut. These guys break through the windshields and they fall like 10 feet into the fucking ground. And you're just like, God damn, man. Like so many bumps and bruises and crazy shit, man. But all really, really great films. The 4Ks look amazing. So check those out. Watched the 4K of Hard Boiled, directed by John Woo, of course. Again, starring the man Chow Yun-fat. Absolutely fucking. This movie has one of the biggest on-screen body counts of all time, dude. Like so many people are just getting capped out every 2 seconds. It's absolutely fucking mind-blowing. I love this shit, man. I can watch this every single day. It's absolutely amazing. Another really, really great looking 4K from Scream Factory. And then the other ones I watched were ones we'll be talking about later, which is The Birds and Beaks. So those were rewatches.
I actually watched those two as well.
Those rewatches.
4K for Birds.
So first time disc watch rewatches this year, I'm up to 56 watches. First time watches from disc in my collection is up to 79. So 56 and 79. And then Asian films this year, I've watched 57 total.
I'm at 45 disc watches total.
And that's rewatches and first time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, like rewatches in
like yeah. Like rewatch on disc the first.
So
time.
all first time, yeah. So yeah. So I'm like, what is that? 80 for 130, 140, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. So
damn.
Doing good, man. I'm locking them off. I've just been grabbing shit from the collection. I just have it sitting in there. I'm like, fuck. But I've been on this Asian kick. I've been watching so much, man. I got 57 now. But so much good shit. But
yeah, I'm gonna get back in the swing of things. I basically took a 2-week break. So I only got like 2 movies. Like over the last 2 weeks, I actually only did like 4 movies.
Good.
But yeah, I did went hard the first week from the last podcast, so I got 14 total. But half of mine were just like me rewatching bangers. Like that week that I went hard, I had the house to myself one day, and I just was rewatching just insane movies that I knew I liked. I got 4K, mostly on 4K for the first time. But kicking it off, I got from Arrow Video. This one was a Blu-ray. I've seen this movie once before. It's William Wyler's The Desperate Hours from 1955. This is the first William Wyler movie I ever saw, which is a really weird first William Wyler movie to see. But this movie fucking rules. It stars Humphrey Bogart and Frederick Mark playing off each other. And it's this gritty crime thriller. It's kind of like a Last House on the Left type movie without the extreme stuff in it, because this movie's from 1955. But Humphrey Bogart breaks out of prison with 2 dudes, and they break into this guy's home and hold his family hostage, and just basically hole up there until his ride that he has pre-set up, Bogey's girlfriend, comes and picks them up. But unbeknownst to him, they already were ahead of him, and she got flagged down. So they're waiting for a ride that's never coming. They think they're only having to hold up for a night, but they haven't been having to hold up for days, and the tension just rises. I liked this movie the first time. I love this movie rewatching it. I picked it up on an Arrow sale when it got put out on Blu-ray, and I fucking loved this. This was probably the last great Bogart role. He died 2 years later. But he plays this tough as nails guy that you just believe. He says some awful things, talks about shooting the guy's kid in the face in front of him. He says he slaps around his wife, his daughter. There's a part where they try running out of the house, and he catches the kid, and he's dragging the kid around with a gun to his head. It's fucking amazing. But it was almost 2 hours long, but it just super tense. And it just has for the character that like Bogart plays in this movie, it has the absolute perfect ending. This movie is pretty dark. I fucking really like this movie. This is just a real tight, like, dark thriller that I think most people like. And you get two aging cinema giants on their way out, between Frederick Mark, who's probably in his like early 60s at this point, and Bogey, who's like, 2 years from death and probably has throat cancer at this point. But yeah, great, absolutely great film. Definitely pick this on an Arrow sale if you get the chance. Even for an older movie, like it's got some grit in it. It's paced really well. Another old one. This one's from 1936. Is also a William Wyler film, and that's his film Dodsworth. This one's from Warner Archive. And this is about a automobile tycoon played by Walter Houston, John Huston's father, who's another great character actor from this time, who retires, and he retires. He's been with his wife 20 years, and they sail off across to Europe to enjoy retirement. And while they're there, they discover they want very, very different things in life. And it's just a drama on aging and really the delusion. And this is something, keep in mind, it's 1936 too, and this movie really gets into like divorce of a long marriage, like of these this family that's been together, or this man and this wife that's been together for 20 years and had a family. And this is in the 30s where this thing wasn't anywhere near as common. But it's like the writing of the wall where you see like both people like just being very different people. The wife is kind of awful. It's almost one-sided where they just make the wife so unlikable in this movie and so ungrateful for the life that like her husband gave her. But it ends up being really well done. Mary Astor's in this movie too, who's really one of the most underrated women of this era, and she gives she's not in the movie very long, but she's very impactful for like every scene she's in. She gives this speech at the end, like with tears in her eyes, that just like really steals the show and like brings the movie completely together. But yeah, this is an early one for Wyler. Probably one of the best American filmmakers ever. He was kind of just like the big epic guy of like the 30s through the 60s. He made Ben-Hur, that's his most popular movie, but he made lots of like big like all-time classics. And this is like a smaller movie from him with a smaller cast and directed like a little bit tighter, but he does a lot with this movie, and I like this movie. It's also very funny, but sometimes that humor from the 30s doesn't really translate that well, but it does with this one. Moving on to an absolute childhood and adulthood banger. From Kino Larbert, we got Cameron Davis' Billy Madison. I've seen this movie 30 times, and I'm still just watching this movie alone in my basement, laughing to myself. Billy Madison on 4K is what dreams are made of. There's nothing much more to say that anyone hasn't said about Billy Madison, but yeah, this is just, I'm from this era. This is one of my all-time favorite movies, one of my favorite comedies. Like this movie's had such a major influence on on my comedic taste, Adam Sandler in general, and this is definitely my favorite film by him. All right, getting to 59, I got an absolute masterpiece that I watched on 4K for the first time. It's Howard Hawks' Rio Bravo. This is a Western hangout movie starring John Wayne, Dean Martin, Ricky Nelson, Angie Dickinson, and Walter Brennan. This cast is stacked. It's basically this. You're muted.
I was gonna say I actually have the Blu-ray sitting on my poker table right now, but I need to grab. I'm contemplating just grabbing the 4K because it probably does it even more justice.
It looks so good. It is. This movie. I thought this movie was excellent the first time I saw it. I think this might be the best American Western now. This movie is amazing. It's got a pretty simple plot, actually. You got John Wayne, and the character I was talking about that came from that's like known to come from the other side, but now is a law official, is Dean Martin, and he was like this old drunk like renegade outlaw that came over to the other side and quit the bottle, and that's like a big storyline as the movie goes. You got Ricky Nelson, who's also a singer at the time. He was a country singer, kind of playing the uneasy guy, not one to give up. You get Angie Dickinson, who playing the gal of the film. You might horror fans might know Angie Dickinson as the hot older lady from Dress to Kill in 1980. That woman is like in her late 40s in this movie, so imagine what she looks like in 1959. Woman's absolutely beautiful. And you got Walter Brennan. And if you've seen any Western ever from this era, or any of the good ones at least, you know who Walter Brennan is. He's probably the best character actor from this era. He's the guy that talks like this in every movie. And he's so fucking funny. He's like the most likable character in any movies, and he always ends up playing off of John Wayne, and it's great together. And this whole cast is just so good together. And it's about this criminal they have holed up. Walter Brennan's like the guy that just stays. He's literally sitting locked with him in this jail, holding a gun at him. So if they try to break in, they're just gonna kill him. And they're just holding off this guy from his gang until the marshals can get there to escort them so he can be tried. He murdered someone, something like that. I don't actually remember at the moment, but yeah. So this movie is like this gang kind of making their way, like trying to plot to break this guy out over and over and assassinate John Wayne and Dean Martin, and eventually other people get involved and join this like posse that no one wants a piece of, because if you're going to associate with John Wayne, you're going to pay for it with a bullet, or like the danger comes up. But given this duo, this trio, or however you want to call it, these characters, they're just so fucking good together. This movie's so tense and so entertaining. And right before you get into one of my favorite things of this movie is this is like kind of like a very 150 IQ play that Howard Hawks makes in the late 50s that you wouldn't have seen it in a movie as much till then. Is between the bridge between the second and third act, there's actually this sing-along they have in a jail cell just when they're all hanging out. Because if you get Ricky Nelson and Dean Martin in a movie together, obviously you're going to have them sing a song together. So that's kind of genius. And Walter Brennan joins in, playing his harmonica, having fun, doing a good job. But what really made me laugh about this scene is they barely even shoot him. Every once in a while they'll show a shot of John Wayne smiling, watching, just so you remember he's there. But he doesn't partake in any of the singing. I just imagine like John Wayne on set, like, listen, Howie, I ain't singing no girly song. That just happened for whatever reason. That thought came in my head, and that made me laugh. But yeah, this movie fucking rules. This is one of those movies that I don't know what's wrong with you if you don't like. It's kind of long, but it doesn't matter. This is an amazing movie. If you like westerns, this is a must-see. You probably have seen it already. Howard Hawks is just like...
Well, the way JP is going tonight, man, I'm sure you would hate this one too, because, you got no love for fucking Clockwork Orange, Deadwood Park. Hey, man, why not throw Rio Bravo in the fucking mix of films that he fucking hates too?
Yeah, Howard Hawks is one of my favorite directors. He had a long career with lots of different genres. He's like the predecessor to guys like Quentin Tarantino. There's definitely a lot of influence you can see in his films from like Howard Hawks. But yeah, definitely check out.
Are you a fan of Red River?
Yeah, I like Red River.
Yeah, I love
that was Rio Bravo, but I like Red River.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, but I like a lot of his movies. His comedies. I like Bringing a Baby a lot. I like His Girl Friday. Then you get to Noir, To Have and Have Not, The Big Sleep. He was just such a talented guy.
Yeah, I love The Big Sleep, man. It's good.
Yeah. Okay, after that, I got another Western. This one's a little less well-known, but this is really good. It's from 1962. I got this one from Kino Lorber. It's David Miller's Lonely Are the Brave. This one stars Kirk Douglas, Gina Rowlands, and Walter Matthau. Kirk Douglas this is a modern Western, which surprised me because the cover and the art doesn't make it look like it is, but it's actually set in the 60s. And Kirk Douglas is just kind of this guy that's like the flowing through life Western character, but in towards the 60s, he's done some time in prison, but he doesn't really have a place to go, doesn't really have anything like any good future prospects, that sort of thing. And he ends up in a tussle at a bar for like no real reason. He doesn't instigate it or anything, but he gets into a fight with this one-armed guy and actually gets his ass kicked, but ends up in jail. And escalates from there and ends up in prison, and it becomes this prison movie for a little bit where he wants to get back into prison to to reunite with one of his friends and then break him out of prison with him. And then like he gets there and it becomes this cross about like life going forward. And his friend in prison ends up not wanting to go because he says, I have a girl waiting for me. I have a kid waiting for me. I can't break out of prison and just live free like you and get myself killed. I have a future to think of. And that's where you get like this halfway point of the movie where then it just becomes like Kirk Douglas wandering and like looking for his purpose and reckoning with that he doesn't have a place, and it ends up being pretty bleak. Walter Matthau plays the law enforcement official that's looking for Kirk Douglas on the run. And it just comes to like a classic Western place, Western show, not really a showdown. It's not really like, guns blazing type of Western. It's like the Southern setting with some crime, that type of movie. But it was really good. I liked it. You don't really see a lot, especially like seeing a thing that would have been modern in the 60s. You don't really see a lot of Westerns set in the 60s. The most modern Westerns I've seen are movies that are set like modern now. I don't think that was like the most normal concept back then. So it's really interesting for that. It's something I picked up on a Kino sale. So, if you like Westerns, look out for that one. I think it's on the one that's going on right now, actually. After that, I watched another Western, another all-time banger. And it's John Ford's 1962 film, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. This is another film I thought was amazing the first time I saw it. So it was a no-brainer to pick it up on 4K when it's got a release. This is another John Wayne movie. But he teams up with Jimmy Stewart this time, and he plays opposite to Lee Marvin. He plays the character of Liberty Valance, and he's an absolute bastard in this movie. And in Lee Marvin's posse, he also has Lee Van Cleef, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, the cast is the ensemble cast in this movie is amazing, man.
This is a 62 too, so it's like it was prior to Van Cleef doing all these Italian westerns. So it's a good little footing for him. But yeah, these guys are all like titans of acting from this era. John Wayne plays this like complicated character that is looked at one way for his past, or like for having killed people in the past. Just he's not really a lawman, but he's just a guy that you don't fuck with. And then James Stewart plays the character he always plays, who's like, I don't believe in no violence. I'm a man of the law, and he does his little James Stewart voice. And it's no different in this movie, but this movie essentially is just this long build of like James Stewart being this man that's like very passionate about the law. He's a lawyer. He's like a young student that gets robbed by Liberty Valance at the beginning. And there's just like tension of Liberty Valance being this guy that everyone's afraid of because he'll just like, it doesn't matter if you apprehend them. He'll just fucking kill you anyway. Like they'll kill the sheriff. They don't care. And it's like, arrest me, but you better like, if you're going to take your shot, you might not miss. And like James Stewart's not this gunman or anything. And this movie is just this power keg of these two like meeting to their final confrontation. And it goes a place where you kind of don't know what happens, but it's shocking and it's like it's very good how it's written. And then you get the full circle thing. The movie is actually set years after the events of most of the film, where John Wayne's character is passed on. So you have like this person with this complicated past coming to his eulogy. And then you get this story about James Stewart, who's now an old man who's a senator, and like when he had first met him coming into town when he got robbed. And this is another one that's just like an all-time classic. Most people who like Westerns have probably seen it. I prefer something like Rio Bravo, where maybe this movie's got more to say or a little better written in a way, but they're both just amazing movies. And Rio Bravo, I think, is more fun than this movie, though. But both of these are just all-time greats. You like Westerns. Can't go wrong with either of them. This was also in black and white, where Rio Bravo's in color, so like that Technicolor fucking pops. And I love those like colorful landscape shots in these towns you get, where you do miss that a little bit in a film like Liberty Valance. All right, and that's it for the Western. So if you don't like horse movies, that's it. This time, getting over to Criterion, I got Kenneth Lonergan's You Can Count on Me. This one's from 2000. This is a drama about a single mom whose brother, it's played by Laura Linney, and her brother, played by Mark Ruffalo, shows up and basically causes turmoil in her life. Her brother's kind of not really a drifter, but he's a guy that doesn't really have a plan or a place to be, and works construction, does what he can, but he starts to form this relationship with her younger son, which, it's the typical thing where the brother wants to do the cool things, like he smokes weed when people aren't around, he takes the kid to do cool shit, but it's not necessarily what she wants for her son or things she wants, like her person teaching him. And it just causes like a rift in their life and their relationship. And it's just that sort of drama. It's you'd have to really like dig into it to get the full context of it all, but that would take away like the point of watching this movie. Matthew Broderick's in this movie too. He's a shithead. He plays Laura Linney's boss, but this was a pretty mellow movie, but it's enjoyable all throughout. I liked it quite a bit. This director apparently makes movies that are usually pretty sad, and this one wasn't that sad. But it's pretty good. I liked it a lot. It's also an early the family trauma movies before it was cool, because the brother and the sister share some family trauma of their parents dying when they were very young. Nextly, I watched Shanghai Blues from Sway Hark from Film Classics. That I just talked about that in Simbin. We'll just watch that episode. Next, this was a rewatch. I watched Your Name from Makoto Shinhei. I'm not sure what label put this out. It was an import. This is an anime movie. This is probably my favorite anime director working today. This movie's pretty amazing. I actually recommended this one to Parker for his show, and he watched it. I also really liked it. But this is a time travel movie about this character that they start body swapping. They start having this body swap, and this boy and this girl, and they realize what's going on. They start to like leave each other messages of like who they talked to, what they said, so they can keep track of their lives and not get everyone off. And then one day it just stops. So the boy character tries to find this girl based on like her name and like what he saw in her visions, and then you get this crazy realization where you find out that this body swap is not a linear time thing. He was body swapping with someone years in the past that in a city that got hit by a comet and is no longer there. It starts to really get a little bit more surreal from there. It gets a little bit more spiritual. It's a really fucking good movie. It's a very touching movie. It'll pull your heartstrings. Just the way everything's presented and unfolds. Like it's a movie that has a lot of emotion to it, and it might get you. It's that sort of thing. The animation's absolutely beautiful. It's really stylistically. It's not like it's weird looking, but it's just so well sculpted and colorful and stylistic. The movie has moments where it almost turns into a music video for a couple minutes. That's really this director's style, but I like this movie quite a bit. I've watched it several times. It's definitely one of my favorite movies I've watched over the last several years. Amazing film. Going on next, another anime movie from 1997 is Toshi Tan's Perfect Blue. My most watched movie since I've been on Letterboxd. I believe this was my eighth watch of it. And yeah, this movie is one of my favorite movies. I got that big beefy 4K. And I'm from
really a horror film
from Shout Factory.
Yeah,
and you would not think that 4K brings this much out of anime, but it almost was like watching this with new eyes, having seen this so many times. And the 4K actually did do a lot for this movie, I think. And yeah, I mean, I think this movie's a masterpiece. This movie I've talked about quite a bit. I just love this film. Not so much I could really add to anything that's been said about Perfect Blue without getting real philosophical about it. Then also from Satoshi Kon, if I like Perfect Blue so much on 4K, I might as well throw in my 4K of Paprika as well. This is a film that came out a couple years before Inception. It's eerily similar to Inception. It's about this device that lets you go into people's dreams and see people's dreams. It's used as a therapy thing here, but someone who's not supposed to get a hold of it gets a hold of it, causing nightmare, havoc with these dreams and these sessions, and giving adverse results for everyone else. So it becomes this Inception-like movie where they have to go in and solve this crime, and it gets surreal in a way where you can do things with anime you can't practically do in a live-action movie. And this is a movie that's very colorful. The music's great in this movie. It's got a lot of great imagery in it. It's a fucking blast. This movie from start to finish just keeps rolling. It's just you don't really know what's going on at first, and you just figure out as it goes along. You catch more stuff the more times you watch. This is another one I watched a lot of times with the last 5-6 years. These are two favorite films ever. Check this one out if you get the chance. I was lucky enough to see both these movies in theaters as well. This movie gets a lot of love. The Steelbook 4K of this is amazing looking. I don't know if it's still available, but I'm glad I have it. Okay, got three more. Three more. Okay. This time, going back to 1931 from Criterion, I got Joseph von Sternberg's Dishonored. This is a really early spy movie. This is a film about an Austrian agent infiltrating the Russian government as a spy to try to get close to a czar and get intelligence to protect themselves. And basically they pluck this prostitute off the street to test her allegiance, and she does so well that they assign her to the special mission as a secret agent. And when you need someone to be your seductive secret agent with an Austrian accent in 1931, you don't call anyone other than the Golden Age's most sultry actress, Marlene Dietrich, to play the role. And like every other movie, she's the best thing in this movie. This movie's not made as well as other Sternberg movies, and she's not really given as much range as she is in a lot of the other films. See, but she gets to play the piano, step away from the cabaret singing she usually does. But this movie's really fucking well written. You could see Hitchcock probably took a lot of cues from this director, von Sternberg. It's got a lot of the same beats you see in these movies, but it's just really this like kind of intense thriller. You see the escalation of danger of these characters going beyond what you usually see in the 30s, and the movie's pretty bleak and it has like a solemnly like dark ending to it that it's pretty unprecedented for something in 31 in a film like this. This movie actually surprised me because I thought it was. I've seen I think 7 or 8 von Sternberg movies now, and this is the best movie I've seen this prior to 34. And it leapfrogs like everything by a lot, like between 32 and 34. So this one definitely hit for me. And just anything with Marlene Dietrich in this era just like seems to stand out because she just like had this energy that was pretty far above anybody else in the 30s. Next up, I got Demon Warp. Again, we just talked about this one on Simbin. This one comes in Vinegar Syndrome, obviously, so just check out that. And lastly, from Kino Lorber, I got Spike Lee's Crooklyn. This is a semi-autographical movie about a family growing up in Brooklyn with a father who's a struggling musician played by Delroy Lindo, who we all just saw in Sinners, playing an old musician at the end that is also struggling. And it's basically about the family of 5 kids, and then it's the structure of the movie is kind of loose. It's kind of just like it's a slice of life, like little vignette you just see of all these people, these kids just interacting within their house, within this neighborhood in Brooklyn, and just the struggles their families face being a family of 5.
Brooklyn, man.
Living on a limited budget, but the music in this movie is really impressive. The soundtrack is amazing. It's just like big hit after big hit after big hit. There's so much music in this movie, like it almost never stops. It's a really well shot movie. There's a lot of great tracking shots. You get to see this neighborhood. These kids just running like down the block. It's just kids getting into cool shit. But it's not like, usually when I see movies like this, it's usually a bunch of white kids. So it was really interesting to see like this black family growing up together and like how they interact with people around them in this like a neighborhood that I've never been in. You know what I mean? So it was fun to see with that. The movie really goes in a place I didn't expect it to go based on its trajectory. And it's kind of tragic. I'd like to talk about why it's tragic, but I can't without just blatantly spoiling the movie and what I thought was a great moment. But I actually think this is one of Spike Lee's most underrated movies. I'd maybe even put it like top 5. That's from 94. So I know he was still like, I think he was kind of, Moodz has got the
2 volumes. Volume 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yeah, the one on the right with the color on it, that's what the Blu-ray looks like too, and it's just like all the color in that is just, it's very representative of what you like get out of the movie.
Yeah,
but it's a really good watch. I can't think of many movies like this where you really get this like child family drama set and something like this, and it really feels authentic with Spike behind the lens. This is, like I said, this is an era where I think he was at his best. He has his little parts in the movie. The movie's funny. It's well paced. The characters are all pretty likable. But yeah, I like this movie a lot. It was really good, and that will do it for me.
Yeah, if you listen to like both these soundtracks, almost every song on both these soundtracks has been sampled in hip hop for sure.
It's like all-time classic after all-time classic, and that's over the entire runtime.
Yeah, I don't think there's a song. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's crazy. It's not a film I think you would like.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Crooklyn. I think it's great. Good stuff.
Crooklyn.
Yeah. JP. Yeah. Let's not do an hour and a half. What we watched goes on for an hour and a half.
That wasn't that long.
You guys don't know how to be fucking.
Well, I was being real. I lumped in Police Story 1, 2, and 3 all together, and this guy's telling full fucking synopsis and telling the fucking thing. I'm like, no, I
skipped over like 3.
Dude, I literally had like 45 minutes. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't break down synopsises. And shit. So even getting into like, I mean, you mentioned the director, maybe the odd lead in the film or something like that, but like, dude, you were going into like fucking cerebral shit and stuff. We're trying to get through this. This guy's writing fucking college papers over here.
Honestly, though, it made me want to watch Paprika because I've always been interested in that one.
It's a really good movie.
Seen it.
Yeah.
I would say watching Paprika one time is not good enough, though. You really have to rewatch that movie. Yeah.
I loved it the first time, but I've watched this movie probably like 7 times now.
Yeah. I just have like an old Blu-ray of it, but it looks good. Yeah. I can't even imagine what those things look like on 4K with the colors popping and shit. Like that must be crazy. Yeah. Yeah,
I didn't think 4K would do as much as it did for it. That Perfect Blue edition is well worth the price for me, at least. Amazing.
Yeah. Is that a Screen Factory one? Is that what that is?
Yeah, but it's got like a big, thick case. It's got like a nice book in it. It's got like title cards. It's got posters. It's got all awesome stuff.
I actually saw that on Grub today when I was pre-ordering Day of the Dead, and that thing was like $100.
Yeah, it's expensive. I got it for You're gonna spend some money if you want it, but it's like it's literally like a top 10 favorite movie for me. So it's one of those movies where I'm gonna pay whatever you're gonna make me.
Right. All right. So that is going to conclude the dub portion of the show, and we will be back here shortly with some Killer Birds.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 318, Zoology Volume 9. We got some Killer Birds. All right, so we're going to take it all the way back to 1963 with a little director by the name of Alfred Hitchcock.
Which I believe actually makes this the first ever time we've ever covered Hitchcock, period.
Wow.
It might actually be. Yeah.
I know Frenzy hit some of your 72 lists. But I don't know
but that's just sort of us talking. Like, we never actually reviewed a movie from him.
Wow.
Which is pretty crazy. I've actually been on a Hitchcock kick lately. I think this is like the third one I've watched this year. And there's more to come because of the 100 Years Challenge.
Okay, you got like all his bangers on his list. I think this is my fourth, but I'm pretty... Hitchcock's my most watched director of all time, so I'm getting into slim pickings.
Yeah. Those of you who have been following the show for a while are like, what the fuck is The Birds? You guys weren't doing The Birds. Why the fuck are you doing The Birds? And the reason is because we started watching the movies, like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And I started really early that week of the show. when we were originally supposed to record, and the first one I threw on was Flu Birds, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is not like really a birds movie. It's like a monster movie. The Flu Birds were basically like, they kind of look like Jeepers Creepers monster a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And right away I was like, okay, this is like more of like this isn't real, because like with the zoology ones, I kind of want to keep them to like actual animals, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like killer animals, not like yeah, sometimes they might be really big, like with an alligator or something like that, or a shark, but for the most part I want them to be actual animals and not like creatures that are fake.
Right.
Like piranhas is probably as far as we go, like with prehistoric piranhas, I guess.
I mean, there's still real piranhas out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but
like those Flu Birds were like
Like
zombie
dudes in
birds.
costumes.
yeah,
like-
it looked like a fake ass fucking creeper.
Yeah, so I was like, let's pivot from this. And then we sat there for like 10 minutes, like wondering what we could replace it with. Because, like, obviously, when you think of Killer Bird movies, the first thing you think of is the birds. But it's like, with 22 shots, we try not to do the most obvious thing every time. So we were looking at other stuff. But it's slim fucking pickings for Killer Bird movies, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Surprisingly it is.
Yeah, once you think about it, it makes sense. Like we were saying earlier, it's more of a feat to like make a bird movie.
Either you need like a good budget for effects so it doesn't look ridiculous, or you need live birds and you need a lot of them. You can't just kill one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much our options were the Birds, Birds 2, Land's End, or Birdemic 1, 2, or 3, which I assume we could just do a trilogy of that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just do that later on. All right. So, yeah, Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds from 1963. It's funny, man. The IMDb rating on here is PG-13 because there was definitely it must be like the new rating for it.
Yeah, they must have revised it.
Definitely not rated PG-13 in 1963 for sure.
For whatever reason, they showed us like this movie in school one year.
Really?
What?
Yeah, it was
That's
like, I think I
surprising.
was in like 6th grade or something. We were like, it was a Catholic school too, so like they're definitely not like supposed to show you shit like this. But they're like, it's Halloween, let's watch a scary movie, and they put on.
There's definitely some graphic scenes in that shit.
Yeah,
Dude.
man, there's like, it's funny that that they showed that to you in school when there's like literally kids being attacked like outside of a school.
Like this is what happens if you don't like Jesus.
Fucking hilarious, man.
I remember there was a gym teacher in my school who, like, during like the winter months, because our gymnasium was under construction, we did a lot of like in the auditorium, like health classes and stuff. But on certain days, he would show movies, and he showed Forrest Gump once and got like in trouble for showing Forrest Gump.
Wow.
Some sub last year at my girlfriend's school. Or it wasn't last year, it was somewhere, it was years ago actually. But wow, okay, it wasn't that long. But she just went to YouTube and typed in movies for 3rd graders, and took a nap. Like this sub actually just took a nap and put on the movie for those kids. And another teacher walked by, and what movie were they watching? Billy Madison.
That is fucking hilarious.
It's amazing. All right. Synopsis. A wealthy San Francisco socialite pursues a potential boyfriend to a small Northern California town that slowly takes a turn for the bizarre when birds of all kinds suddenly begin to attack people. That's pretty accurate.
Yep.
And that is accurate.
The first time I watched this movie all the way through, I was actually at the theater, which was pretty cool.
I don't know when the first time I was pretty young when I first saw this movie, and I remember.
Yeah, I was really young.
Yeah, I remember watching this film because I was already a Hitchcock fan. It was not one of the first ones I saw, and it was kind of terrifying to me because birds. I mean, I guess it puts it into your mind that they're kind of unpredictable. I guess because they're birds, like they just fly around you, they can do whatever they want, kind of thing. And
the movie has a very eerie, like, feeling to it because there's just so many birds everywhere, and there's like scenes where they're just like around not attacking people, but you just feel like they can at any moment.
That's part. Yeah, the threat. He does a good job creating the threat.
Yeah, the threat, like the what do they call it when they manifest themselves, or when they kind of like herd themselves? I don't know what the fuck birds do.
Flock.
I guess flock. Is that what you call it? I guess. I thought that was more when they were flying, but yeah, roost. I guess when they. Yeah, roost. Is that?
It's another word.
I guess.
Yeah. And I remember the first time I watched this, finding Tippi Hedren very annoying, and where I was just like, "Dude, what is like?" She's like just like all up on this dude's dick, like back.
Yeah, this woman wants dick so bad.
Like, yeah, and I'm just like, and then she meets like the other chick who's like was in to the dude, and then I'm just like, there's like no girl code here, man.
This guy's just banging all the broads on this island. That's just the like. Just
surprised he didn't.
Well, I mean, the school teacher, man. Like, I mean,
dude, if that chick showed up like on my fucking island 2 hours away, like coming to see me, I'd be like, that guy when he looked out the window and saw her in the boat, he's like, I'm getting.
But that was her choice.
Late.
But the school teacher,
a normal person would be like, dude, what the fuck? This chick's weird as hell. She fucking rented a boat and followed me out an island, like
because they had like a conversation
in modern day. Like back in the day, like okay, you can get away with that. In modern day, that shit's creepy, bro.
Yeah, honestly, because there's technology. That's why it's not creepy.
People at 63, you're like, all right, you mean to tell me this chick, this tall, fucking skinny blonde woman, this girl, like was so hooked on this guy from like a 2-minute conversation that she found out where she lived, found out he wasn't there. Planned this whole fucking trip to go 2 hours away, goes to that town, tracks him down, rents a boat so she can surprise him.
And it's not even like tracks him down like she knew his address or something. It's like she like investigated to the townspeople to like figure out where this dude's at.
Look, I don't know where he is. Yeah, go ask the school teacher.
But it wasn't about just fuck that she was infatuated with him right away, because she wasn't.
Oh yeah, she was. She was. She
Come
was
on,
smitten.
man. Like
she was totally smitten, bro.
Bro. I mean,
you're not gonna buy his kids a birthday present and track him down if you're not looking for.
No, I know, but like
dong.
I know, but like it's more the fact that like he played the trick on her, and then she kind of, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess, but it's just
100%, dude.
How do you fucking fall? Like, it's so unbelievable. Like,
well, it is in modern time.
It's literally 5 minutes of interaction. Like, this guy comes in and
but they do
plays
shit
a
like
joke
that
on
all
her.
the time in these old movies where like the like characters fall in love instantly and shit like that. You know what I mean?
I know, it's just so unbelievable. Like, the writing is so unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, like it really, like in reality, it's so unbelievable because they had 5 minutes of interaction. This guy was fucking with her. He literally was fucking with her in there. And then she took that shit so serious. She's like, well,
yeah, mentioned that she took it serious.
And by the way, what the fuck is with that family and him having like a 12-year-old sister and him being like 45? Fuck is that?
I think they're supposed to be a little younger than
dude, that guy is literally like 40 years old.
Yeah, for sure.
It's crazy.
I would probably say they're supposed to be in their 20s.
If that guy's in his 20s, man, this is like insane to me because
that guy had like salt and pepper hair.
They're easily like they at the earliest in their mid 30s, man. Come on, bro. Like, it's just so weird to me that his sister was fucking turning 12. I was like, this is so weird.
Well, he actually would have been like 33 in the movie.
Yeah, like so probably is
that's
like
what that whole Tippi Hedren was.
Yeah, but it's funny too because like his mom is obviously very apprehensive of, you know, the girl coming in there and like, you know, she plays the evil fucking mom, like, oh, you don't touch my fucking son, blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, you're the one that had a fucking child when you're all old and shit. Like, come on, bro.
I like how his mom's driving Miss Daisy. That made me laugh.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, the whole setup to this movie is absolutely insane, especially when you break down what you think like the commentary is in the movie and like what you actually think about it. Because Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds is one of those films that I've always thought to be super interesting because when I was younger and not thinking about commentaries and, you know, when you watch movies when you're young and like, you know, you're 14, 15 years old, you take the birds for face value. And by the end of the movie, you're like, what? The birds were just attacking for no reason. That's what they were doing. They were literally just attacking for no fucking reason. Because when you're a kid, that's how you watch the film.
Yeah,
because there's no explanation.
That's how I still watch the movie.
Yeah, that's kind of how I still watch it.
There's
I'm like,
no.
am I missing something here?
Well, no, there's definitely a point to why I mean, it's an it's a metaphor, right? It's a metaphor
for what?
For human interaction, right? I think the point of the birds attacking and stuff, because they set it up with, how, this woman falls in love with this guy like super quick for no fucking reason. It's about the pecking order. It's about, the disruption of nature and stuff like that. So when, the woman,
I don't know, man. I don't know if that was what it was intended to be.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think you can take it as that, but I don't, because like, here's why. So one of the funny,
but I honestly really think it is, because when the woman first comes to the the whatever the fucking bay it is, whatever, she meets the fucking the school teacher that is in love with him, and it becomes apparent to the teacher that she is obviously smitten for this lawyer and shit like that. And it's, she's kind of pecking at it. It's a metaphor for pecking. Like you're kind of disrupting the territory of what's happening within, the human interaction and the nature of people. The teacher admits that she's there for a reason. She doesn't want to leave. She doesn't want to leave because she's still in love with her ex-boyfriend and stuff like that. And this person comes in and disrupts that. That's the point of the birds pecking. And it's a metaphor for humans just kind of disrupting, the spin pattern of things and stuff like that.
I took it as more of like, if I'm going to take it as anything, I take it as more of like a punishment of society.
But what is society being punished for, though? For obviously it could be because humans are pieces of shit and they treat nature like shit and they treat animals like shit. I mean, but the thing is, the reason why you can't say that in this film is because the humans are not shown to do anything bad to the animals the animals attacking. The reason why the animals attack is because it's a metaphor for her disrupting what's happening in the bay. Because if she doesn't show up, and you have to realize when she shows up into the bay, it starts when she gets there. That's the metaphor, right? She gets attacked because she's interrupting, what's happening there. And that's what's happening. I think it's actually pretty simple. Like, I was watching this movie going, wow, this movie's actually really, I don't really like, I think it's kind of corny with the whole setup and stuff. But then as the film goes on, I'm like, oh, it actually makes completely sense as to why she falls smitten to him and she disrupts what's happening in this small little town, this perfect little small little town and shit like that. And ultimately works for me. Do I think this movie needs to be 2 hours long?
Well, absolutely not.
No, it really doesn't. I think it's actually too long.
I have no problem with the runtime in this one.
Yeah, I think
it's no Deadwood Park or anything, but
oh my God, and you're gonna say that yourself.
No, like, so the reason I say, like, if I took it as anything, it would be like the punishment of the town. That's just basically like, because that's what Hitchcock's original idea was. Like, it's not in the movie. He cut all that out. And like, I know that, like, so I have the 4K set here, the Hitchcock Universal, like, Volume 1 has the birds on it. And with some of those Universal discs, you play the movie, and then immediately after the movie, it'll just start playing all the special features.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, like, which were actually, the special features on those are so good. Like, they go so in depth in his films and shit like that. Like, one part I was just like, I just let it play through while I was like cleaning or something. And they were talking about like the effects and how, at the time they were doing a lot of blue screen, right? Like, and that was like the way to do those type of effects back then. And then Disney developed that yellow screen basically, where it was like, I forget how exactly it works, but it's like basically like two cameras. Like, one is like filming like the background, and one's like filming the foreground or something. And with blue screen, if you have like hair or something like that kind of phrase, it gives like this blue flare to it on the edges. And with this, it doesn't do that at all. So this was like a new like technology that basically kind of saved the movie to make it like feasible. But like, I remember one of the things that they talked about is like Hitchcock kept trying to like rack his brain over what the reason for the bird attack was. And like one of his buddies like read his script and had all that stuff about like the punishment of the town and stuff, and like more of this like almost like sort of biblically type thing where it was like just this you know, basically like a sort of like higher power of offsetting nature that just is sort of like a revenge on like humankind type thing. But then like the guy that he let read the script or whatever is all like, man, this is just like blah, like cut that shit out. And Hitchcock was basically came to the determination that I'm just not going to give a reason. It's just no reason.
Yeah. I mean, I respect that too, but like when you watch it, I think that you can see, you know, from my vantage point that could work though. I mean, it's definitely an idea.
Yeah, you definitely take it that way.
You definitely should.
But I mean,
Actually,
the idea
like
of the town being punched,
random.
but the idea,
me too. I kind of like that as well, because it's just like there doesn't need to always be a reason. You know, we talk about that all the time where sometimes people try to explain too much, and it's like the way he actually came up with this idea.
Oh bullshit!
Was based
Tyler.
on
you look into everything super fucking hard. Of course, there's got to be.
No, I don't. I don't look at anything. I like honestly just like blab what
That's literally the first thing I thought of, man, because the way he constructs the film is when she shows up into the town, she gets attacked right away, and you can see that she's disrupting the shit there, right? And it's just a metaphor for like, I mean, if you were to disrupt nature, like nature's probably going to fight back though too, right? It's the same fucking
thing. I see how you could connect it. Like it definitely makes sense if you like, because they even do say in the movie like this all started when she got here. So you definitely absolutely
they blatantly say that. That's what got my mind thinking. I was like, man, she's the one. She's kind of like she's the one pecking at shit. And her interaction with the teacher really set it off for me, because when the teacher reveals that she was still in love with her. Or with the guy, I was like, oh fuck, here we go right there. That's exactly why it started, because she's disrupting the entire feng shui of the town. Everything was fine, but you bring in that other little black piece and to disrupt shit, and it's just a metaphor. I mean, birds. I mean, we all know that birds are so not like this, man. They're never going to just randomly attack and shit. That's what makes it so interesting.
Not true, because this whole movie was inspired by a story that happened in 1961, where Alfred Hitchcock read about this town in California that there was like all these bird attacks where these birds were like diving and pecking at people and stuff like that.
I think that was also proved to be some kind of biological thing, if I remember correctly.
It was something to do with like some toxic algae or something.
The toxic algae thing. That toxic, exactly. It was like a biological.
At the time of that story, nobody knew that. It was just seemed random.
Yeah.
It wasn't until years later where they connected it to the algae. But I thought I
remember hearing about that.
Did they even mention that in like the Birds 2 or something like that?
I've never seen the Birds 2.
They might actually. I think
they might bring that up in the Birds 2.
Actually makes sense because it's on the coast. Yeah, I think they do actually. Yeah.
The thing about I like not that like you can obviously connect it like if it was brought they say it in the movie, but I think just like if that's the explanation, I just like don't like it. It seems like kind of like just not good to me if that's what they decided to hang their hat on. Like so with the adverse of it being random that they attack, if you were just to suppose in that way or view it through that lens, you also get the inverse of like, well, what's the reason they're not going to attack? And I think that like the eeriness. I know,
but logical people know that birds are not aggressive though. Birds don't attack for no reason. They're just not aggressive animals, and they would never do that. It would take some type of, geological type of fucking,
Yeah, but Moodz not in fantasy.
Yeah, like suppose they could though.
Yeah, like we know in Maximum Overdrive,
set in the real world though.
Vehicles don't just attack people either, but like.
But it's set in reality though. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if it's not set in, like you have to put yourself into reality, right? Like there's real characters, real jobs. It's a real fucking town. I mean, birds just don't fucking attack. Like it's just not what it is.
Well,
logic. It's logic.
There's all kind of weird curiosities throughout history of like abnormal things happening that normally never happen.
I don't like the idea of not having a reason though. I think it's kind of stupid.
Well, I mean, there could be a reason that they like. It could be the same thing with algae, but like let's say it's so inspired by that.
But it's also not really happening. This is a metaphor for what's happening with the disruption. You know what I mean?
No, it is happening. They are attacking.
I mean, it is fucking happening. But I mean, it's still a metaphor for it's still fantastical shit that's happening in a real world.
I'm just saying,
it's
like,
a metaphor.
Just suppose it's like, just for argument's sake, just suppose it's the algae, since that's what it was inspired by. Like, if the day that let's say the day these birds attack because of the algae, the people in the town that are getting attacked aren't gonna like know why they're getting attacked. You know, even if there's a reason that,
unless it's most movies,
the same reason as
there's
this.
a scientist in the town that figures it out, and then there's a whole third act exposition dump where you get that answer.
Yeah, we don't need no exposition.
Which you just don't always need that. You know what I mean? I think that this movie's cool and unique because it doesn't really give you that type of stuff.
That's why it's cool to think about different theories of it. That's why it's cool, because it doesn't give you that exposition dump and it doesn't tell you any fucking thing. It's not like Caw, where Caw is essentially a remake of The Birds, but it gives you a total explanation as to why the birds are fucking attacking. And it even goes one step further and blames fucking religion for it too. And which I think is actually really fucking funny.
That part literally made me laugh out loud.
It's absolutely hilarious, and we'll get into that. It's so fucking stupid.
And another thing too about not explaining why they attack is you also don't explain why they stop attacking.
Exactly. That's the part that's scary to me.
By the end of the movie, you're not quite sure if it's over.
Well,
it's like
actually by the end of the movie, they actually tell you in the third act that they keep emancipating or whatever the fuck it is. And they keep building up because they're not straight attacking all the time. What they'll do is they'll attack and then they'll regroup. It's almost like they're trying to figure out a method, right? It's almost like the nature is fighting back because they're almost like figuring a method, like, which I think is really interesting too. So in my opinion, the birds never stop attacking there.
Yeah, and I mean that could be the case, but I think what's more interesting is that you don't
as long as she's in the town
or if they are, or maybe one. I think it's almost more creepy that you never find out why, and then one day they just stop, because then there's always that looming threat that it could just happen again, and you have no idea why.
Yeah,
and I think that is what makes it really creepy to me and very eerie.
It makes that final scene like just so tense and effective too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, the thing about The Birds for me is, like, the last time I watched it, I was like, that's pretty good. Like, I see why people love The Birds and think that it's like a great horror film and stuff, but I didn't think it was like amazing or anything. And watching it this time, like, I don't know, it just all clicked for me, and I just really got into it and was like scared by it. And I was like, because I remember hearing my grandma when I was a kid say that like this movie like terrified her, and then when I saw it I was like, nah. Like I can see why The Exorcist terrified you, but I didn't really get The Birds. But then like watching it now with like the mindset of like just like one day something crazy could happen with no explanation, and then like life can move on, or it can't, or it might not, or it might come back. Like it's a kind of a terrifying thought. And honestly, like The Birds kind of fuck people up, bro. like some of the effects definitely look a little bit dated and like come off like, you know, you're watching a movie from the 60s, but at the same time some of it actually looks pretty good and like scary as well.
It looks like really well done superimposed stuff. Like, I mean, it has to be superimposed, right?
Yeah.
Another thing that they do in this movie too is instead of just doing those scenes with the birds, like the scenes of like the foreground and background with the birds, it's actually all throughout the movie with scenes without birds. Like, so it almost gets you like used to that look to where it's not off-putting when the birds actually show up. Because there's like scenes of just them like standing there where the background is clearly not the background where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, for like, you do expect the dated effects, like we said, but I think like these still look like pretty good for as old as the movie is. Like, obviously, like,
well, they still look better than like any fucking Birds movie.
I was gonna say, like, they have the best effects of any other bird movie we watch.
Honestly, man, the effects in Caw aren't that bad though.
No, they're not. But still, the fact that this movie was made in 1962 2 or whatever, and it's still
there's a lot more practical effects
Killer Bird movie
in Caw than you would ever expect it to be. It's kind of crazy.
I agree. I give Caw mad props for the amount of
and I think they used the same
doing
effect in Caw that they did in Birds, I think, as a homage to it though too, because in Caw, like I said, Caw is basically a remake of the Birds. It's very similar, except for like they change up, they give you a reason because it's made in 2006 or 7, and you can't make a movie like the Birds in that time because you need an explanation for people, right?
And if you're going to make a movie like the Birds and just do the same thing, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Isn't it trippy though? Like these 3 movies are total products of their time. Like Hitchcock made a movie where, you can take it for that there is no reason why they're attacking, and then you got in the 80s where it's just like completely ridiculous, and it kind of
honestly, like the Birds is like kind of groundbreaking when you think about it. Like now we know all about like the killer animal movies and like the Jaws, right? Because when Jaws came out, there was a million Jaws ripoffs and stuff, but you can't tell me that Jaws isn't inspired by the Birds. Like it for surely is.
Probably is.
Definitely.
Every fucking killer animal after the fact probably is. The Birds has got to be one of the first ones, right?
You have like the ones from the 50s, like the giant Gila monster and
Atomic
like,
Age.
Yeah, but those are straight up monsters.
Leeches.
I'm talking like nature film.
Nature run amok type thing.
Real film.
It really
nature.
kind of is,
Yeah.
And it's the one to really do it on like another level compared to those like cheesy 50s movies.
Yeah. But even like
it's kind of really impressive when you lump it, like it was still like 10 years before Jaws.
Like Hitchcock making that movie is like 1963 is like Spielberg making that movie today.
Yeah.
Like if you think about equivalents like of directors of the time, like ironically, that would be like Spielberg making a movie like this today that's never done like a horror. Like I'm just making some horror movie.
Yeah.
I just find it so interesting.
Yeah, because like the late stage of his career, right?
Yeah, he was in his 60s. And Spielberg's probably a little older actually now, but I would say 65, like say mid 60s and the 60s is probably equivalent.
Yeah, because he was doing fucking silent movies, dude.
Yeah,
Hitchcock.
He was born in 1899. I know that he's 1899.
No, Hitchcock was in his 60s when he did the Birds, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of incredible, like how long that dude's career like actually went. Like, because obviously, like I watched one of his silent films for the 100 Years Challenge and stuff, and it's like it's really insane. Like he literally like was there for such a like the breaking parts of like from the beginning of film to like the kind of apex of like movies. Like it's kind of insane like how far he made it and like how early he started, and just like the technology advancing he was there for the whole advancement of film technology,
and he still managed to make really good films after the Birds too.
Yeah,
like he still competed when the in the 60s and 70s and shit was
after that. He made what? Topaz, Torn Frenzy, Family Plot.
Yeah, Family Plot, which would have been his last film, right?
Yeah, are we going to talk about the Tippy Hedren? What is his name? Hendren allegations.
Yep. Hedren. She said some not so savory things about Mr. Alfie.
Yeah, so she said that this was much later. I think even after he died, she came out with this.
Oh, the lead actress?
Yeah. Well, he made another movie with her the year after this called Marnie, I think. Yeah, it was Marnie, and like...
Oh, yeah, Marnie. Yeah.
So, apparently she said that the, like, actual, like, horrible stuff didn't happen until Marnie. But apparently there was, like, a lot of sexual advances towards her during this movie, and then like she said that there was like very heavy retaliation during Marnie of like, and even in this movie, like with in the phone booth, like the glass like broken, like cut her face and shit like that. And apparently he was like very rough with her and very like rude to her, and then also the sexual allegations, which definitely like sucks and puts Hitchcock in sort of a bad light, or not even sort of a bad
It's her
light.
word against his.
Well, it's not even against his because he never said anything.
Okay.
Because he was dead by the time this came
Yeah,
out.
she was.
Oh,
She was
well, so that's
expected to
some
kinda-
straight up bullshit then.
Yeah, well, she was.
If you're gonna say some shit after
you never
someone dies,
know. You never know.
I don't take
She
it
was
serious,
kind
man.
of
If you're gonna say
expected
some
to
shit
be
after
his,
someone dies, that's coward shit. That's bullshit. I don't believe in that at all. You say some shit when someone's alive so they have the opportunity to respond and give their side of the story. If not, you're a coward for saying that shit, man. You made it up.
Unless it's true.
It doesn't matter, man. You need to say that shit when someone's alive, bro. You need to have some fucking balls.
People deal with.
I don't care, man. I don't care. I don't take it serious. I think it's fucking, I think it's corny, it's lame, it's stupid, and it's abrasive, and it's really offensive to do that to somebody, because what happens if it's not? Like, there's corny ass people out there that are
if it's not, then it's horrible, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know the truth because we never got the second side of the story. I'm never going to sit
Even if
here,
we got the second side of the story, we still wouldn't know the truth.
I'm never going to fucking sit here and be like, oh, yeah, and take your, because I never got the other side. And it doesn't even matter. I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I'm here reviewing a film. I don't care about the personal stuff, man.
Yeah,
I really don't. Dude.
That is like a real.
And
like,
it's tough to say because, like, it's tough to like really digest that because, like I said, he never had a chance to respond. Blah blah blah. People say shit all the time in this day and age, man. Is it true or is it not?
I think it's definitely something to consider.
I mean, it's fair to consider it, but I mean, at the same time, it's like if someone's dead and you're saying some shit, man, I find that kind of offensive.
Yeah, but dude, I kind of completely disagree with what you're saying here because it's like you don't know how. Like, if
you
if
think it's all right
I'm,
to talk some shit about someone that's dead.
No, but I understand.
Okay,
like,
do you think it's all right for somebody to sexually assault someone and then?
I never said that was fucking right, bro. I said it's wrong to say some shit after someone. You just said that.
No, I get what you're doing. You're trying to bring down your train of logic.
Yeah,
I understand what the fuck he's saying, but like you're not understanding what the fuck I'm saying, man.
No, he is. He's
just trying to,
dude. I'm just saying, like, from another perspective, it's like, okay, let's say I was assaulted or molested or something like that. Like, I shouldn't be considering like this guy's time period of him getting a chance to respond. I want to handle it whenever I'm ready to handle it. I'm not going to worry about if he's around to fucking defend himself.
Yeah, bullshit.
You know what I mean?
I call bullshit, man. You know what? Have some fucking balls and say some shit when someone's alive. If they're dead, and shut the fuck up. I'm not saying it's an out because you died either, but I'm just saying.
Okay, but let's just say for sake of
because
argument,
what you're doing at this point, you're throwing someone's name under the bus, even though it might be true, it may not be true. It doesn't matter. You're saying some shit about somebody
from her
that doesn't.
Perspective, let's say
they don't have the. They don't. Nobody can respond to this.
Okay, let's say this though. Let's say he 100% did do it, right? Let's just say for sake of argument, does that change your opinion of how she would have came out with it? Like, do you give her the grace to process that and be ready to come out with it one day, or do you think she still should forget about that and just come out with it because of the reason of him might not be around to defend himself later?
Bro, how the fuck am I supposed to come from the vantage point of him actually doing some shit?
Well, it's the same way you come from it of him not doing.
But nobody can come from that vantage point because it's between them two. We don't fucking know, bro. Nobody knows the actual truth. She could be totally lying because
she could be. Maybe
she sucked on the set and he was one of those directors that was very about, he was very, stern in his directing. Like, I mean, how many, like, look at Fulci, man. Fulci used to yell at people all the fucking time. He was not a very liked director all the time. People have been outspoken about that shit, even when he was still alive. He was kind of a dick to work with, but he makes great fucking movies. I mean, come on, man. Like,
I just think it's like more nuanced than just saying like, oh, like if this person died, you can never say anything.
Of course there's nuance, but why the fuck would you say some shit for the first time after someone's died?
Because sometimes it takes time to process and be ready
it
to speak
took you
publicly
until
about.
someone died. That's coward shit, in my opinion.
It
No,
wasn't
it's like
like
when
that
did-
he died and then she was
Yeah,
like, oh, and this happened. You
I'm
know
not
what I mean?
saying she timed it out.
It's
I'm
Just
saying
by the time she came out with stuff,
then keep
he
it
was
to
dead
yourself.
for a
No,
while.
his death allowed her to fucking shimmy
But
up.
if he really did it though, why keep it to yourself? Like if you're ready to talk about it, like if you're ready to, you know, if you've processed it or whatever, like I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying
more
I'm
of a
just saying,
reason
like,
to say some shit when he's alive. If he really did do it, why wouldn't you
but what
confront
if
him
you're
when he's
not
alive?
ready to do that?
Bro,
Well, this also.
I'm telling you, man,
yeah,
if we were partying together and you sexually assaulted me, I would confront you right away. I'd be like, bro, I'm not going to wait for you to
Dude,
fucking die.
listen.
I'm just,
Okay.
see how ridiculous
I
that
would do
sounds?
the same
Do you
thing, but I'm
understand how
just-
fucking ridiculous that fucking sounds right now? Do you fucking understand how ridiculous that sounds? Exactly my
How
fucking
what-
point. Because
Okay.
I mean, we're also men, which totally is
doesn't
different.
matter, dude. I'm not talking about men, female, gay, sex, lesbian. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm talking about somebody that's been wronged. You say some shit when someone's still alive and confront them when
ideally that would be the best time. but
exactly, bro. I don't give a fuck about sexual preference. What I'm talking about, give that person
But there-
the
but there
opportunity
is a
to say some
difference,
shit
though.
back. Give that person to say some shit back. If you're, I've never understood, and this has happened lots of fucking times to people that they pass away, and all of a sudden, all this allegations and shit come up. This has happened recently, and a bunch of times recently, man. All of a sudden, all these people that are passing away are like, oh, they were kind of pieces of shit. You know, I was like, why the fuck didn't you say that shit when they were alive, man? Like,
Well,
if I was a piece of
I
shit with you
can
guys,
also-
I
But
would,
dude,
I
you
would
have
really
to-
fucking
you-
hope that you guys would confront me and say, Moodz, you were a piece of fucking garbage. You know, say some
Yeah,
shit to
I
me, man.
mean,
Because I'm not a hypocrite. Because I'm not a fucking hypocrite, Bat. If I was doing some dirty ass bullshit, I would expect you not to wait until I passed away to let everybody know
Well,
that I was doing some fucking dirt.
Yeah, but it all comes down to just like how you process your abuse or whatever it
Bro.
is, you know. Everybody's
Well,
not
all right,
ready
hold
to
on.
talk about
1963,
that.
Hold on,
1963.
hold
He
on,
died in
hold
what,
on.
1979? Like this is
He
16
died-
years
he
later.
died-
When did she
he
say
died
this
in-
shit?
So I can tell you. So I just check this out. So one thing I've also kind of wanted to say is like you also got to remember she's a young up and coming actress, and if she like just goes and like
Bro,
leaves
she
this
was
big-
not up and coming. She's been acting for 30 years
No,
at this
she
point, bro.
wasn't.
Yes, she
No.
was.
No, we're talking about 1963.
Dude, she'd been fucking acting for 30 years at this point.
She's 30 years old. She's 33 years old in this movie.
So she started when she was 3.
She was a star and transitioned to acting in the
This
early
was her second movie ever.
Yeah.
In her first movie, she was uncredited.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, you also got to remember, she did this, then she did Marnie, and she's got this career ahead of her. And what is going to happen to that career? She just like makes these allegations of like one of the most popular directors, if not the most popular director,
Who
in the
has
world.
lots of sway and pull in Hollywood, by the way.
Like,
similar
her
to-
By the way, I
over.
was just fucking around. I had no idea what her acting career was
Yeah.
before this. I was just fucking around.
When she made these, so Hitchcock died in 1980. She made these comments in 1983, and she didn't just come out and say them. Someone who was writing their second book about Hitchcock reached out to
Interviewed
her and interviewed her, and she agreed to talk about it for the first time. In 73, she admitted that they had a major lifestyle difference that caused a split in their relationship, and that's why they never did a movie together after Marnie. And she said, he was too possessive and too demanding, and I can't be possessed by anyone.
Yeah, well, some people are fucking pussies though too, right? Maybe
And-
he just wanted more out of her, and she was just taking it too fucking seriously. And
And I mean,
Who knows?
Well, I mean, that's one thing, but like anything sexual is another thing, obviously.
did she say
I
sexually
also know.
specifically right there though? Like she said demanding. She said
Well,
too
there,
aggressive.
no, but
No. But that was
she
the
did.
first time.
Hedren stated he suddenly grabbed me and put his hands on me. It was sexual. She stated that she rejected Hitchcock's advances on numerous occasions. Following the rejection, Hedren was injured during the filming of the phone booth attack scene. consequently suffering cuts on her face from the glass. She said she also was misled about the logistics of the final attack sequence and blah, blah, blah. But I do know that also her daughter came out and said something along the lines of like, Hitchcock gifted her a like doll of her
please don't
mom
tell me it
in
was
like
a
a
dildo.
coffin or something.
Okay.
Like her mom in like a coffin is like a gift or something like that. Which is like, you know, I don't know, but you know, I don't know if, you know, it's true or not or whatever.
Well,
but
okay,
like,
so this is going back to the whole thing, man. So I was having a conversation with a guy I know, and he was talking about like how
Rod Taylor co-signed it.
Yeah, I'm actually reading this too. Rod
Okay,
Taylor, actually.
okay, I'm just talking about
Yeah.
personal shit though, man. It's like I was talking to a buddy here a little while ago after Hulk Hogan died, and he was like, "Yeah, you know, like I'd never heard him say anything bad about Hulk Hogan." And Hulk Hogan passed away, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he was a fucking racist, fucking piece of shit, fuck him, blah." I'm like, dude, you were a big fucking fan. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, why do people just have to like go and fucking open up and spew some shit when someone's passed away? It's like, fuck, dude. Like, you know, you do realize that you're hearing some shit on the internet. You don't actually know what.
Well, I mean, you heard Hulk Hogan say about why does his daughter have to date black guys?
She actually tried to tell someone.
I've actually never heard that conversation, and I've never.
It was
actually
part
heard
of
the
his sex tape. Like, it
yeah,
was,
no, I've actually never heard that recording myself, but I have heard from people.
I didn't
that
think
the
it was that.
No, but I've heard the
racist.
context is totally taken out of wax here, or out of whack and stuff. So
I've heard it. So I mean, I know the context. It was something along the lines of like, he was saying like, I wish Brooke, like, if she's gonna date a black guy, not to do it like publicly. I didn't think it was that racist. Like, it like, to me it seemed like he was more worried about his image and how the public might perceive that than him actually not liking black people.
yeah, but I mean, it's also,
you know,
been
it still
reported
doesn't look good.
I know it doesn't look
Yeah.
good, but it's also been reported that he was completely. I'm not going to say it's an excuse because people say stupid shit when they're drunk all the time, but like he was kind of inebriated, shit face, and just, you know, you're protecting your
I don't
kids.
think he was
say-
inebriated or shit faced.
Yeah, I think he just said it. But
Really?
It's like at the
'Cause
same
that's
time.
every report I've
It
ever
was
heard.
on. It was
No,
on.
it
It was on a hidden camera. He was about to fuck dude's wife, and it was just like in the morning one day at there where he lived.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe he's a little hungover from the night before. Who knows?
It was just a private conversation. So like,
it was very private.
So why the fuck is that shit being recorded, man? Who the
Well,
fuck?
that's the
Because
thing. It's
so
like
the story is Hulk Hogan divorced his wife. He was living with Bubba the Love Sponge, who was like a radio guy. He was good friends with him. He was staying at his house. And he was telling Bubba the Love Sponge that he needs to get laid. And Bubba's like, well, you could just like have sex with my wife because they had an open marriage. And so Hulk Hogan goes and literally has sex with his wife, but his house has hidden, like not hidden, but like security cams everywhere. And then the dude's assistant actually, when she was like being fired or something, had that tape of them having sex in that conversation and went and tried to sell it to like Gawker.
AKA she stole it.
And that's why Hulk Hogan won like a $40 million lawsuit or something because
she fucking stole that shit.
revenge porn basically.
Yeah. Anyways, man, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
again, I've never been a big fan of. Anyways, going back to what I was talking about, like I gave my buddy shit about this. He's like, he started talking shit, and he's like, "Oh, fucking racist." But I'm like, dude, stop talking shit about dead people, bro. Like, fuck, who cares? They're dead. Like, leave it a fucking alone. I hate that shit. So that's kind of what I was referring to, man.
yeah. So I also have. I'm reading more into this. She actually tried to tell someone on the set of the Birds, and they told her to shit in her hat. Nobody cares.
Again, you got to take it with a grain of salt, though. Too. I mean, what's the sources? I mean, I'm not.
She told the source is Rod Tayller because she told Rod Taylor's assistant in the head of the studio.
I just really don't want to fucking. This is like ruining my. Like, if it turns out that this is all true and Hitchcock's a big piece of shit, I'm like,
You'll never know, bro.
Dude, everybody's
dude. Listen, everybody in Hollywood was.
Why can't people just be normal like me? I don't do piece of shit stuff like this. It's crazy. Like,
because honestly, like one of the reasons I think is because Hollywood is filled with a bunch of narcissists who think that they are the best thing in the world and have egos.
Of course, that's what
and
it is.
most of them have to have that in order to get where they're at. Because normal people usually won't make it to that because
But you got to remember,
almost
Hitchcock
have to be
also grew
crazy
up
to get that.
in the early stages of the casting couch, though, too. Like, this is real stuff, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
that shit started in the 30s.
First off, I didn't know her daughter was Melanie.
From document of hundreds of people. Said this
Yeah,
shit was
I
pretty big in the 30s.
didn't know her daughter was Melanie Griffith, and apparently Melanie Griffith wasn't allowed to visit her mother on set because Hitchcock wouldn't let her. So that was like that's like the possessive thing.
Yeah, that's fucking
I don't think that's really...
Anyways, man, we're not here to talk about the whole history.
But yeah, I mean, but
Alfred
just like
Hitchcock's sexual perversions and
just to
fucking
play
nastiness.
devil's advocate for a second, Tippi Hedren is also known to be kind of whacked. Like she's known for having lots of exotic animals in her home and being kind of crazy.
In the Birds, she literally wears a fur.
She has like a tiger. That's like one thing that like
it's obviously
people
not her
about.
choice, but you know, it's obviously set design, costume design for the film and stuff like it because she is playing a Harris. She's a fucking rich bitch and makes sense to the part. But but I mean, you know what, man? Like I said, like I've always said, there's always two sides of the story, and I don't like when one side of the story is reported more than the other.
You just like
or
you can't
if the other side of the story is never reported because it can't be reported because the motherfucker is dead.
I can tell you what he would say. He would say, "I did not do that."
Of course he would.
That's what he would.
Of course he would. But then again, I mean, we all know that Hollywood is named Holly Weird for a reason. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit that happens, and there's a million stories that probably are still going to come out, and you know they never stop. And it is. I mean, so
I always say too, you can't just like purity check everyone by the past. Like it's different when you have people.
Take everything with a grain of salt, though, man, because like you said, I mean, she's a little bit whacked. There's a lot of fucking. I mean, a lot of actors and everybody in Hollywood's a little bit crazy because, like you said, the egos take over. It's egocentric shit, man.
Yeah, it's a little different when you're discussing someone like Victor Salva or Roman Polanski, but like people like historically that we really don't know. Like you kind of have to,
there's no way
you can't purity check everyone. Like
there's no real context.
People, I remember like years ago, like I was like in a Discord server and people were like, I forgot who people were like poo-pooing about something like this, and I was kind of like, you guys know Ingmar Bergman was a Nazi sympathizer, right?
Yeah.
So I shut the fuck up.
It shattered their worldview.
Yeah, but like, shut up.
Yeah, and that's pretty much one of the worst things you could possibly be. Right? This guy's kind of bad. People talk about how bad pedophilia is, but like, no, he was a Nazi sympathizer. It's fucking kind of crazy. But anyways, going back to the Birds. Yeah, man. I mean, it's. I love the Birds. I think it's great. I think it's great. I mean, great too. This is the first time I've ever watched the film without watching the movie as, hey, it's birds attacking and people get holed up and they've got to survive because birds are attacking.
I think it also has like a great setting. I like some of the like landscapes and like the birds on like the little like playground equipment and stuff like that, like all hanging out, and just like some of the scenes where they're just running away too are like kind of frightening.
Oh yeah, well the scene where the kids go outside for the fire drill and they get attacked by the birds and shit, which is pretty cool, and it's probably something that wasn't overly done by this point in 1963, was kids being attacked.
Nope.
Like that, like by bird, like it's pretty vicious. It's vicious. Like at the end of it, like the carnage is, it's not horrible, but there's kids that are bleeding and crying and traumatized, and like it's scary. Like if you were a kid watching this shit, like that would be pretty effective.
If you were a kid that happened to, like, you're gonna be fucking wreck for a long time.
Hitchcock wasn't as strange as he blew up a kid on a bus in 1936.
Yeah, like I know he definitely had some vendettas against little fuckers.
He regretted that though. Like he's like, for whatever reason, he was like, yeah, we'll just make sure we get this shot of this little girl walking on the bus.
I still think it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a film from that era. Like it's got to be one of the craziest things, right?
Yeah.
Blowing up a fucking kid is crazy.
He regretted doing that apparently, but I don't regret that he did it.
But I mean, there's a couple scenes we got to talk about. Like, obviously, what's her face? I'm so bad with fucking names sometimes. What's her name? Melanie. Or no, Tippi. No, Melanie. That's her name in the fucking film.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when she becomes like all catatonic and stuff like that, we'll talk about that later on. But like, there's another scene in the film where, at the gas station where the The gas nozzle
It fucking blows up.
ends up blowing up the whole fucking gas station. That's
It's
another
kind of
thing that's
epic, honestly.
kind of recreated. I thought that was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
But actually, one thing I love about this movie, man, is like the sound design's really good in it. You would think it would look a lot worse. I think they did a really good job with how they did the effects and stuff, going back to the effects and stuff, you know. I mean, it's like superimposed stuff. They use different camera techniques to do it and stuff. I don't think it looks that bad, even like in a high def, you know, kind of, you know, realm. It still looks pretty good. The effects are good. I think one of the most effective scenes in the film is actually when what's her face? She walks into the house and she sees the dude that got his eyes pecked out and shit. And you just see these big black.
Oh, that's probably the most iconic scene of the whole movie.
Yeah, man. Like that's like haunting because you're like, well, something's going on here. What are we going to see? And then you just, holy shit, the eyes are missing. Fuck.
That's where it feels like, oh shit, this is like modern.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I mean, pretty effective for 1963. I mean, you don't really see a lot of that shit in those early films, right? So good stuff. I think one of the more surprising things for me about the film is that like you've got this like total rich woman, you know, Melanie, who you're like, yeah, I'll just rent a boat and rip over the bay, you know, break into this house and drop some birds in there and shit like that. But the thing that amazes me is that she was able to actually drive the boat, you know, like start the motor and shit. I'm like, there's certain things like that I always find funny. I mean, it's just kind of a joke. I mean, really, how many women do you know back in 1963 that were just like taking off in boats and shit like that? Probably not a whole lot, but yeah. One thing I did notice, like right at the beginning of the film, when the lawyer, is he a lawyer? Yeah, I think he's a lawyer. And when he goes into the pet shop there, Hitchcock's coming out walking the dogs. I mean, there's his little cameo for the film. One of the funniest moments in the film for myself is the scene where Melanie's driving on the S road up to the bay, and the birds are literally swaying when she's turning. That's Hitchcock's kind of subtle comedy. It fucking made me laugh so hard. I'm like, that's so fucking funny because they're obviously not real birds. They're just swaying, and it's fucking hilarious, man. It's so good. But Hitchcock always throws stuff like that into his films, like these little subtle comedy moments and shit, and pretty fun, man.
Ironically, the only Hitchcock film I've seen I straight up do not like is the comedy he did.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, man. It's very off-putting, isn't it, when you watch it? Because if you're used to Hitchcock and all the shit that he's done up to that point, and then everything he did, like, it just doesn't fit. I don't know why even. It's like Fulci did the same thing, man. I mean, Fulci early stuff was a lot of comedy and shit, and like I just couldn't get into it. But even when Fulci started to become Fulci, and then he did a couple like, you know, funny things, I was like, no, can't do it. I don't really get Italian comedy anyways, but yeah, no, Hitchcock doing straight up comedy just did not work for me.
At least he brought a Shirley MacLaine in that movie.
Yeah. You know what I watched last night? I watched Obsession from De Palma.
I've watched that movie in a long time.
And I forgot how much that movie is like Vertigo.
Yeah, it's got some similar. Yeah, that's like, I think I saw that before Vertigo.
You know what's crazy about Obsession is like when you get the reveal in it, you're like, what the fuck?
Wow, I probably,
it's one of those moments where you're like, I don't even know if I should laugh at this. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy fucked up.
I remember thinking it was okay the one time I saw it, but I feel like if I watched it now, I love Vertigo. Vertigo is my favorite
Vertigo's
movie.
It's beyond.
Like, I would probably be like, this is
I've seen that one in the theater too.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm jealous. I love Vertigo.
Obsession could be such a great movie if it just was a little bit better. No, that sounds
it was so better.
But it's like, it's so Hitchcockian. It's like him trying to be Hitchcock so much that like he stretched that fucking that reveal. Yeah. It's so ridiculous. But yeah, anyways, we're not talking about Obsession.
A lot of the early part of De Palma's career is just ripping off Hitchcock.
Oh, 100%. And I do like Obsession. I just think that could be a tiny bit better, but it's still pretty good.
Anything else on this one?
Not really, but I'm sticking to my guns on how I interpreted the film because it works better for me. I don't know. I'm at that point in my life where I'm like, I'm tired of watching films and being like, yeah, just birds attacking. I like thinking. Maybe I like being a little bit more cerebral now. I'm old and kind of getting shitty, so maybe thinking a little bit more makes me feel a little bit younger. I don't know.
I'd say like 9 times out of 10, I'm the same way. Just this one in particular.
I don't know. I just kind of felt it. I was like, that kind of, it's just the way the dialogue and the way everything, it's the first, when she gets to the bay, everything adds up. They talk about, oh, the shit started when you got here. And when she has her interactions with the teacher and how she was obsessed with the lawyer and how she stayed there and how she interrupts the whole pecking order of the bay and, the nice little tea party that's happening there and shit. I was like, oh, this kind of fucking makes sense to me, man. I'm like, oh, it's kind of working for me, but I like it though, man. I mean, it doesn't have to be like that, but I think it does work completely well on that level of interpretation though. And for myself right now, who knows? Maybe if we talk about this year and a year later, I'll be like, I don't give a fuck. I just want birds attacking, but for now,
it's not just simplifying it as birds attacking. It's, it's about the reason why it works for me is that it's because unknown. It's unknown. It's the unknown. It's not just that it's birds attacking, but it's why are they doing it?
I don't know. I just find it really compelling that we try to interpret films so much on the show, but then you take a premise like this where I do have an interpretation. You guys are like, nah, like that's fucking crazy to me, man. But whatever. That's completely crazy. I just think
we didn't say nah.
Yeah.
I think I honestly find it very compelling that if that's what they weren't trying to say, it's pretty obvious that it's there though. I mean, just like Dee Snider said, to tip or gore. I mean, if you're looking for something, you're going to find it. I wasn't looking for it. I'm not going to say I'm going to go that far. I wasn't actually looking for some shit. It just kind of fell into place for me. I was like, that really kind of makes sense to me. I mean, just watch films you watch films differently when you've seen them before though too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, very enjoyable. I'm going to stick to my guns on the fact that I don't think this one needs to be 2 hours long. I think it's very effective for the 2 hours. I'm never bored or anything, but I don't think it needs to be that. But the runtime is totally fine.
We all can't be Deadwood Park. I mean,
right. I mean, it is true. It is true. You can't have a movie that just kind of excels itself so well in that 2 hour runtime. Alfred Hitchcock needs to take a pitch out of Stanze's book right there, man. So, yeah, actually, this one's about 3 minutes longer, I think. 1:59. It's like almost exactly 2 hours. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's the fucking birds, man. What do you guys rate the birds? Tyler, what do you give it?
I can give Birds 7.5.
I'm at 8.5.
I am also at an 8.5 on this one. So
very nice.
All right, so that is The Birds from 1963.
22 shots.
All right, so getting into the second featured film here from 1987, we've got Beaks, the movie, directed by Rene Cardona Jr., who has dived into this territory actually before of like killer animals and shit, man. He did Tintorera. I think that's, I don't know.
That movie sucks.
Killer Shark. He also did Cyclone. I know he.
Have you seen that movie? Titan Terra or whatever?
Or Tintor.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, it's not great.
Yeah, it's barely a Killer Shark movie. It's more.
He also did Cyclone, which is another like shark film. Maybe some more. I don't know. Those are the ones I know.
I've actually, it's funny because I was going to say I've never seen any of this guy's movie, but I have seen Titan Terra or whatever. But I haven't dipped into the those Cardone sets or whatever. This is the first movie I've watched out of any of them. Does he use slow-mo like this in all of his movies? This movie is fucking filled with slow-mo.
I haven't seen too many of his movies. I've only ever seen Cyclone, Tintorera, and this one. It's the only films I've ever seen.
A lot of slow-mo.
Yeah, a lot of slow-mo. I mean, a lot of stock footage, a lot of slow-mo. So, but anyways, yeah, Beaks the movie, 1987 synopsis. Vanessa, a television reporter covering a story of a farmer attacked by his chickens, discovers that this is not an isolated incident. That's fucking stupid. I guess
Dude, that
does
does sound stupid as shit, honestly.
I mean, I guess that's kind of how it starts, but
it starts with some hang gliding.
Yeah, it does. It actually, yeah, a scene that's completely, well, not irrelevant, but I mean, it's it's
a pretty, it's like a long ass, it's like an opening scene, but it's like 15 minutes or it's like 12 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it feels like an epic opening scene just to have these people's like fucking eyes ripped out and shit and fucking. Actually, it ends pretty fucking funny with the dude getting fucking all fucked up and shit, going in the water.
It kind of just ends.
It's like it's such a weird construction to the film because this one for like the first 45 minutes to maybe the first hour of the movie, it's basically just following our main characters, Vanessa, and Peter, who is the cameraman. Vanessa's the reporter, played by Michelle Johnson, who was in like Waxwork and fucking, she was in a bunch of shit. And I gotta say, it's definitely not her naked in this movie, by the way.
Darn.
That sucks, man, because that's definitely a body double, but good looking one. But anyways, yeah. So this one's like constructed really strange because she's like a reporter. She gets this job where she needs to go investigate this chicken attack or whatever, and then it just kind of
chicken attack.
Yeah, and
it's like this guy didn't have like a pet falcon or something. It's like his fucking chickens beat him up.
Yeah, the chickens went fucking crazy. So she goes and she does not want to do this. She's like, I'm better than this. I'm a better reporter than this shit. Blah blah blah. And then they start hearing reports of like other attacks and shit like that. And it basically kind of shifts itself over to like all these different countries. It ends up in like Peru. It goes like,
I know this is like going everywhere. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah. It goes to like Spain, Peru, like other South American
like
countries.
One shot of Spain, one shot of Peru.
Yeah. And they like go to Rome. Like, it's like all these fucking places of like, all these animal attacks and shit. It's like really bizarre.
What kind of budget does this news station have?
I know. It's fucking crazy.
Here's the thing about Tyler.
It's kind of is just like a Birds ripoff in a way, but it's Italian style because Italians.
Oh, dude, it feels so Italian, and it's Mexican, but it feels.
That's what I felt like. I was like, these guys have been watching how Italians rip off movies. They're like, let's just do the same thing. Let's add some tits.
It's the first note I violence. Have. Man. I'm like, man, this movie. The way it opens up and the hand glider gets his eyes ripped out and shit like that it feels so Italian. It even looks Italian. You know what I mean? It even has
like I think the dubbing also makes it feel very Italian.
As I was watching this, I thought it was Italian, and then I realized afterwards it wasn't.
If I didn't pull it out of this Mexican movie box set, I probably would have thought.
Yeah, this one 100% feels Italian, man.
If you're just looking at like Spanish, like it's similar to Italian, so it's easy to mistake.
I mean, if he was trying to do that, he captured it quite well because the effects look Italian. It sounds Italian. It looks Italian. The dubbing. I mean, it's funny because you can obviously tell some of the actors were not speaking English, but then you got other English speaking actors that obviously dub themselves out too. Yeah. It's kind of funny. And that's like bang on too. Like the dubbing that they did for the American actors actually is pretty good. But then all the other ones, it has the most Italian feel for a Mexican film I've ever seen. I think really, but a weird construction. It's got a weird construction to the film. Like the first, like I said, 45 minutes to an hour is just like bouncing around to all these like animal attacks and all this crazy shit that's happening with all these fucking birds and shit. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Are we gonna land on a narrative here? Or like a straight up narrative, and it eventually gets there kind of thing. But I don't know, man. What do you guys think of Beaks? Have you guys seen Beaks before? The movie?
I've actually never seen Beaks. I picked it up on a bootleg like 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah. And
just had it forever, never watched it. Eventually got that Cardona collection volume 2 and I saw it was in there, and honestly, like it made me want to watch some of the other flicks in those collections. Because there was 6 films altogether. And it was like one of the weirdest box sets Vinegar Syndrome ever did, because they released the first one and it was like a long time later they released the second one, and those box sets connect via magnet.
Yeah.
Only time I think they've ever done that.
Mm-hmm.
The box sets actually like snapped together with magnets, Tyler.
I need to break into them. I need to break into them.
That's actually really cool.
Because, like I said, this is only the third film. I've seen this film before because I have the VHS, but
I remember you picking that VHS up.
Yeah, that was kind of cool to find that because I mean, I've seen this movie a couple times. It's one of those ones. I mean, like when you remember, you must have seen this in a video store back in the day because it had that fucking cover with the beaks. Store. Oh shit, man! I
remember the cover, but I never saw it in the video store. I just remember seeing that cover somewhere. But this is like when I think about like movie, like okay, you know how you do your like marathon, or you used to, like the ones you did with Dylan and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a couple with Carly. I went to like, other ones like at like drive-ins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I think of like programming a marathon, like this is a type of movie that I would throw in there like at like 3 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
Like it's just like weird. It's kind of crazy. It's, kind of underseen. Like not a lot of people, like I'd say until that box set came out, not a lot of people had seen it. It was like a little known, but like didn't have like a great release outside of like the VHS.
It was stuck on VHS.
Yeah. And it's just one of those movies that just feels like an experience that you would want to program during like share your friends type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is one of those movies that's kind of interesting. So we get like all these clips of all these animal attacks and all this crazy shit that's happening. And, it's like, okay, why are these animals attacking? And you kind of get the impression because of what's happening with some of these characters. Like there's this one scene where they show this blind dude that's like basically target practicing with these fucking pigeons or whatever the fuck it is. And it's like, oh, okay, so I understand why the animals are attacking now because, they're being treated like shit. They're being abused and murdered and they're fighting back. Nature's fighting back against humans that are treating nature like shit and animals like shit and stuff like that. And it kind of gives you that impression that's what it is because, you see this guy's a hunter. This one dude's a hunter. I love that scene, by the way. This guy's fucking gets his blood pressure taken. All of a sudden, this fucking like, I don't know what it is. It might be, it's supposed to be an eagle. I don't know. Fucking rolls up in there and rips his eyeball right out of his fucking head. I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking amazing. And that's one thing about this movie that's really funny, that it really amps up the gore and the blood from like them birds, It kind of focuses on ripping a lot of eyeballs out and doing a lot of carnage and shit like that. It's pretty fun. But that seems funny because like it really does showcase, and it kind of gives the viewer the fact that like, okay, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with nature fighting back against humans that are pieces of shit here. And it kind of does it a little bit throughout the whole film. But then by the end of the movie, it kind of tells you, it's like, well, we're not really too sure what is happening here. Maybe they were just kind of manifesting themselves. And maybe it was like, maybe it was just like a prelude. They actually kind of hint that it was like a prelude, that they were practicing, nature fighting back against the humans, and maybe it might happen again and stuff. I'm like, that's pretty fucking wild.
Well, isn't there like a part in the movie where they allude to this happened like 20 years before this too?
Yeah, they definitely bring it up. They even talk about it back in like the Mayans days and shit like that. They kind of bring up the fact that like they use birds to help build these ruins and all this type of shit and stuff like that. And, it was going to come back to haunt them because they were treating the birds like slaves and shit like that. And yeah, so it happened like throughout periods of time where the birds were being treated like shit. And I was like, what the fuck is this? This is fucking insane. So, but yeah, it kind of goes through the motions and does that. And then at the end of the film, it's like, well, we're not really too sure. That's fucking great, man. It's so fun.
Who knows?
Oh man, this is actually kind of a fun movie though, man. It
is actually kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you like Italian films, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't like this. It really has everything it has to offer. It's got. If
you like Italian movies, but you had too much pasta lately, watch this one.
Yeah. No, there's some, like I said, some decent gore. The music is funny as hell in this movie. There's some ridiculous
It
body
could have been
doubles.
cut down a little bit. What is it, like an hour 40 or something?
It's about an hour 40.
Yeah, I think that's probably my biggest complaint, that it's a little bit long.
Yeah.
And this actually was released in certain territories as The Birds 2.
Yeah. In Italy it was.
Very Italian of them.
Go figure.
Yeah. In Italy it was The Birds too. It makes complete sense. Even if I was Italian, I'd be like, what do you mean? This is not the sequel? Come on. So
Mamma mia.
yeah, I think it's really funny though. The one thing about this movie that's kind of cracks me up is that, you know, they have these moments where they have the eagles or whatever the fuck it is, man. The hawks or whatever they're using to do some attacks and shit, but then they have like these fucking pigeons. I'm like, really? If you guys are like pigeons, are you fucking serious? It just seems so unbelievable.
Pigeons just seem like the most non-threatening bird.
Exactly. Like the pigeons will sit there and stand right next to you as you're walking through like a fucking courtyard.
They should have had a big ass woodpecker.
Yeah.
That'd fuck you up. That's an idea.
A big, like woodpeckers are so small too.
They just,
And
like,
the
peck
noisiest
selfies.
No,
Really
woodpeckers
people's
are
eyes.
big.
I mean,
Aren't they big?
no, they're not really that
Are you
big.
sure?
No.
How big is a woodpecker?
No, I know they're not that big. Now, eagles, on the other hand, I mean, I've shown you guys clips of the eagles out of my place. Holy fuck, man. It is fucking crazy. You don't fuck with eagles, man.
No, I wouldn't try to mess with an eagle.
Hell
No.
no. Eagles will eat like puppies.
Yeah.
They will. Yeah. Yeah. So when we had Bonnie and Clyde, we like, cause we have an eagle that's been living on the other side of the lake. And she, you know, I mean, she's lived out there so long that she's had babies, and we watch her, you know, teach the
Dude,
babies
there's
to fly
some
up there.
woodpeckers that are 20 inches long. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's excessive though. That's got to be like on some extremely fucking.
I think those are the ones that are around me. I feel like I've seen woodpeckers and they're pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, we've got them around here too. I don't think I've seen one that fucking big, man. It's crazy. But yeah, eagles are big motherfuckers. I'm pretty sure I showed you that clip, JP, that time where we threw the fish in the water and the eagle came down off the tree right in front of us and fucking right off the dock, and holy shit, dude.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah, that was
I saw one time we were
insane.
driving and one swooped down over our car with a snake in its talon, and the snake like was dragging, like nearly touched the hood of the car.
Wow. Yeah.
That's some
Jesus.
crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of. I was hearing a story. I heard a story one time. I think it was the in-laws actually. They were telling me their neighbors. They came home one time and they had their dog on like a zip line, kind of like, you know, one of those running zip line things. And the dog was like all in the corner. It was all bleeding. It was all yelping and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck happened to the dog? Well, I guess the eagle came down and grabbed the dog, but it was attached to the fucking zip line, so it couldn't get it. So I know these his talons and shit, right? And yeah, I mean, they'll take dogs like that are
Yeah,
you know, 10, 15, 20 pounds, like easily. And that was the thing with Bonnie and Clyde when we had them. So if they were running around in the property and shit, like we always had to keep an eye out for the eagle because the eagle would be over there all the time. Like she would perch up on the tree and just watch and shit. So yeah, fucking scary, man. Big fucking birds. But yeah, anyways,
What else? There's a little bit of
Eagles.
nudity in there.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I said,
Said nude body double.
like I said with Michelle Johnson, man, who is pretty hot, man. What the fuck did we just reviewed a movie, or we just reviewed Waxwork. She was in that, and then she was also in Death Becomes Her. So we recently talked about that one too.
Oh yeah, she definitely comes here.
She's in something else. I've seen her in something else too. She's also in the Jigsaw Murders from '89. I've seen that movie. She was in an episode of Tales from the Crypt. Which episode was she in? Split Second. Oh yeah, Split
one's
Second
that?
from season 3. It's funny, man. I'm rewatching season 3, and I'm on like episode
Stop.
7.
We're about to do those again.
I know. I have no problem rewatching them. But yeah, she's
Anything else on this one? I can't think.
This one kind of like the plot in this one's kind of
Well, like I
really-
said, the first like hour of the
Yeah.
movie is pretty much just it's showcasing all these these animal attacks around the world and shit like that. And
it's pretty inconsequential. And like even the ending's kind of abrupt.
Yeah, you're just kind of waiting for bird attacks.
But I will say, like, again, they use a bunch of real birds, and the effects
they
are
use
actually
a lot of real birds.
not,
And at one point,
bad.
I'm like, do they just have birds tied to people's shirts?
Dude, I swear,
it just looks like they're tied to people's shirts.
I was looking for strings and shit on birds and stuff, and I'm like, this is crazy how many real birds. Like, it felt like they were all real birds in this.
Yeah, I'm like, how are they doing this? Like, how are they getting them to just like swarm people? Like, it made me think like that they just like tied their feet to their clothing so they couldn't get away.
I know, it's freaking wild, man. Because it's definitely not like superimposed birds, and it's not like a lot of stock footage and stuff, because there's birds on people and there's doing some crazy shit. And I don't know how they did it, but it's pretty effective though.
They probably weren't very nice to the birds, judging by the time period it came out and where it was made.
I think it says that there was no birds harmed, but that doesn't mean anything. Right? The guy literally, there's a scene in this film where a dude shoots a fucking, it looks like a hawk. It better not have been an eagle, but it fucking explodes, man. For that scene where he explodes the fucking bird, I'm like, oh my God, bro.
You really just need a shotgun with some bird shot, man. And you'd be doing pretty good in these movies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a whole segment in this film where they're just literally shooting fucking those pigeons or those birds with it.
Yeah.
For game, they put them into those things. They open up the little box things, whatever the fuck they are, and then they fly out and you blast them away. I think
like a real like sport thing.
It is, and but they were kind of not really poking fun at it, but they were showcasing how good this guy was because he could do it blindfolded. And I'm like, this is crazy, absolutely insane to me. But it does definitely look like they're shooting birds for real. It might be stock footage, but I'm pretty sure those birds were not living. So,
yeah.
So, but all in all, actually pretty fucking fun movie, man.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know who does. I don't know what soundtrack they use for this, but the music's actually pretty decent in it. It's entertaining through the whole thing. I'm just like, man. But I do have to agree with you, man. If you were to devise a marathon, you throw something like this on late at night because it's so ridiculous, and you don't have to pay attention a whole lot because there's not really a lot of plot to it. It's just ridiculous. It's like literally, it's like a compilation of birds attacking people in different countries. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And, you got this relationship.
Yeah, and you have to have like when you do those marathons, you have to have something absurd in there late at night sometimes,
And that's something that we should do one time. We should do a marathon on here, like devise one and then just have like this big watch thing. Oh, it'd be so much fun. Big party.
That would be cool. Like program it and like invite. I don't know where you have to do it in like Discord or something, like where we could actually like show the movies. And can you do that in Discord? I don't.
You could. I think you can. Yeah, you could share your screen and like scream something.
Yeah, that would.
Isn't
be
that what
cool.
people do on Discord? I thought that's what people did on there.
I've done. Well, when I use Discord for like the film discussion, it's just basically Zoom, and we don't even use cameras. We just have it. It's just a film discussion like that. It's just like basically exactly what you'd use Zoom for. In any movie night I've ever done in a Discord, everybody just sets up the movie like where they're watching, and you just all hit play at the same time. You just leave like the open chat thing open.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun though. Something like that. Program a little marathon, like 6 movies or something for a whole day.
Yeah, that would be fucking sweet, man. I'd love to do another marathon. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah, those are fun. Especially if you get someone to do it with.
Yep.
Yeah. I just think it's so funny in this movie how they just keep kind of telling you that, like, these birds have done this shit before, and like, they're planning this shit and blah, blah, blah. And it just comes down to like, well, we don't really have any idea. I find this fucking so fucking funny. It's hilarious to me. Oh, fuck, man. I love the scene where the birds are attacking and the birds are like literally opening up the fucking doors and shit. Oh my God, it's ridiculous. It's so stupid.
The birds.
It actually looks pretty good though. Like the birds look real. It's fucking You would never think that those scenes with that close up of the birds like grabbing shit and stuff. You're like, wow, that actually looks pretty fucking real. I tell you one thing, it looks more real than Hitchcock's The Birds.
Yeah,
for sure. So, fuck, I don't know. I really don't know what else to say about the film, to be honest.
I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I think I'm up. I'll go ahead and give this one a solid 7 out of 10.
I think my favorite scene in the film is when they're on the train track and then they have to stop the train because all the fucking sheep are on the track. And then the fucking birds just like break into that car. I love that shit, man. I don't know what the fuck. I was like, really? They just made a whole scene. And this is why the movie runs an hour 40, because they had like a 10-minute scene of getting these sheep off the fucking.
The birds actually be breaking through the windows and shit.
Yeah, dude. Breaking right through. But it's awesome too. They just resolve it like so simply. Like, this is the most 80s things in the world. They're just like, the train gets going again and he just detaches the train car and that was it. And then they fucking blow it up. Like, this is fucking amazing. Yeah. This is fucking amazing, man. Ah, shit. Anyways, I'm gonna give this one 7.5. I really enjoyed this. This is fun hell. It's fun as hell. So
I'm gonna give it a 6.
Wow. A fucking 6. That's pretty interesting, actually. All right, so that is Beaks, the movie from 1987. 42 shots. All right, so moving into 2006 with a film called Caw, directed by
2007. No,
it says 6 on here.
It's disputable. It says both all over the internet.
I'm just using IMDb because that's what we use. So Sheldon Wilson, who directed.
Swear to God, that shit said 2007 earlier.
I think it does on Letterboxd.
It says 7 on. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it says 7 on Letterboxd for sure. This guy directed nothing I know. All right, synopsis. Caw. A small town is attacked by ravens and doesn't know why the ravens are working together.
What's the difference between a crow and a raven?
Well, they're very similar looking. The difference between a raven and a crow in reality is that a raven is way more like urban. They're way more out in the outskirts, where crows, they like the action, so they're inner city. And ravens don't actually run in packs like crows. Like, crows will be in packs, and that's another reason why you can tell crows is because they're always like in bunches and shit. Ravens will only be together with like maybe one or two. That's what makes this movie kind of interesting, because first of all, ravens would never be like that many in a small town like that. There's too many people around. So like out of my cabin, we literally have 2 ravens. And I have the film of this. I should show you this. This is actually one of the craziest things I've ever caught on camera before. But so the eagle came flying by this tree one time, and I guess the ravens have a nest up there, obviously, and they must have had eggs up there. Anyways, ravens fucking went after the eagle, and we watched the eagle and the ravens fight in the air for like an hour. They were circling around the lake fighting, and it was fucking cool, dude. It's something. And so I looked it up, and it's super rare to see. You never see that shit ever happen. And it's pretty fucking wild. But
there was one time I was, this is when I was like first got a job housekeeping, and I was like cleaning a room up on the 3rd floor, and right outside the window there was like a parking lot for like in Eaton Park, which is like a Pennsylvania diner thing. And there's like these little finchy birds. They're just these like tiny little birds like hopping around like on the ground and shit. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like staring. I'm just like making a bed or something. I'm looking out the window and I see this fucking big hawk thing come down and swoop down and grab one of the little finchy birds and like take off. And then like the other 2 like finchy birds are like chasing after it. And I just remember laughing like that was fucked up, dude.
Yeah.
They're like, no, come back. That's our friend. I was like, dude, this is fucked up.
Ain't your friend no more.
It's like the wife was coming back from Jasper the other day, and it just snowed, so they laid a bunch of fucking salt down. And the kid's telling me, he's like, so we're driving, and they just weren't moving. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, we're just driving, and all of a sudden they weren't moving, and we just hit like a bunch of sparrows. They're like on the road, they're eating the salt, right? And they won't move. And like you'll hit like fucking 10 at a time. And the wife's like, oh my God, like you can't move because the roads were so shitty, right?
It's always weird when you hit a bird with your car because they're always just like so smooth, like just barely get out of the way. And then every once in a while you'll hit one, you'll be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
What about when you back up?
Yeah, they were just weren't moving on the road.
Over a bird?
Yeah, just fucking hitting them right there. It's crazy. But yeah, so Caw from 2006. So this is one of those movies that I think it was bred as like kind of a remake, kind of a homage to Alfred Hitchcock's Birds, but this one does a little bit differently. You know, they kind of tell you what exactly is happening, why the birds are attacking and stuff. And then they take it a little bit further and they use like religious angles to it also and shit like that. And but to my amazement though, like, you know, besides some of the shit that I don't really give a fuck about, this movie is actually a lot better than I anticipated it to be. I'd never seen this one before.
And it has Rod Taylor in it.
Yes, it's got
Rod Taylor.
I know, it's got Rod Taylor. It's got Sean Patrick Flannery in it. It's got Stephen McHattie. It's crazy. It's got actually a pretty good cast. Pretty wild, actually. Stephen McHattie's a Canadian actor. He's been in a ton of good shit. Sean Patrick Flannery, of course, is probably most notable for the Boondock Saints, right?
Yeah, Boondock Saints.
Yeah, so he got some in Nefarious actually a couple years ago, which I thought was pretty cool too. He was in that one.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Steve McHattie was in, oh shit, man, what was that movie that he was in about 10 years ago? Shit, dude, I can't even fucking remember what it's called now. I mean, he was in Pontypool, we know that. What's the other one?
He's like the fucking town drunk in this movie. That's who that is.
Yeah, he's the bus driver.
Yeah, the drunk.
Yeah. What the fuck is the movie I'm talking about here? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I really liked it too, and I can't remember what it's called now. Ah, shit, can't remember. Yeah, Hellmouth from 2014. I like that movie. It's cool.
This was actually a sci-fi original movie.
Yeah, which is so shocking because all the movies that came out around this time, 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, were very, very CGI movies.
Yeah, this wasn't like the time period where they completely leaned into like silly shit, you know what I mean? Like they still, like a lot of the movies that came out from like late 90s to like the mid to late 2000s actually were like trying to be movies.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until like
Sharknado
Mega Shark in 2007, or was it when was Mega Shark?
I'm trying to remember if some of the Corman sci-fi films were like pre-2010 or was it after? Because the CG on those things was fucking hilarious.
I can't remember what the first like stupid one was. Like
the Mega Shark or no, I don't know. Fuck, too many of those things. I can't remember.
It was like around like 2000, like between like 2008 and like 10. I feel like is when they started getting really stupid and just getting more and more ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is pretty fucking funny that they had Rod Taylor in this movie, though. I mean, you have to give it to him.
He's like, fuck it.
I don't know how we didn't consider this for a remake bracket. Because actually, I think it's supposed to be a remake of The Birds. It's just they did their own thing with it. I mean, this movie actually has straight up homage scenes to The Birds. It's got like the catatonic scene with Melanie, and it's got the fucking gas station type thing. It's got that whole scene. I think there's a couple other ones too, but there's definitely some homages to it. But so what are you guys' thoughts on Caw? Because this is
I
the
thought-
one that kind of has like a real explanation, has like, you know, a straight up like, but that's the 2000s for you. Like I said, you know, it's like the 60s, you don't need one. You got the 80s where they kind of keep it a little ambiguous. They kind of let you figure it out. You know, they give you hints here and there. And then the 2000s, they're like, fuck it. Everyone's brain dead. We're just going to tell you exactly what the fuck's happening. And we're going to keep it like that.
I thought this movie was pretty unintentionally hilarious.
I thought there were some pretty good moments. And like this movie kind of shocked me. I was very entertained by this.
From the opening shot where they did the violent jump scare sound, I was like, all right, here we go.
You know what I like about this movie right from the start, though? It feels like a bona fide horror film. Like it has that real kind of ominous, like real atmospheric approach to it where everything is like, okay.
I mean, it's taking everything serious.
It totally is. It totally is 100% taking everything serious. And I feel like everyone's trying to do a good job in this film. Like even there's way more real birds and shit in this that I don't even understand what's going on.
Apparently they used 11 real ravens.
There you go. That's crazy. Like there's real birds. I'm like, this is fucking crazy.
From Czechoslovakia.
And even like the effects on the obvious CG and stuff, even the CG in this doesn't even look that bad.
No, it actually is like much better than you would expect for the time period.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I was really taken back by this. And honestly, man, some of the performances are pretty decent. Like Sean Patrick Flanery doesn't really have a whole lot to do. I mean, he's a cop. He's just kind of like the hero and stuff like that. I think he's fine. Kristen Booth is fine as his girlfriend. McCaddy's really good as the bus driver, as the drunk or whatever. I think he does a pretty good job in the film. But I like to see that though. Like when I'm watching sci-fi films, a lot of times when you see the performance, you're just like, it's paycheck, calling it in, you know, whatever. I don't really feel like with this film, I feel like they took the
you got that a lot more later on. Like I said, this point in time, they would get like a name or something, and the name would still try to take it like pretty serious and not like chew it up. But like I was a sucker for this type of stuff. I actually had seen this movie before, and I didn't realize it.
Oh, okay. No, I'd never seen it before. No.
I like from literally like the 90s to probably around this point in time, I watched like all the Sci-Fi Channel original movies when they came out. Like it was like every Saturday there would be a new something, and they would always like that. Like if they were doing like a Killer Snake movie, they would show like all their Killer Snake movies and then some that they like licensed throughout the day before the premiere. So I had watched this type of stuff all the time when I was growing up, like in middle school and high school, elementary school. Like I was a sucker for this type of shit, and I remember this one. I remember liking it a lot back then. I kind of forgot about this one a lot. Similar to like Frankenfish and stuff like that. There were certain movies that came out at that era that like I loved when they would like re-air them. Mm-hmm. And I used to like record them off the TV and stuff like that. I was like a sucker for this era of sci-fi. I loved it. Like dating back to like Mosquito and stuff like that that would air all the time. And I watched so many of these that I forget that I've seen them. And I think that like there was such a cool like art to those movies that they did before they went all crazy with like Sharknadoes and Mega Sharks and two-headed shark attacks and stuff like that. When those movies started coming out and they completely, it was around like when they started like Netflix streaming became a thing, because some of those movies ended up on there. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people like watched them and thought they were like hilariously bad and stuff. And then like that became their shtick, where they just went and made like the worst movie, got some actor that was famous and had him give like super over the top performances and stuff. And they completely lost like the heart and soul of actually just trying to make good movies on low budgets. Mm-hmm. Like we did a couple back when we did the cockroaches, we did that they nest or whatever, which was like totally serious. Like it was tried to be like a real movie. But yeah, I really have always really liked this era of sci-fi and stuff, and I think they're totally watchable movies. they're not gonna like, none of them, not one of them are gonna blow your socks off. You know
man,
what I mean? But,
this type of shit to me is like really, really fun popcorn flicks where I watched this movie and I finished it and I went, you know what? I would watch that again. You know, and
I finished it and I was like, this is one of the best bird horror movies ever made.
I'm not even joking. It actually is, dude. Like, you know what's funny about this movie too? Is that it takes itself so serious that it actually kind of tricks you in the beginning of the movie when that old dude kind of kills that crow or kills that fucking raven. I guess it's a raven.
Dude, I was busting when he runs over with the tractor.
Yeah.
That was so fucking funny.
So it alludes to the audience that this is going to be a straight up revenge film. Like, oh, fuck, you killed one of our fucking homies. Now we're going to go and fucking get you. And then people start getting attacked and shit like that. And you're like, holy shit, this is like a straight up revenge film. And then you learn later on in the film, it's actually not a revenge film at all. It's like they take it one step further. And this is why I respect the film. It's like they brought in the whole mad cow disease thing.
Yeah, I guessed it.
You know, and then what happens is, so basically the narrative in the movie, the reason why these ravens are fucking going crazy in the small town is because you have these some people think they're Amish, man. They're fucking Mennonites, by the way, because Amish do not drive vehicles, by the way. They have power and shit. Come on, people. So Mennonites, anyways, it's like a religious thing with them. So basically what happens is they feel like they were being punished because they were associating too much with the English, which is hilarious because they even speak English. It's so funny. They just call the locals the English because they're not them. And they feel like they're being punished by God because they were associated and not doing correctly. And that's why their cows got sick. But in reality, what happened was the fucking cows got mad cow disease. And they tried to deal with it, but they didn't really say anything and shit like that. And they thought it went away, but the crows feasted on the cows and got all infected. And what I find so funny about the whole thing is that they kind of allude to the fact that like the ravens ate the cows, got mad cow disease, but became super intelligent and aggressive. It's hilarious to me. It's so funny. Mm-hmm. So that's why they went into the town, because once all the cows were gone, so essentially they feast on these cows. The Mennonites actually burnt all the rest of them. So there was nothing left. So the crows had to go and eat something, which hence the people. And that's what really caused it. But they bring this whole religious aspect into it too. And I'm just like, this is so fucking wild, man. They not only do not keep the shit ambiguous, they give you way more than you need here. It's fucking hilarious. I was loving this movie. It was so stupid. It was so funny to me. And it's pretty good though, man. Like there's moments in these films where I'm just like, damn, bro, like those ravens that's some pretty trained shit. Like those are real birds doing some crazy shit. Again, I think there's handles in this one too. Like they're opening up the handles and shit in this one. Entertaining, man. Entertaining movie. Really, really good stuff. I like the whole, I like the whole bus scene though too. Like, that whole scene's great. Out in the country road and shit like that. It's pretty good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought this was pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
I figured you would.
I never thought for a second you would ever like this movie, man.
Like, I kept cracking up though at just stuff I don't think they thought like was supposed to be funny. Like when you had those two random like rich yuppies that got like roll through town, and they're like sitting there, the guy staring at the sign getting mad because it says full service. He's not getting served, so he's all pissed off. The car and backs into a ditch and somehow flips this car, blows fire in the girl.
Oh, dude, that scene is
I was crying.
Dude, that scene is so fucking hilarious, actually. I laughed out loud at that, dude. Because it's so stupid that he fucking he goes down the bank and shit. I'm just like, oh my God.
Like, how does ever happen?
I know. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
But man, there's some pretty good bird attacks in this, like inside the house, and like, oh, dude, and that's always one thing that kind of bugged me even about the birds. I mean, they do this in all these type of movies where, they always have birds flying down chimneys and shit like that. Like most people that have a real wood chimney in their house,
Yep.
you got a cover on it, man. Like birds very rarely can ever get in there. Hence, hundreds of birds. It's completely ridiculous. I know this because I have wood. JP probably does too. It's highly like the odd bird will get in there, not more than one. It never happens like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. We're country people. We know that shit. So it just doesn't happen.
Birds with mad cow disease attacking you.
Because nobody has an open chimney. It just doesn't happen like that. You have to have a cover on there. It's just the way it is.
Not anymore.
What was the deal? Like, I didn't understand. Like, what was the deal?
No. But this is 2006, and like,
right.
But I mean, you always have that type of thing. It's for the weather though, too, right? You don't want shit going in your chimney, right?
Right.
So
what was the deal with that girl falling down the well and there's all the severed fucking cow heads in it? Like, why were there so? Is that a thing that I just don't know about? That this guy was just lopping off cow heads and throwing them in this hole.
It sick.
Yeah, it was one of the cows. I think that they might have been. I think what it was is that they were burning them down there. They were throwing some other of the cows.
Yeah, I was just like confused. Like, is this a normal thing where people just throw like their cow heads in a hole together?
No, I think it's. I mean, hence why he was pouring the fuel down there, and he was going to burn. I think that's what he was doing, just in multiple steps, right?
Okay,
but it almost appeared like it was like a well. It was like an old well or something.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, she like fell down an old well full of like
and they were using that
cow heads, and I was.
So if you're going to burn old fucking mad cow disease cows down in an old well, I guess that's off limits forever. Like you can't use that shit anymore. So
yeah, I don't think they were using the well for water anymore.
No,
just for dead cow heads.
But I just find it so funny that they're like, oh, we're being punished. Like, fuck, it's like two Mennonite dudes. Like, it's like nobody else. It's so funny to me. There was only two of them, and it's like, oh, we're being punished. I'm like, oh my god, they brought the religious aspect into this movie. But
the low hanging fruit.
Yeah, it was easy pickings. It really was, but it was kind of entertaining though, man. I just like when he's explaining it to me. He's like, yeah, he's shit with the biggest fucking beard. It's like, yeah,
comes with the territory.
It comes with the territory. I'm like, oh shit, come on, man. But I mean, this is one of those movies that I thought was kind of perfectly paced. So, it starts out real quick and like there's really not really a lot of downtime in the film. It only runs 85 minutes, maybe 90 minutes, whatever. Yeah,
it's short enough where it's inoffensive.
Yeah, it rips by and like it kind of finishes up and I go, wow, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. And yeah, I watched this. I watched them in order this time, surprisingly.
I didn't. I watched them in reverse order.
I always watch my shit. Well, I don't need to explain that. Tyler, the Leafs beat Anaheim tonight.
Yes.
The Leafs are just burying themselves. Every time they win, they're just getting worse. Isn't that funny?
Stay out of that bottom five. So the Bruins.
They're literally just getting worse every time they win.
We won a massively important game. I saw that the statistics said that if we won, we would have like an 86% chance to make the playoffs. And if we lost, it was like 48%.
I think they're gonna as long as they just don't collapse. Like,
yeah, you can't collapse here.
The Red Wings do it every year. It looks like they're doing it again.
Oh yeah, they are, man. Oh, they're so brutal.
This is like the fourth year in a row they did this.
I don't get it, man. Like the first 30, 40 games of the year, the half season, they're looking always solid. How do they do it every year?
Because they don't got any veteran presence on the team. They got like Patty Kane and that's it.
Yeah, and that guy's he's already got one leg in the grave too.
Yeah, that guy doesn't play a fucking lick of defense.
He's not there to play defense.
This actually, the fucking East dude is like insane how many teams are still so close. Like even the Flyers are 86 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you look at the fucking West, the teams that are making the playoffs would be 12 points out of a wild card in the East.
Yeah, even Anaheim.
Weak, dude.
Anaheim's got like 86 points and they're first in the division.
It's crazy.
That is pretty wild. All right,
Like, go ahead. I was just gonna talk more about hockey.
I guess it's my go on Caw. I'm going to give Caw a 7.5 out of 10. I really enjoyed it. It's fun as hell.
Tyler.
I can give it a 4.
4.
Figured so.
I'm not quite as high as Moodz. I'm giving it a 6.5.
Oh, dude, this one's fun, man. I'd totally rewatch this. It was great. I felt bad for the
sure
dog.
I will watch it.
I'm glad they didn't show the dog getting eaten, but when the bird's like picking away at the dog, I'm like,
Oh,
and that's a real raven on that dog, and I was like, what the fuck? That's
What other
pretty
thing?
good. The effects are good, man.
what other thing that really made me laugh was like Stephen McHattie started all his shit with the birds. That wasn't even the birds' fault. Like he started all that shit, and then he comes out and shoots the gun, and for whatever reason, he comes out with a baseball bat, and I just lost it when that happened.
I know. McCaddy's dope, man. He's fucking crazy and everything.
He's like, hold on, let me step it up. He puts the gun away and gets a bat.
Oh, it makes me want to watch Hellmouth again. I like that movie. Need to check that shit out again.
But yeah, I guess that it is the birds and the Caws and the Beaks.
That's Caw from 2006 and going to conclude episode 318, Zoology 9, Killer Birds. And
We had to do a long one since we took a couple weeks off.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back next week because it seems like every fucking one of you guys has something going on. Now we'll be back.
Yep.
We're going to try and record here on out until May.
We have a sort of a show planned and then a sequel show planned for the next ones, I believe.
So I guess we could probably announce those ones, really.
Yeah, we're finally doing it. We're doing Killer, as Moodz says, Dinks.
So we're doing
Dinks.
2 Killer Genital films, Volume 1, Volume 2. The first one's going to be Killer Genitals Dinks, and then Killer Genitals Vaginas.
Yes.
Back to back, we dinks and vaginas. And I'm actually going to write dinks on the description. So, because it's funny. It's funny. So,
yep. So yeah, we're finally doing it. We talked about doing it for years, and it's finally.
And you have to do them back to back, right?
You got it.
So,
we got to be inclusive here.
So stay tuned for some Killer Genitals, and that is going to conclude episode 318. And we are fucking Audi 150616 on the 3 double deuce. Gia, see you guys later, motherfucking. Audi.
Peace.
Pieces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.